Swordsman Li Hao's eyes slightly widened in surprise. He hadn't expected his opponent to possess such a skill. But he wasn't nervous and also burst forth with all his strength. Beyond the 5 extremes realm, there exists the 6th extreme realm, blood rebirth. The attainment of blood rebirth can be achieved in one of 2 ways. 1, like Li Hao, first cultivate to the immortal transformation extreme realm and entrust one's consciousness to the heaven and earth, and the second, rely on the saint of one's sect to foster one's consciousness within the saint path of the saint. Only then can it be condensed. Swordsman Qing Ying had cultivated this extreme realm with the help of his master, but while this state did not greatly increase combat strength, it substantially enhanced survival capabilities. Beyond the extremes realm, Swordsman Qing Ying's true confidence still stemmed from the power of his own skills and techniques. Bang! Suddenly, he thrust his spear and also unleashed his own Taoist body. Great Luo Taoist body. Swordsman Qing Ying let out a low shout, as Taoist charm surged around his body. On the shaft of his spear, 2 Tao entrance-level forces spiraled around. This move alone brightened the eyes of many spectators, revealing their astonishment. Hao Yue Saint Sun's complexion slightly altered, becoming more solemn. Sun and Moon divine eyes converged in an attempt to decipher his spear technique. Swordsman Qing Ying stepped through the returning ruins, and the 2 of them rapidly engaged in fierce combat. In the void, his spear shadows flashed like lightning, while Hao Yue Saint Sun's sword intent, just as it barely touched the shadow of the Tao, was immediately shattered. What a pity for such good moves. Swordsman Qing Ying suddenly thrust his spear, each strike containing 2 kinds of Tao power. It was inescapable, unavoidable, and in a flash it struck. The Hao Yue Saint Sun fell from midair, defeated. Swordsman Qing Ying did not pursue further. Instead, he stood with his spear retracted. In this battle, Swordsman Qing Ying emerged victorious, showcasing the formidable strength to challenge the top 10, leaving a lasting impression on many. Li Hao, watching the defeated Hao Yue Saint Sun with a face darkened by misery and gloom, couldn't help but shake his head. The opposition sought to cultivate the Sun and Moon Tao, harnessing their illumination upon heaven and earth while also wishing to sever earthly desires and personal cravings, to align with the unfeeling nature of heaven and earth. But heaven and earth are not unfeeling, rather, they are full of sentiment. That's why autumn leaves and spring arrives, why flowers wither yet bloom again. When winter snow buries all, spring inevitably follows. When flowers grow from bloom to wilt, they will once again be reborn under the spring sun the following year. The gentleness of heaven and earth cares for all things, like spring rain that nourishes silently. When the creatures of spring rambunctiously trample the grass and flowers, then come the summer rains, autumn frost, and winter snow, which provide perches for birds and hibernation for beasts. Such is also a form of tender protection. With these thoughts in mind, a faint glimmer of light appeared in Li Hao's eyes. Now, with his own understanding of all beings in heaven and earth, his current insights brought him subtly closer to the essence of his inner nature. The first battle concluded, and while the performances of Hao Yue Saint Sun and Swordsman Qing Ying were by all means standard, Swordsman Qing Ying's surprising strength and Hao Yue Saint Sun's performance matched his top 100 capabilities. Subsequently, other contestants successively took their turns. As battles followed one another, Li Hao saw Lin Qingyue also claim victory. Her opponent from another minor world was slightly less skilled than Hao Yue and was effortlessly defeated by her. It's Haoshin's turn now. Finally, this confrontation has arrived. Many were observing the lineup, eager for upcoming bouts. While previous fights had been exciting, they all considered the match between Li Hao and Bai Yuan to be the grand finale. Now, the much-anticipated battle was finally taking place. Even though there were still others to fight, this duel was undoubtedly the most awaited. Upon hearing the Saint of the Source Ancestor's sacred land calling for them, Li Hao didn't delay and promptly walked towards the battle platform. After his arrival, Bai Yuan then started moving, walking unhurriedly toward the platform. As the array sealed off the area, this competition also began its prelude. I thought I would only encounter you after the top 10 battle, but I didn't expect it to happen here. It's truly thrilling. Bai Yuan chuckled, though compared to his previous slightly frivolous smile, his expression was now a bit more serious. After all, Li Hao's prior performance was worthy of the name Heavenly Pride, impossible to overlook. Undervaluing him would be a disrespect to the cultivation itself. Yes, Li Hao wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply affirmed. Bai Yuan started to laugh, but his smile suddenly vanished as he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Although he wielded a sword, he did not belong to the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. While the Sword Ancestor Holy Land is the place that all swordsmen aspire to be, other holy lands also possess Sword Dao secret manuals. The difference lies simply in quantity. Let me witness your Dao domain and Dharma unification. Bai Yuan spoke, and instantly, his chi force surged dramatically, with the heaven and earth vein gathering behind him. Soon after, a grandiose heaven and earth law manifestation emerged. He was going all out right from the start. He knew that if he didn't show his true ability, there would be no need to fight in front of Li Hao, and the eternal Dao domain could not be underestimated. Li Hao watched quietly, waiting to see his power, knowing that one must be qualified to witness it. As Bai Yuan's aura climbed, his own Dao domain also became visible, which shockingly comprised 118 layers. This Dao domain wove together, layering upon each other to form a radiant golden emperor Dao domain. The more well-known I am under the heavens, the stronger I am by my name. The path of name cultivation mainly competes for fame, where renown is the source of their cultivation power, just as the sect of heaven-touching saints specializes in stealing to increase strength while name culturists find ways to seize fame. Therefore, it was Bai Yuan who first took to the platform yesterday, declaring that domineering slogan, all for the sake of spreading his fame. This duel against Li Hao was precisely his desire. Regardless of win or loss, this battle would surely attract much attention. If he won, his name would resound throughout the heavens, triumphing over his opponent to reap enormous fame. As the Emperor Dao domain manifested, the majestic and regal aura burst forth from Bai Yuan. Fusing his body into the Dharma aspect, he then condensed an Emperor Divine Sword from the Dharma in the palm of the aspect. This sword is vast and powerful, as if an ancient emperor has awakened, attempting to split heaven and earth. Faced with such might, countless people below changed their expressions. In the previous top 100 battle, many Saint heirs, intimidated by Bai Yuan's reputation, did not challenge him. Apart from those from the upper three realms who had heard of his strength, others from all heavens only knew he was a direct disciple of a supreme saint. But now, they truly witnessed the power of Bai Yuan. Even more terrifying and formidable than Yan Qingquan and Tian Wuji from yesterday. Reputation is but a burden. Casting these aside reveals your true self. Li Hao looked calm, facing the opponent's emperor like heaven and earth law manifestation. He shook his head, finding it far from the Tao he envisioned in his heart. Saints cultivate their own Tao and believe firmly that their own Tao is the strongest in all heavens, otherwise, it's their own lack of understanding at fault. Li Hao also believes in his own Tao, believing that his way is the ultimate Tao. Without this conviction, one cannot cultivate to become a saint, nor can they condense the saint path. Under this belief, he couldn't help but feel disdain for the saint path that contradicted his Tao thoughts. Having merely an outer shell, that which is bestowed by all heavens is not your true self. Li Hao raised his hand but didn't use his Tao domain. Instead, he summoned his sword from the heaven and earth space. This sword is named Deeds, and with it, I will break your reputation. Li Hao's eyes suddenly became piercing and brilliant. A strong light erupted from them. He did not display his Tao domain or reveal his heaven and earth law manifestation, but just stood there as a youth, his robe fluttering. The only heaven and earth vein displayed behind him, absorbing the immense energy between heaven and earth, converging it into himself. You wish to break my Tao with a sword? Seeing Li Hao's actions, Bai Yuan's originally battle-ready expression suddenly turned cold and insulted. He lowly said, "Then don't blame me for accidentally killing you." Between his words, his heaven and earth law manifestation burst into a pinnacle of light, and the Emperor Divine Sword in his hand radiated a 10,000 zhang golden light, seeming to bathe the clouds in the sky into a golden glow, violently swinging down towards Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao also raised his sword. That towering law manifestation, that extremely oppressive Emperor Divine Sword, in his eyes, seemed just like scenery, a painting. And what he intended to do was to tear apart this painting he disliked. Only me swordsmanship, I alone am supreme. Bang! A dazzling sword light flashed out, instantly illuminating the space between heaven and earth, making the eyes of countless onlookers seem to flicker with light. That world-shocking sword light, swung from Li Hao's hand, expanded with the wind, instantly stretching 10,000 zhang, and directly struck the Golden Emperor Divine Sword. That was the Dharma aspect Divine Sword, containing 100-fold strength, and Bai Yuan's sword Tao intent. But at this moment, it was cut in half by a single strike. Only me swordsmanship has absorbed countless sword Taos. If yesterday Yan Qingchuan used 3 types of Dao to enter Dao, then Li Hao's only me swordsmanship has already absorbed countless sword Daos. Only by mastering many sword Daos can one slice through them. And only by experiencing the elegance of all heavens and still maintaining, only my sword, can one truly call it the real only me, without losing the essence of sword Dao. A thunderous noise arose. That sword, slashing upward, created a 10,000 zhang sword light, not only cutting through the Emperor Divine Sword but also slicing the huge Dharma aspect behind it in two. The Dharma aspect shattered, and the sword light continued, directly striking the array. This array, condensed by a saint, emitted a thunderous vibration. If it were like the battle for spots in the small world's holy land, merely condensed by semi-saints, this sword would have directly split it. At this moment, even the array condensed by a saint was trembling under this sword. This scene plunged the entire heavenly origin realm into silence. The countless people below widened their eyes, staring intently at that stage, at that slow motion like ultimate scene. That sword light was unbeatable, seeming to contain thousands of sword Daos, with only one supreme intent to slash. To slash through everything, to annihilate everything, except for the indestructible saint path. Nothing could withstand it. Seeing this sword, many saint heirs and saintesses waiting to advance into the top 100 were also left speechless, staring blankly, somewhat dazed. Chu Tinlu, dressed in white like woven silkworm threads, also slightly changed his expression. Lin Zhou, who previously wanted to challenge Li Hao, now had his pupils constricted, revealing a horrified expression. The Haoyue saint's son looked somewhat lost. Under this sword, he felt even if he cultivated the sun and moon divine sword, reflecting heaven and earth, it would still be severed. It turns out, there could be such a terrifying sword, capable of unstoppable even by heaven and earth. Bian Rushui was stunned, feeling as though her blood was frozen, breathing somewhat forgotten. This sword, in her dazed state, seemed to see a shadow of that ultimate sword. Could it be, the thing she pursued, was actually in the hands of Brother Hao? She suddenly felt her heart pound wildly, eyes slightly red. Apart from them, many saints seated around also turned grave. They could see that this sword was terrifyingly powerful. Aside from the saint path, nothing could likely resist or suppress it. This youngster's sword. The sword master was slightly taken aback, recognizing the power condensed in that sword. That was by no means a simple sword Dao, but an unprecedented sword Dao formed after cutting through numerous sword Daos. This sword Dao was terrifyingly powerful. In front of it, all other sword Daos seemed to lose their luster, sadly fading away. Including the heaven and earth sword Dao he cultivated. The sword master gazed deeply at the youth, his initial fondness for Li Hao stemming from the latter's temperament. Although he recognized Li Hao's extraordinary talent, as a saint who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, he had his own path to pursue. The monstrous talents of others could not sway him. But now, he felt astonished, even his own sword Dao seemed to be influenced. Every swordsman is in pursuit of the strongest sword, and now, that strongest sword seems to be in the hands of the youth, in his grasp, in his heart. It was a sword Dao that belonged solely to him, where he reigned supreme. This must be the ultimate expression of sword Dao. To sever everything, to annihilate everything, until reaching the origin of the sword Dao. As the sword chi surged and gradually dissipated upon the array, the hushed assembly, like ice and snow melting away, was followed by a series of almost screaming gasps. Everyone was shocked, feeling a spine-tingling thrill. What swordsmanship was that, and what kind of power? At this moment, no one spared another glance at the defeated Bai Yuan. All eyes were concentrated on the youth, on his hand. Li Hao, meanwhile, effortlessly spun a sword flower, sheathing his glory. For him, this battle was over. Opposite him, Bai Yuan fell from his Dharma aspect, not weakened, but having his Dharma aspect forcibly shattered, his power dissipated. Though he could gather strength from the heaven and earth vein, it would require time. That Li Hao did not pursue his victory at this moment was proof enough of his mercy. Bai Yuan stumbled to the ground, his eyes vacant. He stared blankly at the youth opposite him. In his mind, the numbers on the bone-reflecting mirror suddenly appeared. 28 years old. Is this really something a 28-year-old could have cultivated? Bai Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, for the first time feeling a sense of despair and lamentation. Suddenly he understood why some people, upon seeing him, would show a look of despair. This was what it felt like. It was the sensation of wanting to pursue, yet never being able to catch up. What Dao are you cultivating? Recalling Li Hao's previous words, Bai Yuan couldn't help but ask. If it's just a matter of cultivation, it couldn't be this fast unless the other's Tao is extraordinary. Still exploring it, it's my own Tao, replied Li Hao calmly. Bai Yuan was taken aback. His own Tao? A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Could it be that his own Tao was flawed? Otherwise, why couldn't he, known throughout all heavens, defeat a 28-year-old youngster? With a forlorn look in his eyes, he spoke no more and turned to leave the arena dejectedly. This battle was won by Li Hao. Following the announcement by Source Ancestor Sacred Land, countless cheers erupted. Although the outcome was known, it was only after the announcement that the previously repressed excitement fully burst forth. So strong, is this the monster renowned among all heaven's supreme saints? 3 battles, 3 victories, all against direct disciples of saints, and with 3 different kinds of power. Everyone knew beforehand that Li Hao's Tao domain was strong, to the extreme realm, but then they realized his Dharma aspect power was even more terrifying, able to suppress the direct disciple of the mixed heaven sacred land saint. Now, Li Hao's sword Tao drew even more formidable and attentive gazes. From fist to sword, to Tao domain, it seemed there were no flaws, no weaknesses. Moreover, all were cultivated to the topmost level, a seemingly impenetrable monster. Countless people were cheering. The entire heavenly origin realm was boiling with excitement. The name Haoshan had now thoroughly resonated throughout, making people from all areas remember and recognize this youth famous throughout all heavens. Li Hao saw strands of incense fire power drifting over and gathering upon him. With the battle concluded, even without being first in incense fire, it wouldn't take long, given his current fame, to draw in countless spontaneous offerings of incense fire. Li Hao stepped down and returned to his waiting area seat to await the second battle. The struggle for the top 10 among the top 100 required each person to fight 10 rounds. A victory grants 1 point, and the rankings are determined by points. If there are more than 10 people, they continue to compete. If fewer, the rankings are sorted by points. Is that guy really 28 years old? It feels like 200 years couldn't yield such practice. Sword Tao, extreme realm, physical refinement, how did he achieve this? Could it be starting from infancy? Even that's not enough. Those who are reincarnated saints, one might say, have been cultivating since their previous life, can't even compare. Yan Qingchuan and Tian Wujie were also shocked by Li Hao's sword strike. It turned out that when they fought with him, he was still hiding such a powerful move. It seemed a bit exaggerated. Moreover, it was still unknown whether Li Hao had other techniques he hadn't used yet, or if this was his true limit. After all, up to this point, no one had forced him to display the unity of his Tao domain Dharma form and his unique sword Tao. It wasn't long before Yan Qingchuan and Tian Wujie also took the stage. But although their clash was intense, those who had seen Li Hao fight with Bai Yuan could no longer get excited. In the end, Yan Qingchuan won with a slight advantage. Soon after, the first round of confrontations ended, followed by the second round of selections. This time, to everyone's surprise, the opponent matched to Li Hao turned out to be Lin Zhou. Another direct disciple. What kind of luck does Haoshan have, meeting the direct disciples of supreme saints one after another? Could it be some sort of inside story? Is it possible that the holy lands of the supreme saints are secretly uniting to suppress him? That's impossible, it's just a coincidence. The previous top 100 had intentionally suppressed him. This random pairing can't be faked. Many were discussing, but most tended to trust the supreme saints. Li Hao was strong, but after all, he was only at the Daola realm, a minor character. To be targeted by a supreme saint was already exaggerated enough, let alone many supreme saints conspiring against him, which would be laughable. Li Hao was also somewhat surprised. Was this a matter of luck? He slightly raised his eyebrows and glanced at the Buddha Venerate. But the Buddha Venerate was indifferent, watching the battlefield, no longer paying attention to Li Hao as he had during the top 100 battle. Li Hao withdrew his gaze. Was he overthinking? However, no matter what, even if it was some unknown method at play, even if he met the disciples of all heaven's supreme saints, he didn't care. After all, he came here to fight for the first place. As such, he would have to defeat everyone sooner or later to take the title of number 1 under all heavens. It was just a matter of time. Soon, the second round of confrontations began. As the battles proceeded one after another, before long, it was time for the clash between Li Hao and Lin Zhou. Without waiting long, Li Hao still ascended the battlefield just as before. However, Lin Zhou was not like Bai Yuan, who appeared leisurely. Lin Zhou followed closely behind Li Hao as soon as he stepped onto the stage. As the array solidified its seal, Lin Zhou said, "I am no match for you, there's no need to compete any further." To everyone's surprise, he chose to concede. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback, as he had not expected the opponent to willingly admit defeat. During the previous top 100 advancement battle, the opponent clearly had the intention to fight him. Seeing Li Hao's surprised expression, the corners of Lin Zhou's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a bitter smile. After witnessing that sword strike from Li Hao, he had realized the gap between them. If it were only about the eternal Tao domain and that terrifying power of the Dharma aspect, he still had his own Tao to play to his strengths, but Li Hao's sword strike shattered all his hopes. Leaving a name in the All Heavens blood word is indeed impressive, but this is not the ultimate contest. I'll seek you for a discourse once I have become a saint. Lin Zhou said, and as a heavenly pride, he felt some reluctance in his heart, but he also admired Li Hao, who was equally formidable. He had previously harbored some dislike for this stranger who suddenly seized the limelight, but now he conceded with admiration. Upon Lin Zhou's declaration, the crowd was astir. The audience was shocked. No one had expected that someone who had received the Supreme Saint's personal transmission would choose to concede without even fighting Li Hao. Winning without fighting is a military tactic, but at this moment, it was demonstrated by Li Hao. Despite the astonishment, though, it was rare that many people felt understanding. After all, having witnessed Li Hao's previously displayed power, he was indeed a monstrous existence within the realm of Tao Law, and conceding seemed only natural. The saints of the Source Ancestor Sacred Land were calm, and upon seeing Lin Zhou's concession, they promptly announced the result. In this second battle, Li Hao advanced without a fight. Subsequently, the other matches followed. Li Hao had no choice but to gracefully exit the stage and yield the battlefield to others. In this second round, Lin Qingyue, Ji, and others also successfully advanced. Their opponents were on par with them, but they narrowly prevailed in the end. Soon, it was time for the third round. The battles did not cease and tested one's endurance. If one lacked stamina, one had to rely on various pills to recover. They could make up for it unless one suffered severe injuries or overexerted themselves using some secret technique. When the third round of pairing was announced, the crowd erupted in surprise again. Li Hao had not reacted yet, but when he heard the numerous discussions and shocked voices among the crowd, he learned that his next opponent was yet another widely acclaimed Supreme Saint's disciple. His eyes narrowed slightly as if once or twice might be considered bad luck for him, but not thrice. He let his gaze sweep over to the twin Buddha child and the opponents of the other direct disciples of the Supreme Saints. He noticed that those who they encountered were individuals who had performed ordinarily before, comparable in strength to the Haoyue Saint's son. Among them, there was also a match between direct disciples of the Supreme Saint, which was Lin Zhou against Bai Yuan, who had previously fought with him. Li Hao's eyes narrowed further, sensing something amiss. But he couldn't quite pinpoint it. He looked up, his gaze sweeping past the All Heaven Saints, noticing their tranquil expressions, undisturbed by this minor affair. Including the few Supreme Saints, towering and steadfast, although their avatars were present, their expressions were like the remote suns in the sky, eternal and peaceful, revealing no thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of so many Supreme Saints, there wouldn't be any foul play, right? Li Hao thought to himself, his ideas coinciding with those skeptical of insider schemes. Many Supreme Saints would hardly need to work together to target a mere person in the Tao Law realm. If they truly wanted to deal with him, they had ample methods without resorting to such petty tricks. With that in mind, was he truly just unlucky? Li Hao arched an eyebrow, discarding his thoughts. Regardless, he would face whatever challenge came his way. In the crowd, upon realizing his opponent was Haoshan, Wu Tian was somewhat at a loss. He had hurried over to observe when the other left his name on the heavenly steel, and saw him easily suppressing the Green Deer King, displaying formidable strength. This three-round confrontation showcased Li Hao's extraordinary tactics. Although Wu Tian was reluctant to admit it, he indeed felt outclassed. Since it's a competition, let's fight a battle. Wu Tian thought to himself inwardly, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. Missing this spar, it might be that their next encounter would be when they both had become saints. But whether there would still be a chance then was another matter. Soon, the third round began. As the top 100 competitors took turns entering the arena, Lin Qingyue once again faced off against Haoyue Saint's son. In that battle, Li Hao cast an encouraging gaze towards Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue showed her teeth in a smile, her lips curving into a grin that seemingly lit up the battlefield with a soft glow. Hao Yue Saint Sun's face, however, suddenly darkened, feeling as if a knot of frustration in his chest couldn't be expelled. Did you learn your swordsmanship from him? As the array took shape, being somewhat familiar with each other, they did not immediately start fighting. After a brief silence, Hao Yue Saint Sun asked Lin Qingyue in a low voice. Lin Qingyue, upon seeing this man who had once destroyed her Dao embryo, had her smile disappear and coldly replied. That's correct. Hao Yue Saint Sun felt as if his heart was pricked with pain. Although he believed he had moved on, seeing her unmatched elegance seemed to reattach the severed ties. He wished to see her in a state of disarray, pathetic and lowly, to elicit feelings of disdain and scorn from him. But now, she shone brilliantly, too dazzling for him to accept. Seeing a hint of contempt in Lin Qingyue's eyes as she detected the embarrassment on Hao Yue Saint Sun's face, she mocked. Your Dao is too shallow. Lin Qingyue unapologetically stated, echoing the phrase Hao Yue Saint Sun often used himself, now, returning it in his direction as she felt like it. Without further ado, she drew her sword. A sonorous hum rang out, and a 3-foot green blade burst forth with dazzling green light, like a clear autumn pool, and as she drew her sword, it slid from its scabbard, tracing a crescent-like green arc. Subsequently, the heaven and earth vein emerged behind her, her gaze sharp, she directly struck towards Hao Yue Saint Sun's returning ruins. Hao Yue Saint Sun, seeing the contempt in her eyes, suddenly felt a surge of fury and immediately unleashed his extreme realm while drawing his sword. Let's see who is better, Hao Yue Saint Sun roared. The sun and moon sword Dao shone its light, his eyes reflecting gold and silver brilliance, resembling vortices in the starry sky. With the sun and moon sword intent activated to its limit, combining with his divine eye, a faint Taoist charm began to emerge. But the next moment, as the Qing Shuang-like sword light slashed over, all light was extinguished, returning to nothingness. Boom! Hao Yue Saint Sun's body was sent flying backward, his sword light shattered. His eyes appeared to be blinded, the light in his eyes dissipated, only to see a void. My eyes, Hao Yue Saint Sun collided against the array, but compared to being injured, he was somewhat panic-stricken at this moment. All that met his eyes was nothingness. It was neither black nor a dazzlingly brilliant world, but a gray and foggy nothingness. When you can break through my sword Dao, you will naturally regain your sight. Lin Qingyue's voice reached his ears, shocking Hao Yue Saint Sun, and he suddenly remembered how he once shattered Lin Qingyue's Dao fetus with a single sword. Tit for tat. This was her vengeance. At this moment, his eyes were veiled by nothingness, the sun and moon did not appear. The sun and moon might be dazzlingly bright, but when dark clouds cover the sky, the world will also dim. Lin Qingyue had already sheathed her sword, no longer glancing at Hao Yue Saint Sun, who had been defeated and was covering his eyes, but turned her gaze towards Sword Saint in the audience. However, seeing him frowning, she slightly curled the corners of her mouth, shifted her gaze away, and then looked towards Li Hao, her eyes immediately becoming gentle. Back when her Dao fetus was destroyed, Sword Saint turned a blind eye, and she stood on the stage in the spotlight, feeling a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Only the young man came to her side, picked up her sword, and opened up a bright path in the clear skies for her. Now, her heart cared only for him. As for Sword Saint or the Holy Land, favors repaid where due, without obligation there was no need to look up. With the results announced, the grudges stemming from the competition within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land came to an end here. Bian Rushui, watching her brother Hao Yue covering his eyes and growling, fell into silence. This duel, many of the Saint heirs from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land watched in silence. Hao Yue Saint Sun, who once easily defeated Lin Qingyue, was now repelled with a reversal from her, not only caught up to but completely overwhelmed. They also knew that the enmity between these two, this clash, was about more than just competing for the top 10. However, to outsiders, they were unaware of these reasons, only knowing that this battle was not satisfying enough. After Lin Qingyue's battle with Hao Yue Saint Sun ended, Lin Zhou and Bai Yuan took the stage, immediately drawing cheers from the entire venue. Neither willing to admit defeat, a fierce battle erupted swiftly. Li Hao smiled at Lin Qingyue and together, they watched the match between the Supreme Saint's direct disciples. Compared to his own bout, Bai Yuan's and Lin Zhou's clash involved more tactics and appeared far more intense. Many techniques were ineffective in his Dao domain and thus Bai Yuan did not use them, but against Lin Zhou, some moves caused waves of astonishment. Li Hao saw that Lin Zhou was still slightly inferior. As expected, before long, the battle ended with Lin Zhou's defeat. No wonder Lin Zhou conceded, he's no match for Bai Yuan, and Bai Yuan cannot rival Heoshan. As it stands, Heoshan's combat strength is the first. Don't forget there are still several who haven't gone all out yet. Chu Tinlu and Xiao Tianyu, both are contenders for the top. People in the crowd discussed, and those who liked to gossip had already started ranking the top 10 based on current performances, with Li Hao temporarily in the lead. Behind him were Xiao Tianyu and Chu Tinlu, with Bai Yuan in fourth. Soon, it was Li Hao's turn to fight. He stood up, stepped onto the battle stage, and quietly waited for his opponent. On the other side, Wu Tian took a deep breath and also stepped onto the battle stage, his expression solemn. One is Heoshan, the other is Wu Tian. This Wu Tian is also a direct disciple of the legalist saint, extremely formidable. I bet on Heoshan to win. Is that even a bet? Who doesn't know that? You guys are being too much. Wu Tian is after all a direct disciple of the legalist supreme saint. He might be a dark horse. Dark horse, can he be darker than Heoshan? He comes from the mortal world. The audience below was already engaged in a heated discussion. As the array solidified, the battle stage was sealed. Li Hao and Wu Tian looked at each other, as the noise from the sidelines was blocked out. I want to experience your eternal Dao domain. Wu Tian showed Li Hao a slight smile, spoke calmly, seemingly without any fighting spirit or hostility. In truth, since he saw Li Hao suppressing the Green Deer King beneath his posterior, he felt that Li Hao was extraordinary, with nothing to envy. This clash was aimed at sparring and learning. Li Hao, surprised by his words, thought for a moment and said, "Fine." Then, as Wu Tian displayed his extreme realm and condensed the heaven and earth law manifestation, Li Hao also accordingly displayed his eternal Dao domain. As the Dao domain suppressed everything, Li Hao employed the sword forces within his Dao domain, stacking countless sword shadow laws, capable of suppressing even the embryonic saint path, causing Wu Tian to quickly lose and step down. Truly formidable. Wu Tian smiled bitterly, having lost but feeling no resentment. He saluted Li Hao, "Thank you." Having said that, he then turned and left the stage. Seeing the amicable manner of these two, many in the audience also began to discuss among themselves. Is this a case of a hero recognizing another hero? Wu Tian is very strong too. The oppressive presence of his Dharma aspect nearly left me breathless just now. It's a pity that the eternal Dao domain is truly terrifying. The ultimate suppression of the Dao domain is nearly unsolvable. In just 100 years, who could cultivate to the 8th extreme realm? Using it here is simply akin to bullying the weak with sheer strength. Speaking of bullying the weak, isn't Heoshan the actual, young, one at 28 years old? Actually, I knew Wu Tian would be defeated from the beginning. His name itself shows it. Heoshan has one more stroke than his. The crowd was all talking and laughing. In the Law Sect Sacred Land, many disciples wore cold expressions. They knew that while Wu Tian's saint was strong, he was not the strongest leader of their sacred land. The most formidable was Chu Tinlu's saint child. When he enters the fray, it will undoubtedly be a clash of titans. Unless these reincarnations of saints break the Saint Dao chains and release their past life's power, it's impossible for them to defeat him. In the waiting area, the Green Deer King's gaze flickered. He was previously humiliated by Li Hao, but now, as Li Hao demonstrated his terrifying power, his feeling of humiliation somewhat faded away. Although his heart bore hatred, the idea of revenge seemed unnecessary, only blaming his own inferior skill. Seeing Li Hao winning smoothly, Ji and others looked at him with congratulatory gazes while Hong smiled, continuing to wait quietly for the following bouts. Before long, the third round ended and the fourth round of matchups began. This time, Li Hao peered intently at the tokens twirling and fluttering, chaotic within the laws. When it ended, the laws dissipated, leaving nothing out of the ordinary. A trace of confusion flickered across Li Hao's eyes, and at the same time, he also saw his next opponent. Whoosh! A burst of uproar like that of a pot boiling over erupted from the crowd. In the waiting area, Wu Tian's expression subtly changed, not expecting such a pinnacle contest to occur at this moment. Heoshan versus Chu Tinlu. Below the stage, many disciples from the Law Sect Sacred Land suddenly lit up with excitement. While Wu Tian's defeat had cast a shadow over their Holy Land's honor, they did not expect their opponent to immediately face Chu Tinlu's saint child. He is the strongest heavenly pride of their law sect sacred land, a reincarnation of a saint, having been reborn to rectify the laws, and was extremely terrifying. Hearing the many discussions in the crowd, Li Hao slightly raised an eyebrow. Another tough bone to chew on, and seemingly an especially tough one at that. His gaze swept across the area to the opponent of the twin Buddha child, and it was Lin Qingyue. While Lin Qingyue's Nihility Sword Dao was strong, the twin Buddha child had the embryonic form of the Saint Dao and was already equivalent to a semi-saint. Most likely, he would win this battle. As Li Hao frowned, Chu Tinlu, clad in pristine white robes, looked over at Li Hao. Seeing the frown on that young face, he couldn't help but let out a faint smile. He hadn't expected to encounter him here so soon, but since they had met, he would show no mercy. This was a good opportunity to rectify the laws, to make the opponent understand what one's rank dictates one should do, and that all things in the world ought to abide by their own laws. Something's not right. Outside the crowd, Feng Boping and Lai Sky Saint stood together, frowning. If it were just 1 or 2 battles, that could still be written off, but encountering direct disciples of supreme saints, all prominent heavenly prides, in all 4 matches, such luck is just too terrible. If Li Hao really had such bad luck, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this extent. It might be that Baldi playing tricks. Lai Sky Saint narrowed his eyes, glancing at the Buddha Venerate with a compassionate smile. You mean, his great cause and effect skill? Feng Boping's eyes sharpened as a flicker of lethal intent crossed them. It was supposed to be a fair competition, but using such means to cheat covertly would make Li Hao's journey in the top 100 grueling. No, the great cause and effect skill leaves traces that could be discovered. If it were used, the other supreme saints would certainly notice and intervene. After all, for such a grand event, if cheating could be so blatantly carried out, there'd be no point in holding it. Lai Sky Saint shook his head, his eyes flickering. I've heard of an ancient legacy of Buddha magic in the Buddhist sects, called fate. Fate? Feng Boping was slightly taken aback. Exactly, the great destiny skill, akin to the power of the defying fate realm, and its effects are even stronger. It can change one's destiny at any time. If they were to use this method, even supreme saints couldn't detect it, for fate is fickle and tied to the heavenly Tao. Unless one could comprehend the heavenly Tao, it is impossible to see the traces of fate. Lai Sky Saint spoke softly. Feng Boping was stunned, not expecting such a terrifying divine skill within Buddhism. He could not help but look at the other, asking, how did you come to know of this? Don't ask about that. Lai Sky Saint shook his head, his brows furrowing. It's just a rumor. Whether it's true or not is uncertain. But if it is true, they likely used it against Haoshan, suppressing his fate. In this Pride of Heaven battle, his luck will be extremely poor, and he may even encounter even worse outcomes. Upon hearing this, Feng Boping's expression turned grim. I'll go find the Source Saint. No use. Even the Source Saint can't change matters of fate, and without any basis, this is just my opinion, which, as you know, doesn't carry much credibility among all saints. Only a fool like you would believe it. Lai Sky Saint shook his head. Feng Boping was taken aback, his face darkening. So we can only stand by and do nothing? It appears so. Lai Sky Saint spoke softly. Now we can only rely on him to withstand it. Fortunately, he's been performing well. In my opinion, he truly deserves to be the first among all heavens. Even if he becomes the first among all heavens, facing rounds of challenging matches before the top 10 battles, who can withstand it? Feng Boping clenched his fist slightly, eyes revealing anger and a trace of helplessness. If it were any other heavenly pride who could claim the title of first among all heavens, their master would certainly protect and cherish them. How could they let him suffer such grievances? I'm just too incompetent. Lai Sky Saint slightly fell into silence, and then said to him, don't be too hard on yourself, we've already done our best. Feng Boping didn't say much more, his gaze turned toward the waiting area, a look of worry in his eyes. That Chu Tinlu, it is said that he has received the mantle of Holy Master of Law, personally transmitted by the Supreme Saint. He was once a saint, and in both his past and present lives a disciple of the Holy Master of Law. Now that he is reborn to rebuild his cultivation, I fear he may be even more fearsome than the others. As they worried, on the battlefield above, the 4th round of confrontation began. With the successive struggles of other saint heirs and saintesses, one intense bout after another passed, and it was soon time for the match between Li Hao and Chu Tinlu. As the confrontation of the 2 saint heirs in the previous match ended, and before they stepped down, the crowd below erupted in vigorous cheers. Hearing these shouts, the two on the platform exchanged a glance, and both recognized the helplessness in each other's eyes. Compared to the two following them, they seemed to be merely supporting greenery. Li Hao didn't wait long. Upon hearing his name called, he soared onto the battlefield. On the other side, seeing Li Hao on stage, Chu Tinlu slowly stood up. He was dressed in pure white, his robe emitting a faint silken glow, looking elegant and unworldly. As he rose, the cheers at the venue climbed to a new crescendo. Many disciples from the La sect bellowed with all their might. Victory is certain for Chu Tinlu's Saint Child. The Saint Child is invincible, let them witness the power of the La sect. In the midst of the shouting, Chu Tinlu's expression remained indifferent, gracefully stepping onto the battlefield with an air of composure. As he took his position, the array congealed, sealing off the battlefield. Li Hao and Chu Tinlu stood at a distance, facing each other. Li Hao's expression was calm. Coming across 4 personal transmissions by the Supreme Saint indeed took him by surprise. He couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something fishy, but no matter what, he was here to claim the first place. If someone had indeed arranged this deliberately, then he would simply have to defeat them one by one. Seeing Li Hao's composed face, the corners of Chu Tinlu's mouth slightly lifted. Remembering how Li Hao frowned when he first saw the match up with him, the emotion at that moment was something that couldn't be faked. Wu Tian lost to you, but he didn't fight you with all his might, so his defeat was effortless. Chu Tinlu spoke softly. These words were on behalf of Wu Tian, as well as for the La sect's sacred land. Li Hao caught the implication but merely looked at him without responding. You do have reasons to be proud, but pride is not the reason for you to trespass against the law. Chu Tinlu smiled and said, after this battle, I hope you can come to our La sect to listen to the sacred teachings of the Saint Path. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. A saint must maintain their dignity and cannot be offended, just as the principles of monarch and subject, parental kindness and filial piety are inviolable. Chu Tinlu stated, I've heard about your debate with the saints, your disrespect towards them. If you were a saint yourself, such words would not be crossing the line, but as you are merely at the Daola realm, it's somewhat rude and lawless. Li Hao suddenly realized that they were referring to the issue with the Buddhist sect. He became somewhat speechless. That is my score to settle with the Buddhist sect. What does it have to do with you? You seem to be quite ill. Chu Tinlu shook his head. Within all heavens, all must abide by the law. Even though it's your private feud with the Buddhist sect, it is not a reason to break the rules and laws. Li Hao burst into laughter. Are you receiving benefits from the Buddhist sect, or is your brain really sick? You say I'm offending the saints. Then why not discuss why a saint has to target someone of the Daola realm? You say I don't respect the dignity of the saint. Then why not ask why doesn't he show mercy to the weak? Even if he bullies you, you still have to take it, because you're just at the Daola realm. Without the support of other saints, how could you be so arrogant? Chu Tinlu's face turned cold as he spoke. Hearing these words, Li Hao was too lazy to continue the pointless talk, finding it absurd to witness such a bias couched in self-righteousness. Moreover, this was his issue with the Buddhist sect, and yet the other party jumped out to blame him, meddling to the point of being laughable. Your so-called law is just the law of the jungle, where the strong are honored, and it's normal for a saint to humiliate me, but when I fight back, it's seen as disrespecting the saint. If you're just like everyone else, admiring the strong, why bother talking with such a high and mighty facade? Behind Li Hao, the heaven and earth vein was revealed, his strength surging ceaselessly into his body. Since it's the law of the jungle, then let's see how you preach the law from under my feet. Chu Tinlu raised his eyebrows, indifferent. The law is based on power. Without power to back it, the law is nothing but castles in the air. Let's start by letting you experience the force of the law. As he spoke, the extreme realm revealed itself behind him, with the heaven and earth vein also appearing, like a vast funnel vortex. At the same time, an imposing Dharma aspect emerged from the battlefield, enveloped in Taoist charm, seemingly a Saint Dharma aspect. That's the Saint Dharma aspect. No, that's the embryonic form of the Saint Path, his Dharma aspect from his past life. How can this be fought against? The countless people of the heavenly origin realm gawked at Chu Tinlu's Dharma aspect behind him, shocked. The Dharma aspect was surrounded by miraculous sights, with laws spiraling around it like celestial scripts and Taoist charm blooming like rays of light, resembling an imposing saint. This scene, not just below the platform, the many people in the waiting area were also stunned, their eyes wide open. Wu Tian, who had been defeated earlier, also showed a shift in expression, turning extremely grave. He had lost to Chu Tinlu before, but the latter had not used such a dharma aspect. Was the other party quietly merging with his past life? Without the boost of incense fire, he would still surpass the bottleneck, returning to his past life's cultivation or even exceed his former glory. His saint path from his past life has already been resurrected, indicating that his cultivation in this life has already peaked. This is too humiliating. I guess even a semi-saint stepping up would be defeated instantly. This is already between a semi-saint and a saint. Calling him a pseudo-saint wouldn't be an exaggeration. As the dharma aspect resembling a saint revealed itself, countless people below felt an intense and terrifying sense of oppression. It was the pressure that emanated from a saint revealing their true state. Although there were all heaven saints present, some revealing their aura naturally, at this moment, Chu Tinlu's dharma aspect released the saint's aura with full force, prompting many to feel an urge to stand and kneel in worship. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. The aura of this dharma aspect was exceedingly terrifying, containing not only the embryonic strength of the saint path but also a kind of saintly power reflected across the span of past and present lives. Because it was transmitted through the reflection of time and space, it wasn't as intense, not a true descent of a saint, but even so, combined with that embryonic form of the saint path, it already far surpassed the Tao Law realm, truly nearing the existence of a saint. If this life's incense fire were sufficient to inherit all that power, it would indeed be a real saint. Is this the power you're relying on to meddle in my affair with the Buddhists? Li Hao's eyes revealed a coldness. Some people, confident in their overwhelming strength, brazenly judged others' grudges and even interfered without a second thought, which made him feel even more disgusted than with the Buddhists. Chu Tinlu's expression remained indifferent, giving no answer, but his being had already merged with the Saint Dharma aspect. He knew Li Hao's Tao domain was exceedingly strong, and his sword Tao frightening, but before the Saint Dharma aspect, they could all be eroded away. The saint path is transcendent. Only when saints discourse on the path can it be weakened, even erased. Otherwise, it's very hard to destroy with sheer strength, unless one is a supreme saint. In performing this ultimate move, it was as though he acknowledged Li Hao's strength to the highest degree, and he also knew that in this state, he was already invincible. I've heard you've mastered the sixth extreme realm. Show it to me, let me have a look. Standing within the Saint Dharma aspect, Chu Tinlu's eyes gleamed as he spoke detachedly. Hearing these words, Li Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of cold mockery. This was also part of the opponent's intentions, wasn't it? Wanting to witness the power of transform to a mortal, to comprehend it through observation? Li Hao wasn't unwilling to comply with his wish. With your meager ability, you're not qualified. Li Hao growled, his body radiating golden light, revealing the extreme realm. Beyond transform to a mortal, the rest of the extreme realms were all disclosed, and the eternal Tao domain also manifested. Simultaneously, the heaven and earth law manifestation appeared behind him. Li Hao turned and stepped into the law manifestation, merging with the Dharma aspect. In an instant, the violent power within the Dharma aspect was amplified into the Tao domain. The eternal Tao domain issued forth by the heaven and earth law manifestation, causing the entire battlefield to roar, emitting agonized and unbearable moans. This was the first time Li Hao fused the power of the Dharma aspect with the Tao domain, unleashing part of his true power. With the surrounding Tao domain enveloping, space itself seemed to twist, including the flow of time, which all seemed to freeze under the influence of Li Hao's Tao domain. Eternal, an instant of immortality. Li Hao raised his hand, capturing the achievements within the heaven and earth space in his palm. The Tao domain expanded, sweeping towards Chu Tinlu's Saint Dharma aspect, like a bulldozer ruthlessly plowing forward. Chu Tinlu also used the Saint Dharma aspect to project his own Tao domain, weaving 108 layers of Tao domain, the complete heaven law and order domain. Nevertheless, this law and order domain, secretly imbued with the power of Tiangong celestial stars, was extinguished in an instant under the spread of the eternal Tao domain, shattering as easily as a glass dome. Chu Tinlu's face showed a slight change. His Tao domain expanded by the Saint Dharma aspect and its power greatly increased, yet it crumbled so swiftly. Only by personally encountering it did he truly feel the potency of the eternal Tao domain, far more terrifying than what he had witnessed from the sidelines. Only Li Hao's aura burst forth, his golden hair stood enraged. He suddenly waved his sword. At this moment, Tao domain, Dharma aspect, swordsmanship, three powers merged into one. Previously, many had seen each of Li Hao's 3 methods individually. Each method could defeat a direct disciple of a supreme saint. Now, for the first time, all 3 powers were united. In the waiting area, Wu Tian, Lin Zhou, Bai Yuan, and others all widened their eyes, reflecting that towering Dharma aspect, and the terrifying sword light condensed in its palm. The oppressive might of that one sword was 100 times more radiant than before, causing everyone below the battlefield, and across the entire Saint Mountain, to feel the chilling sword intent as if it was peeling their flesh, sending tremors throughout their bodies. Was this the strongest power of that young man? Boom! Li Hao's sword light slashed out instantly, swung from the Dharma aspect, cutting a dazzling white stroke across heaven and earth. Everyone's sight was severed, nothing else could be seen, only that eternal-like sword light, which, amplified by the eternal Tao domain, struck out at unimaginable speed. Upon its unleashing, the expressions of many saints' spectators hardened significantly. The Source Ancestor's Sacred Land's saint complexion shifted subtly, quietly exercising his power, integrating it into the array. The prior array might not be able to withstand this sword strike. Chu Tinlu's gaze also tensed. The spreading eternal Tao domain seemed to solidify space, but upon contact with his Saint Dharma aspect, it was blocked by the Saint Tao power inside, yet he could feel the suffocating pressure of the Tao domain, like 100,000 mountains bearing down on him, threatening to completely crush him with the slightest relaxation. Heaven and Earth Law. Chu Tinlu mobilized his embryonic Saint Path power. The Saint Dharma aspect suddenly raised its hand, its palm burning with intense law power that commanded the reverence of all things. With a raised hand, he suddenly roared and reached to grasp Li Hao's sword light, intent on shattering it. The 2 terrifying forces collided on the battlefield in an instant, causing the world to lose its color at that moment, the intense energy engulfing both towering Dharma aspects. Accompanied by a rumbling tremor, the battlefield shook, and the entire Tianyuan Saint Mountain began to quiver ever so slightly. This vibration made many people unsteady, almost making them stray from their paths. Such a scene, transmitted through the boundary stone as well, allowed those watching from the various divine dynasties to sense the terror of the competition, despite not feeling the direct pressure. The intense shakes conveyed enough. Is this a battle at the Tao Law realm, or does it feel like a fight among saints? That's an exaggeration, my eyes are about to go blind. Such pure sword intent, just by watching through the boundary stone, my heart contracts. Many were astonished, straining their eyes, eager to see the outcome of the battle. As the light dissipated, 2 towering Dharma aspects still stood on the battle platform, like 2 pillars reaching for the heavens. However, to everyone's surprise, the Saint Dharma of Chu Tinlu had deep sword marks on its palm, nearly being cleaved in 2. In contrast, at Li Hao's side, the Tao domain condensed, and his aura remained as powerful as ever. His sword can actually injure the Saint Path. That's not the true Saint Path, only a foreshadow of the Saint Path and a shadow from the past life. That's terrifying enough. In the waiting area, everyone was shocked, their eyes revealing horror. What kind of monsters are these 2? In the crowd, Xiao Tianyu's brow also furrowed, with an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. Lin Qingyue, Ji, and others were shaken, worry appearing in their eyes. Chu Tinlu was different from other Saint heirs. The strength he displayed was too terrifying. Compared to Lin Zhou, Bai Yuan, and others, he was much stronger. No wonder he was the favorite to win the championship. On the battle platform, Li Hao gazed intently. He also did not expect that his own sword Dao would be blocked. The only Mi swordsmanship, which integrated various sword Daos, had actually failed to completely sever the opponent's Dharma aspect. Saint Path. Killing intent flashed in Li Hao's eyes. With just a shadow borrowing the power of a past life, the opponent thought to suppress him? He knew that just relying on the only Mi swordsmanship was not enough. If it involved the guidance of an immortal, the opponent was not worthy. That must be your strongest sword, but now, it's my turn. Chu Tinlu retracted his palm, staring at the sword scar on the Saint Dharma's hand, killing intent surfacing in his eyes as well. He hadn't expected his Saint Path to be nearly severed. The power of the other's sword was beyond imagination, but now, it would end. His aura suddenly soared as he lifted his hand again, visions of laws and ordinances flashing in his eyes. The Tao entrance-level power grasped by others, 2 or 3 kinds were already enough to dazzle, but he comprehended the heaven and earth law, pursuing the end of all Tao. And at that time, when he masters the Saint Path, he would directly become a supreme saint. As the Dharma aspect lifted its palm again, a giant brush appeared in Chu Tinlu's hand. The brush, resembling a calligraphy brush and held by the Dharma aspect, seemed like an ancient saint about to compose a new chapter for the heavens and earth. Suppress. With the swift motion of writing, the decree of suppress emerged, the Saint Tao power circulated, Chu Tinlu's gaze icy cold. With a boom, this force suddenly pressed down on Li Hao, like an irresistible power forcibly prying open Li Hao's eternal Tao domain, affecting him directly. But the power of the eternal Tao domain was formidable. Nearly half of the force was spent breaking the Tao domain, reducing the pressure on his Dharma aspect significantly, but despite that, it still felt like carrying a great mountain. Li Hao felt the indomitable will of the saint within that force, realizing it was the saint power from his opponent's previous life. Saint path, what is the saint path? It is the Tao that gains the recognition of heaven and earth, the Tao blessed with the power of heaven and earth. What he was contending against was not merely the opponent's saint path but also the power of heaven and earth contained within it. Transformed to immortal, Li Hao had no plans to use it. Under this pressure and stimulation, he also brought forth his own nascent Saint Tao seed. The originally embryonic form of the seed had already manifested its appearance, which is the Tao of all beings. But it was not the root source that Li Hao needed. At this very moment, Li Hao seemed to vaguely perceive this root source. But in such a critical moment, he had no time to grasp this elusive feeling. I'll borrow this appearance first, to shatter your saint path. A cold light flashed in the depths of Li Hao's eyes, and the sword light in his hand shone once more. This time, he integrated the Saint Tao seed's embryonic form of the Tao of all beings into his only me swordsmanship. The opponent was able to mobilize the power of the past life's Saint Tao mainly by relying on their own Saint Tao embryonic form as the driving force, so destroy their embryonic form. Boom! Li Hao swung his sword again, and with this strike, there seemed to be countless lights and shadows flashing. On the sword light, a multitude of sword Tao powers that Li Hao had comprehended emerged. The gentle sword Tao, nihility sword Tao, sun and moon sword Tao, ice and snow sword Tao, and so on. All these sword Taos are one form of the embryonic saint path, known as the Tao of all beings. Below in the waiting area, Hao Yue Saint Sun, whose eyes were open but without light, suddenly felt the abrupt emergence of numerous breaths and couldn't help but widen his eyes, eager to see what had happened. He hurriedly said, "Master, has the teacher made their move?" The sword strike from Lin Qingyue not only annihilated his sun and moon divine eye, but even if his divine soul were to leave his body, he still couldn't probe it. His divine soul's eyes were also obscured by the nihility sword Tao. In another area watching the battle, Bian Rushui was stunned. That sword strike, full of varied phenomenon, that sword which reflected all beings. It was her teacher's sword Tao, the sword Tao of all beings. Once, when she had just arrived in the land of all saints, she saw such a sword strike, resplendent to the extreme, splendid to the extreme. And this sword strike also made her glimpse in a moment of trance. This was the ultimate sword. The magnificence of this sword strike exceeded her imagination, and it had always been seen by her as the pinnacle of sword Tao. Yet now, she actually saw it in Li Hao's hands. The same sword strike, equally dazzling and eye-catching. Seeing this sword strike, many saints turned their gaze towards the sword saint. The sword Tao of the other party was actually inherited by this person? The true body of the sword saint did not come, it was just an incarnation that came here. When he saw the sword Tao of all beings displayed by Li Hao, his eyes also shifted slightly. But the swordmaster was taken aback. He knew his junior brother would not pass on this sword technique to anyone. Unexpectedly, that kid also comprehended this swordsmanship. For a time, his gaze became somewhat complex. As the all-living being's swordsmanship merged, the only me swordsmanship became even sharper. A single strike could annihilate all living beings. Though it was just an embryonic form of the saint path comprehended by Li Hao, it was indeed a true embryonic form of the saint path, imbued with the power of the saint path. This strike was unleashed in an instant, illuminating heaven and earth, tearing apart the power encompassing the laws of heaven and earth within Li Hao, accompanied by countless wondrous phenomena. Like a supremely dazzling comet, it slashed towards the Saint Dharma of Chu Tinlu. Chu Tinlu's gaze sharpened. Suddenly he took up his brush and swung it down once again. Innumerable laws woven together, constricting like a spiderweb, transforming into a piercing force that pressed down towards the sword light of Li Hao. The clash of the two powers seemed to fracture the arena, a full-powered blow dispersed countless Taoist charms. The spectators outside the stage were spellbound. What they were witnessing was not simply the collision of 2 or 3 Tao entrance-level skills, but dozens, hundreds, even hundreds of Taoist-level volitions. This was a force like a fault line. The saint from the source ancestor sacred land overseeing the proceedings also showed a slight change in complexion, seriously exerting his power, fortifying the array. Otherwise, the array that was previously reinforced would be torn apart by this force. It was already an attack comparable to that of a saint. Accompanying the violent tremors, the chaotic and shattered Taoist charms, like crushed clouds in mist, drifted away before everyone's eyes. When the shaking and fluctuations gradually subsided, everyone saw, the Saint Dharma of Chu Tinlu was torn apart, split open from the chest, as if cleaved by a giant axe, skewed to both sides, unable to heal, ripped in two. This clash surprisingly ended with Haoshin having the upper hand. Within the Dharma aspect, Chu Tinlu's chest was also stained with fresh blood, as the breaking of the Dharma aspect inflicted upon him several times the residual sword force. His body was already torn, but he possessed the blood rebirth, the power of the 7th extreme realm. Thus, even though his body was shattered, he quickly healed again. However, the aggregated power of his Dharma aspect was scattered. Chu Tinlu was somewhat in a daze. His own saint path power was actually broken by someone? This was the reflection of his previous life's saint path power, a genuine power of a saint. Merely his own embryonic form of the saint path was already at the half-saint level, enough to suppress all heavens. Combined with the power of his previous life, even the most monstrous creatures would be suppressed. This was the pinnacle achievable within the Tao Law realm. Yet, that one sword extinguished everything. Since the strong rules over the weak, then I shall also assert my might to dominate the weak for once. Behind Li Hao, the heaven and earth vein rapidly extracted the power of heaven and earth. His victory with this strike was also related to reaching the power transmission ultimate realm. His body was mighty, allowing the heaven and earth law manifestation to bear even more and stronger power. Their Taoist charms, the embryonic forms of the saint path, were only at a middle range difference. This difference refers to how far Chu Tinlu was from him. The embryonic form of the heaven and earth law was ultimately inferior to the sword Tao of all living beings. After all, this was the core swordsmanship of the sword saint. And within his only me swordsmanship, it contained 360 grand paths, self-proclaimed as perfect, and in conjunction with the heaven and earth law manifestation. This suppressed the opposing power of the saint that reflected from the other side. That power, after all, was not a real saint in person. In the midst of conversation, the energy within Li Hao surged once again. His eyes turned frosty. The other party had deliberately attacked, trying to force him to go to the law sect sacred land to listen and submit to punishment. Now, he would use the opponent's law against them. Bang! The Dharma aspect suddenly stepped forward, and the power of the returning ruins acted upon it. This kind of consumption was 100 times more than that of personal instant teleportation with the returning ruins, but Li Hao could afford the cost. If using the all-heaven star vein, it became even more trivial, freely employable. As the Dharma aspect arrived in an instant, the sword light in its hand once again swung down fiercely close to the body. Chu Tinlu came back to his senses. Looking up, his pupils contracted. In that instant, he seemed to sense the approach of death. He, a reincarnation of a saint, having unlocked the power of his past life, was already among the pinnacle beneath saints, and now being pushed to such a desperate situation? Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to break the rules? Chu Tinlu suddenly roared. Anger and astonishment filled his eyes, along with outrage towards Li Hao's attempt to disrupt the rules of the contest. Seeing such determination in the other's eyes at this critical moment, Li Hao found it laughable, but suddenly felt disinclined to entangle with such a stubborn person. He didn't speak, simply brandishing his sword and forcefully slashing down. Bang! The sword light swept over Chu Tinlu's Dharma aspect, completely disrupting it, vanishing like dissipating smoke. That condensed power was completely shattered. As the Saint Dharma disappeared, the eternal Tao domain suddenly enveloped everything. As the Tao domain itself became the eternal ultimate realm, the energy consumed was greatly reduced, and Li Hao only needed to expend a sliver of power to maintain it. Therefore, among his many offensive maneuvers, the eternal Tao domain was the least draining and yet extremely powerful. As the Tao domain suppressed, countless sword shadows emerged on Chu Tinlu's body, piercing through, leaving him riddled with holes. Before this clash of heavenly prides, Li Hao had already disabled the lethal attribute, Otherwise, accidental fatal injury would break the rules. If he harbored the intent to kill and truly wished to take the opponent's life, then under the watchful eyes of the many supreme saints present, they would have the capacity to intervene. However, the lethality attribute's strangeness might likely elude even the supreme saint's notice, and they might not intervene in time.
As his body shattered, Chu Tianlu relied on blood rebirth to once again coalesce anew.
But as soon as he was reborn, he was shattered again, constantly being born and destroyed within Li Hao's Dao domain, over and over. This spectacle left countless people in the heavenly origin realm astonished and silent. The pinnacle of heavenly pride under the Supreme Saint Gate, a saint reincarnated, exhibiting unimaginable power, is now under Li Hao's Dao domain, flapping helplessly like a moth trapped in a lampshade, unable to break free. Li Hao did not draw his sword again, the recognition of his feats also put away, using only the power of the Dao domain to relentlessly brutalize his opponent, not granting them another chance to coalesce the heaven and earth vein and the Saint Dharma. He knew that although blood rebirth was formidable, excessive consumption would still lead to death. Sure enough, with dozens to hundreds of cycles of birth and death, the regeneration speed of Chu Tinlu significantly slowed down. At this moment, the power contained in his blood had been severely exhausted. On the outside, countless people went from initial shock to complete silence at this point. That earlier hotly debated favorite to win the crown, can now only desperately struggle under the Dao domain's sword shadow. In the waiting area, all heaven's saint sons and saintesses were staring blankly at that young figure standing among the Dharma aspects, hands clasped behind his back, like a young true god who emerged out of nowhere, looking down upon the world with an invincible aura. Below the stage, numerous disciples of the Law sect were coming back to their senses, hastily shouting angrily. "Stop! Are you trying to kill him? You've already won, why humiliate him further? If you dare kill the sane son of Chu Tian, you must die." Many were shouting angrily, some even threatening in fury. But these voices did not reach Li Hao's ears. He simply looked down indifferently at that continuously flickering figure. And when the flesh of his opponent began to coalesce slowly to a certain extent, the sword shadows in his Dao domain also stopped. Then, his Dharma aspect lifted a foot and stomped down. With a boom, Chu Tinlu's body was trampled under Li Hao's Dharma aspect, pinned to the fighting platform, unable to move. As the strong are revered, is what I do to you truly humiliation? Li Hao stood within the Dharma aspect, his eyes cold, asking Chu Tinlu. As he spoke those words, Chu Tinlu's eyes suddenly turned red, somewhat bloodshot. And this intense emotion clashed with the saint path at the bottom of his heart. Once the saint path is cultivated to completion, even he himself must abide by his own saint path, otherwise, going against his heart, the saint path will crack and even dissipate. Now, his saint path had started to crack. Humiliation, rage, and an intense desire to kill. He even felt an impulse to kill his opponent at all costs. This went against the very essence of law. Law is a system, a restraint, but always he had been the one commanding others to restrain, to abide by the law. Now, humiliated before the public, the law he so rigidly adhered to within could hardly suppress the surge of murderous insanity. Yet, though he was infuriated to the extreme, causing his face to twist, his struggles were futile. His physical body had been too depleted, and at this moment, he was no match for Li Hao, not even having a second chance to coalesce the Saint Dharma. "Answer me." Li Hao's expression frosty, he looked down at the figure under the footprint of the Dharma aspect. Chu Tinlu's teeth were grinding audibly, his body and heart were both supposed to be as clean as a whistle, taking a bath with incense before going into battle or having a meal. But now, it was as if he'd been dragged through mud. Humiliated and in disarray, but compared to the judgment of outsiders, what truly enraged him was the humiliation from Li Hao, forcing him to bow his head. But once he bowed, it would go against his own saint path. "I concede." Chu Tinlu clenched his fists tightly amidst grinding his teeth, almost spitting blood as he spoke these three words. Li Hao slightly raised his eyebrows, a cold smile forming in his eyes. He had expected a tough man, but it turned out he had no backbone. He knew, once concession was offered, to continue the brutality would only bring him disgrace. The legalist saint would surely intervene. He simply lifted his foot and released the heaven and earth law manifestation, speaking dispassionately. "If you expect others to abide, first measure by your own standard. Had you truly acknowledged it, I would still respect you a little, but now, you truly make me look down on you." Outside the arena, a legalist saint who had been barely holding back from intervening, saw Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation in time to release Chu Tinlu, with a chilly countenance, knowing if Li Hao continued to be relentless, he would not escape a severe lesson. After all, what Chu Tinlu represented was the face of the law sect, and to be rubbed on the ground like this was shameful and reflected badly on the sect itself. On hearing Li Hao's words, Chu Tinlu's eyes reddened slightly. He stared at him and said, "When I become a saint, I must challenge you on the saint path." Saints clashing and debating on the saint path is an inevitable process. Clearly, he planned to continue his struggle with Li Hao in the saint realm, to mend the cracks of today and defeat Li Hao through debate. This battle made him realize, what truly defeated him wasn't Li Hao's nascent saint path power. After all, that nascent saint path was the sword saints, which he had seen before, and even through debate wouldn't have damaged his own saint path. It was Li Hao's terrifying power. The saying, "might breaks all laws," was fully demonstrated on him. Hearing the opponent's words, Li Hao let out a slight cold laugh. Once he became a saint, the other would have even less chance. "A loser under my feet, don't talk of a fight another day. I defeated you today, and I will defeat you in the future. As long as I, Haoshan, am here, I will forever suppress you beneath me." Li Hao declared loudly. He knew, this battle had inevitably offended the law sect's sacred land, but it could not be helped. The other side, like a madman, had provoked him, and he could not avoid it. Having offended them, there was no need for leaving any leeway. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Chu Tinlu felt a slap across his face, humiliated again, filled with anger. But unfortunately, he lost, thus any words he would say would be met with ridicule and humiliation. He glared fiercely at Li Hao, as if he wanted to eat him alive with his gaze, and then without saying anything more, he turned and left the platform. As Li Hao spoke, the audience below erupted, so domineering. This disdain, this proud dominance, not even shrinking in face of a reincarnated saint. Not just them, countless others witnessing this battle through the boundary stone felt their blood boiling over. Especially those young martial artists, felt that the youth on the stage was truly a young true god, a role model for their generation. So what if it's a reincarnated saint, still suppressed all the same? Losing is losing, there's no excuse. Today able to suppress, forever able to suppress. This domineering attitude excited countless people. Unexpected, Chu Tinlu also lost. He was originally said to be one of the strongest contenders for the championship. Besides him, only Xiao Tianyu had a chance. He unlocked his past life powers, which was the pinnacle a reincarnated saint could achieve, yet he still lost. It seems Haoshan truly is unbeatable. Could Haoshan be a reincarnated supreme saint? How could he be so outrageously strong? How could that be? Didn't you see the embryonic form of saint path he displayed? It's the all-people's sword Dao. That sword saint isn't a supreme saint. Other supreme saints likely disdain comprehending the all-people's sword Dao. Exactly, a reincarnated supreme saint must pursue higher levels, not delve into lower practices. Countless people were discussing, and after ruling out that Li Hao was a reincarnated supreme saint, what remained was their astonishment at that talent. In the waiting area, Xiao Tianyu looked at the dejected Chu Tinlu who was defeated, and frowned. Originally he had considered him a match, and the power he just displayed was indeed worthy, not inferior to his own, but still he lost. His master mentioned, that young man still has mysterious powers of the sixth extreme realm unrevealed. This is a level that not even all heaven's supreme saints have reached. Containing what kind of mysterious power, no one knows, but undoubtedly, if even supreme saints haven't cultivated it, it must indeed be an exceptionally special power. His master theorized, it's not something like the life-saving technique blood rebirth, but rather a tremendously fearsome power. If he uses this power again, Chu Tinlu can only lose faster and more miserably. Thus, when he competes, he will also likely lose. He asked himself, if he were to face Chu Tinlu, even if he could win, it would be a hard-fought victory. After all, that Chu Tinlu truly reached the peak below saints. While Xiao Tianyu fell silent, whereabouts in other waiting areas, many other saint heirs and saintesses were emotionally impacted. This battle, although unrelated to them, crushed the proud air in their hearts. Compared to these two, they were too far behind. If saying Chu Tinlu is a reincarnated saint, they could still understand, but that young man's power is also beyond comprehension. This kind of shatters their perception. This guy. Qingying bitterly laughed. He originally hoped to advance to the top 10, feeling somewhat inflated and proud inside, But this newcomer from the Flower Travel Association is a super fierce character, directly suppressing all heavens. Isn't that master? Hao Yue Saint Sun's eyes blurred, unfathomable, unable to peek, but after carefully sensing now, he realized the situation from the myriad cheers around him that fell into his ears. Did that young man exhibit the sword Dao from the master? His expression immediately became very complex. At this time, following the announcement of his advancement, Li Hao also walked down from the platform. Back in the waiting area, all eyes seemed to automatically be drawn to him, converging on him. Li Hao, already accustomed, calmly took his seat and smiled slightly at acquaintances like Lin Qingyue, signaling them not to worry. To say he isn't a reincarnated saint, I almost don't believe it. Above in the high skies, Lai Sky Saint watched Li Hao who won and couldn't help but exclaim. Being able to defeat Chu Tinlu is indeed exaggerated. Feng Boping however chuckled, saying, that's still not his real skill. Lai Sky Saint was startled, puzzled as he looked at him, then thinking of something, an epiphanic expression appeared in his eyes. Right, that Void Saint was after him because he commands the 6th Extreme Realm. He still has the power of the 6th Extreme Realm unused. Speaking of which, did your reincarnated incarnation, in the mortal world, see his 6th Extreme Realm? What kind of power is it? Hearing her inquiry, images immediately surfaced in Feng Boping's mind, including those roasted snacks from a frontier garrison town, but ultimately, everything boiled down to that last scene on the Spirit Mountain, the young man in extreme fury. He slightly smiled, saying, it's akin to the power of the Saint Path, but somewhat transcendent, a very terrifying realm, not inferior to the eternal Tao domain. That strong? Lai Sky Saint's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, but she also could guess a bit. This 6th Extreme Realm was incredibly hard to cultivate, requiring a special state of mind to comprehend. Not even all Heaven's supreme saints had decoded it. That indeed was special. As the contest between Li Hao and Chu Tinlu concluded, the entire competition fell into a brief lull. Only after a few minutes did the battles below resume. But compared to that earth-shattering battle just now, the ensuing clashes among the heavenly prides, even when displaying Dao entrance-level techniques, failed to dazzle the crowd. Even cheers were few. At this time, many were looking forward to it, hoping that in Li Hao's 5th round, he could again encounter another from the Supreme Saint Gate, to see if there could be another such amazing battle. As the 4th round ended, Li Hao's luck seemed to turn around, encountering a Saint Heir from the Holy Land of the Central 9 Realms in the 5th round. The opponent, upon seeing that his adversary was Li Hao, was astonished for a moment, then bitterly smiled. Behind him, many disciples from his sect came to cheer for him, all emitting sighs of lament. When it was time to compete, the opponent didn't even wait for Li Hao to appear and directly admitted defeat. Li Hao was just about to get up, but upon hearing this, he paused, then sat back down. Having an easy 5th round, in the 6th round, Li Hao actually encountered an acquaintance. Didn't expect us to really meet up. Qing Ju also didn't expect to actually encounter Li Hao, whom he had been looking forward to meeting during the earlier qualifying stages at the Flower Travel Association's event. He could then easily defeat him on the battlefield, casually offer some guidance, and go back to receive praise and astonishment from Zhan Tan, Yi Ancestor, and others at the Flower Travel Association, but now, he could only bitterly smile. Li Hao smiled and said, shall we have a simple spar? Upon hearing this, Qing Ju immediately showed a smile and said, sure. Then, he directly revealed his extreme realm and attacked Li Hao, while Li Hao also deployed the eternal Dao domain. As sword shadows emerged in the Dao domain and laws overlapped, Qing Ju was instantly suppressed, unable to move. Qing Ju was speechless. Is this really just a simple spar? He hadn't even touched Li Hao before he lost. However, compared to the power Li Hao had shown earlier, this was indeed letting off easy. He bitterly smiled, retracted his power, and admitted defeat. When it got to the 7th round, Li Hao thought he would continue to have it easy, but as soon as the pairing result came out, exclamations erupted from the audience once again. Li Hao looked up and saw that his opponent was another Supreme Saint disciple, Xiao Tianyu. Directly taught by the Source Ancestor, Heoshin actually met Xiao Tianyu. What luck! The two strongest contenders for the championship this time, he's met both of them, and it's only in the top 10 battle. My heavens, when it comes to the final battle, won't they just admit defeat? If one loses the duel now, indeed there's no point in fighting again in the finals unless it's a close win. Won't the final battle of this Supreme Genius battle just be a walkover then? Many people discussed, feeling both shocked and perplexed. Throughout the competitions, Xiao Tianyu and Chu Tinlu were almost the ceiling among all heavenly prides, with no dark horses emerging. Meaning, the final battle was being staged in advance. So what will there be to see during the final battle? Watching the opponent concede as soon as they step on stage? If so, this would probably be the most bizarre final battle in so many editions of the Supreme Genius Battle. In the waiting area, Xiao Tianyu saw his opponent, his eyes slightly flickered, finally meeting them. Huh? He looked towards him, images from a previous battle surfacing in his mind, his palm involuntarily tightening. This top 10 journey of his, could it be that he will defeat all the Supreme Saint disciples directly? How many has it been already? On the other side, Lin Zhou and Yan Qingchuan communicated telepathically. Yan Qingchuan shook his head slightly. The previous battle between Chu Tinlu and Heoshan made him thoroughly convinced, feeling no complaints about losing to Li Hao. Among all the heavens, such a guy unexpectedly emerges, really looking forward to it, plus he's not a quiet one. Once he becomes a saint, who knows how much commotion he will stir. Lin Zhou sighed. Yan Qingchuan looked up at the Buddha's sect area, but unlike other places where people were cheering, the many disciples there were extremely quiet, seemingly muttering Buddha's name. A glance revealed a row of bald heads, which was very conspicuous. It's said he comes from the mortal world, but it's unknown which sect he belongs to. Do you believe he has no backing of a sect behind him? Yan Qingchuan asked. Lin Zhou startled, then realized what he meant, and said, once he wins first place and becomes a saint, he should return to his sect by then, and we'll know. Although Xiao Tianyu is strong, he might still not match him. If we say Chu Tinlu is at the limit below a saint, then he is almost stepping beyond that limit. Yan Qingchuan spoke in a low voice, clearly very optimistic about Li Hao, believing he already qualifies to be the top in all heavens. This idea also originated from the recognition of that power. Lin Zhou nodded slightly, feeling the same way. While they were exchanging thoughts, the battle on the stage for the 7th round had already started. The first ones on the stage were other competitors. Li Hao saw Ji and Lin Qingyue also making their moves, but they encountered Supreme Saint disciples like Tian Wuji and Green Deer King, and both quickly fell, their foundations ultimately still too shallow. As the battles progressed one by one, it wasn't long before it came to the much-anticipated and focused battle between Heoshan and Xiao Tianyu. While the earlier Saint heirs were still sparring on stage, the audience below was already somewhat impatient, occasionally letting out hissing sounds. As the duel between those two Saint heirs ended and the array was unlocked, the sounds outside the battlefield poured in. Both of them paused. Then their expression seemed a bit awkward and embarrassed. But thinking that they would soon see the verbal exchange between Heoshan and Xiao Tianyu, a flicker of anticipation passed through their eyes. They quickly exited the stage, yielding the battlefield. Under the intervention of a saint from the Source Ancestor Sacred Land, the battlefield was repaired and restored as before, simultaneously announcing Li Hao and Xiao Tianyu to enter the stage. Li Hao got up and soared towards the battlefield. Xiao Tianyu also rose, quickly following without much delay. As both entered, the array closed off the area. Li Hao looked at Xiao Tianyu, who had a handsome appearance and emitted an aura of peace and tranquility. You didn't really use your full strength in that battle with Chu Tinlu, did you? Xiao Tianyu had just entered the arena when he spoke to Li Hao. His gaze, however, was gentle. As these words were uttered, the audience below went slightly quieter, before exclamations of shock arose. What does he mean? Heoshan didn't use his full strength in that battle. How is that possible? The fight was so intense, his Dao domain and Dharma aspect, even his swordsmanship were all unified, including the embryonic power of the Saint Dao, and there are still techniques he hasn't used? Apart from those, what other powerful methods could there be? If it were just some ordinary methods, that would be normal. On the other side, the faces of the numerous disciples of the Fa family all changed at once, displaying some discomfort. What Xiao Tianyu said was akin to rubbing salt into the wound of Chu Tinlu. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tinlu's gloomy face also froze for a moment, then, as if thinking of something, his expression changed slightly, becoming even more unsightly. He didn't pay much attention to this Heoshan, but he had heard some things about his opponent. Upon hearing the opponent's words, Li Hao immediately understood what he was implying. The immortal guide and the power of the second ultimate realm, other than Feng, he hadn't revealed them in front of others, especially the second ultimate realm, which even Feng was unaware of. Therefore, what the opponent was referring to must be the immortal transformation extreme realm. That's right. Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Li Hao's nod, the crowd stirred once again. After such an intense battle, Li Hao had still held back. This was a huge slap in the face for Chu Tinlu. Xiao Tianyu's expression didn't change much. He had known this for a long time. He just took a deep breath and said, I might not be your match. With the power you showed earlier, I might not be able to contend with you, but despite this, I still want to see your true power, the sixth extreme realm. Can you let me experience it? His eyes held no intent to battle. Instead, they carried a bit of anticipation and a plea. Hearing his words, countless people, as if having an epiphany, only then remembered the rumors about Haoshin, from the mortal world, the sixth extreme realm. Yes, he still has the mysterious sixth extreme realm power that hasn't been tapped into. Li Hao frowned slightly. In this fight, he hadn't planned on using the immortal transformation extreme realm. Because there was no need, it wasn't necessary. Just the eternal Tao domain along with the Dharma aspect and swordsmanship were enough for him to easily overcome obstacles and defeat his opponents. The sixth extreme realm power, not yet had anyone pushed him to that extent. If you're willing, I would beseech my master to give you one of the heaven and earth treasures in exchange. Xiao Tianyu transmitted his voice to Li Hao. Hearing this, Li Hao looked at his eager gaze, thought for a moment, and said, Then, as you wish. Seeing Li Hao agree, Xiao Tianyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes, but it quickly retracted as he said, I too will use my full strength, as a way to repay you. His words were not a threat, but a sign of respect for Li Hao. Their conversation, reaching the audience outside, caused countless eyes to light up with surprise. The rumored power of the sixth extreme realm, could it actually appear on this battle platform? Many of the older generation were aware that the All-Heaven Saints held the supreme genius battle to inspire the heavenly prides to cultivate, seeking those capable of wielding the power of the sixth extreme realm. And in this edition, such a candidate finally appeared. Many saints who came to watch the battle also began to look with rapt attention. They were here not only to protect and support their disciples but also, in large part, because of Li Hao. Such an event, once known, would surely cause an upheaval in all heavens. It's perfectly normal for the All Saints to pay such close attention, as the sixth extreme realm involves secrets above even the Supreme Saint. The sixth extreme realm. After so many editions of the Heavenly Pride battle, is it finally going to be revealed here? If it's being revealed now, will they never hold it again in the future? Could this edition be the very last one? Many people even extended their thoughts to these matters, suddenly feeling a sense of melancholy and reluctance. But as the array on the battle platform sealed, and the momentum of Li Hao and Xiao Tianyu began to rise, these thoughts were also temporarily cast aside. Li Hao showed his extreme realm, with the heaven and earth vein condensing behind him, and soon after, the eternal Tao domain emerged. Since he was going to use the power of transform to immortal, there was no need to use the heaven and earth law manifestation as well. It would be an overabundance of power. As the heaven and earth vein and the eternal Tao domain became manifest around Li Hao's body, a myriad of phenomena unfolded, with the evolution of laws within the Tao domain already encircling him. And Xiao Tianyu was also invoking his extreme realm, with a spear appearing in his hand, imbued with the enigmatic power of Taoist charm. Behind him, the heaven and earth Dharma aspect took shape. As he merged his body into it, his might immediately eclipsed Li Hao's. In his Dharma aspect's hands, he also condensed a divine spear, containing a special Taoist charm. Li Hao observed and immediately noticed that the Taoist charm on the opponent's spear had a somewhat similar aura to a mortal guide. The opposition had mastered a peerless technique akin to a mortal guide, but hadn't understood it as deeply as him. It seemed only skin deep. Yet even so, that was extremely fearsome, enough to injure the Saint Tao, and even more so the embryonic Saint Tao was no match at all. If facing Chu Tinlu, whose past life Saint Tao power was unsealed, that ephemeral power on the spear would penetrate through it. With just one glance, Li Hao saw that this Xiao Tianyu was a notch stronger than Chu Tinlu. At this moment, Xiao Tianyu did not rush to attack. Instead, he used the killer move intended for his fight with Chu Tinlu on Li Hao. Knowing that even so, it was hard to say if he had a chance of victory. It all depended on whether Li Hao's enigmatic sixth extreme realm power was strong enough. If it were just like blood rebirth, a life-saving technique that did not significantly enhance his offensive power, then there might be hope. Let me see. Xiao Tianyu said loudly. Li Hao didn't delay any further. As the opponent merged into the Dharma aspect, he was already operating within the immortal transformation extreme realm. In an instant, a booming sound seemed to come from between heaven and earth. Immediately after, the power between heaven and earth suddenly gathered like a reverse tidal wave, flowing into his heaven and earth vein. Then, this power was quickly transmitted to Li Hao's body through the heaven and earth vein and absorbed by his body. This eerie scene made many widen their eyes, wondering if absorbing power at such an extent would cause their bodies to burst. Meanwhile, Li Hao's aura, like a fierce god breaking free from a cage, rapidly soared. His hair fluttered, gradually changing color from the roots to become dazzling silver. As his silver hair flew about, his flesh underwent continuous renewal and destruction, reaching a certain stability. Transformed to immortal, to the extreme, in that moment, Li Hao's body seemed to merge with this realm, becoming the only brilliance between heaven and earth, the most supremely dazzling existence. At this moment, the eyes of the all-heaven saints were all focused on the youth's figure. That dazzling silver hair, that godlike perfect body, gave off a feeling of being nurtured by heaven and earth. Is this the power of the sixth extreme realm? He seems to have become the master of heaven and earth. What is this power? Is that a deity? Outside the battlefield, countless people opened their mouths wide, shocked by the scene. The power emanating from the silvery-haired figure shook the void, visibly surging. Everyone could see the terrifying power contained within the youth's body at this moment. That physique, even comparable to the Dharma aspect. If he were to summon the Dharma aspect and merge with it, it's unimaginable how earth-shatteringly powerful it would be. In front of Li Hao, Xiao Tianyu, who was standing in the Dharma aspect, was stunned, then his pupils slightly contracted. He suddenly felt as if he was comprehending in front of the stone wall behind his master. The youth in front of him seemed like the legendary immortal divine from the stone wall, descending into the world. That ethereal, transcendent, proud, and overlooking attitude, too similar, too unique, even among millions of people, one could spot it at a glance, dazzling like a bright lamp. This is an immortal. In the waiting area, Chu Tinlu, with a gloomy face, also had his pupils contract, his eyes reflected in silver. That was the youth's silver hair, each strand seemed to contain concentrated brilliance. His heart thumped wildly, feeling speechless. Is this the true full strength of his opponent? He felt all the muscles in his body contracting, twitching, each pore exuded a sensation of severe pain, that was a mix of anger, despair, and unwillingness. He suddenly understood why the opponent dared to confront a saint in the Daola realm, daring to discuss Dao with them. The opponent had far surpassed the Daola realm. The aura of an immortal divine, a saint muttered, their gaze thoughtful. The source ancestor, sitting upright at the very center of Saint Mountain's peak, had his eyes flickering slightly, pondering over something unknown. The sword master's gaze fluctuated, that ethereal feeling mingled with an air of casual spontaneity. Suddenly the image of the other person fishing surfaced in his mind. A kind of enlightenment seemed to form in his eyes. Is this the sixth extreme realm? Does the sixth extreme realm require a special state of mind, that child's state of mind? So that's what it is. He suddenly understood why none of the all-heaven's supreme saints could cultivate the sixth extreme realm. Because this sixth extreme realm doesn't require cultivation at all. It's naturally perfect, an unbidden insight. In an instant, a kind of enlightenment seemed to emerge in his heart. But even with this realization, if he wanted to cultivate, he would need to be reincarnated. Otherwise, the saint path of this life stands firm in his heart like an immovable mountain. While the saint path is power, it is also shackles. All his actions must be in accordance with the saint path, in accordance with his own long-held inner convictions. But this contradicts that state of mind. While the all-heaven saints were pondering, on the battlefield, Xiao Tianyu had already regained his senses. He felt as if his blood was boiling, the daze in his eyes becoming clear and pure. The figure from the stone wall seemed to descend from the stone into reality. Was he about to exchange blows with such an existence? He suddenly felt infinite fighting spirit, unable to suppress his laughter, and said, "Thank you, Brother Haoshin, I will remember this favor." Amidst speaking, he suddenly looked up and let out a long howl. His Dharma aspect wielded the massive divine spear, like a towering peak piercing the sky, swinging with a ground-shattering momentum, sweeping horizontally towards Li Hao. The ethereal power carried by that spear also came sweeping down oppressively. And in front of this majestic Dharma aspect and divine spear, Li Hao's figure was like a tiny speck of light, yet this speck seemed to condense all the light in the world to its utmost, dazzlingly bright to the point of being unmistakable. Li Hao, feeling the other's fighting spirit, also laughed. Facing that heroic divine spear, he fiercely soared into the sky, unreservedly unleashing the power of transform to a mortal in full sway. Bang! The power of heaven and earth suddenly converged, causing his eternal Tao domain to instantly achieve a terrifying enhancement, as if time and space were condensed for it. That sweeping divine spear, upon entering the Tao domain, evidently slowed down sharply, as if being pulled by countless forces, nearly coming to a halt just before reaching Li Hao at the center of the Tao domain. At that moment, Li Hao surged forth, throwing a punch explosively outward. The heaven and earth power converged, and with one punch, although it was only the 6th stage's half-step invincible fist, this terrifying power was nevertheless unleashed. It should be known, the heaven and earth energy in this land of all saints is denser than in the mortal world, and this heavenly origin realm, in particular, contains the densest energy of the land of all saints. This results in, despite it also being the immortal transformation extreme realm, the power Li Hao mobilized at this moment is more than 100 times that in the mortal world. Just one punch, akin to heavens collapsing and earth shattering, that condensed divine spear trembled violently, and then suddenly burst apart. Afterwards, Li Hao lifted his hand to condense a massive shadow of the fist, and from above the battlefield, fiercely suppressed it downward. Xiao Tianyu's pupils constricted, but brilliant light exploded from his eyes as he roared and soared into the sky, carrying his Dharma aspect and all his strength, to meet the descending fist shadow. Despite his Dharma aspect's imposing force being greater than the fist, yet as he roared forth, numerous people couldn't help but think of a moth rushing to flame. Then, with a massive bang, shocks rippled. The Dharma aspect shattered, a figure fell heavily from within the Dharma aspect, crashing down fiercely on the battle platform. The entire battle platform shook violently, as if even Saint Mountain itself trembled. As the dust settled, everyone saw that Xiao Tianyu had somehow climbed out of the deep pit and was standing there, his clothes in tatters, shattered by the impact. The robe, a treasure in its own right, could not withstand Li Hao's attack and now hung about him like rags, barely covering his body. Li Hao had already noticed that his opponent also mastered the 7th extreme realm. That punch had just crushed half of the opponent's body, but in a blink of an eye, it had healed, a feat only possible with the powerful self-healing ability of blood rebirth. Xiao Tianyu's aura gradually subsided from turbulent waves to a calm stillness. The clash at the pinnacle had ended, and he had begun to feel the gap between them. Lost to the eternal Tao domain and the 6th extreme realm alone, the outcome would surely be overwhelming if Li Hao were to employ his swordsmanship in heaven and earth law manifestation. Such a gap, so vast, bitterness filled Xiao Tianyu's heart. Although he had anticipated it, the actual experience still left a sour taste in his soul. As a top contender among all heavenly geniuses, unable to even glimpse the full extent of his adversary, are there truly such extreme beings in this world? I've lost. Is this the power of the 6th extreme realm? I'm impressed. Xiao Tianyu, seeing Li Hao slowly descend, said with admiration. Li Hao had also dispelled his transform to a mortal, his hair shifting from silvery white back to jet black, his entire aura subdued, with the heaven and earth vein gradually dissolving behind him, he spoke calmly. You've been generous. With a bitter smile, Xiao Tianyu said to Li Hao. It seems that the title of one among all heavens is yours after all. With the birth of the 6th extreme realm, you must be the final supreme of this last pride of heaven battle, bringing it to an end. Having said that, he shook his head and turned to leap down from the stage. But his words, like thunder on a calm plain, snapped everyone in the heavenly origin realm back to reality. The one among all heavens, the final supreme, all were shocked, staring at the peerless youth on the stage. Despite the overwhelming sensation in their hearts, the multitude of confrontations and displays of power from Li Hao, including the rumor of his record-breaking inscription on the heavenly steel, suddenly seemed to confirm the truth in those words. How could such a monstrous genius not be the supreme after amazing an entire era? Li Hao followed his opponent off the stage and likewise returned to the waiting area. Countless gazes converged upon Li Hao, everyone understanding that the title of one genius from the supreme genius battle was now beyond doubt. Beneath the suppression of this youth, others could only vie for the remaining positions. The throne of the supreme was his alone, indisputable. The all-heaven saint sons and saintesses in the waiting area remained silent, no doubt cast upon Xiao Tianyu's words. Ever since Chu Tinlu's defeat by Li Hao, they began to realize that he had transcended the limits of the Daola realm. Chu Tinlu was the epitome of the ceiling, yet he broke through that ceiling. Bian Rushui's gaze fluctuated upon hearing Xiao Tianyu's words, somewhat dazed. The one among all heavens? She seemed to envision the courtyard scene, with that child from the divine general mansion of illustrious and noble birth. Despite having been labeled a waste since childhood, she alone knew of his extreme intelligence. However, after coming to the land of all saints and encountering many heavenly geniuses, she gradually realized that his intelligence was limited to the mortal world. But now, she realized that even she had never truly seen through Brother Hao, never really understood him. She had never truly understood him. On the other side of the waiting area, the face of the twin Buddha child was gloomy and unsightly. Having been reborn by borrowing the relics and unsealing the power of his past life, he, like Chu Tinlu, possessed an invincible power second only to saints. However, even Chu Tinlu had been defeated, and if he were to participate, the result would be a disgraceful defeat just the same. Moreover, in the recent clash with Xiao Tianyu, Li Hao's revealed sixth extreme's realm strength exceeded imagination. Had it been divulged during his fight with Chu Tinlu, it would likely have resulted in swift suppression. Even with all the power of his past life, using every trick in the book, he found himself unable to exact revenge within the same realm. This heart demon seemed impossible to exterminate. His eyes were dark with turmoil, his mind overwhelmed with violent thoughts, and his Buddha heart completely engulfed, leaving only the insanity of the heart demon's affliction. Despite the outcome becoming apparent, the Pride of Heaven battle continued, and the necessary procedures were still followed through. This round was merely the battle for the top 10. As other Saint Sons took turns in combat until the end of their respective matches, the next rounds continued. In his next matchup, Li Hao was unexpectedly paired with the medical family Sacred Land's direct disciple. But before Li Hao could stand up, the opponent conceded defeat directly on the stage, as briskly as Lin Zhou had done. After conceding, the medical family's saintess glanced at Li Hao from afar, seemingly offering a faint smile, before returning to the precincts of the medical family's Sacred Land. Seeing this, Li Hao was also content with the easy pass, nodding at the opponent as a greeting. When the 9th round of matchups came, Li Hao's expression turned icy upon seeing his opponent. This time, his opponent was not a direct disciple of a supreme saint, but rather the very person Li Hao most wanted to encounter. The Void Saint of Void Holy Land, Holy Son Shu Yuan. Li Hao's reason for coming to the Land of All Saints was to slay this particular person. The 6 Daola realm practitioners he had killed inside the Deu Imperial Palace were disciples from the Void Holy Land, gathered by this Holy Son, who had managed to escape. His pursuit by the Void Saint was also under this pretext. While the most karma-conscious Buddhist sect paradoxically allied with that person, sowing seeds of evil and reaping the fruit of wicked deeds, they chose to side with the Void Holy Land instead, simply because he had past conflicts with the Buddhist sect. Li Hao had come to realize that be it a heavenly saint or human saint, in the end, there's the word, human. On the opposite side, Holy Son Shu Yuan looked at Li Hao, his expression unexpectedly calm. Nobody else understood Holy Son Shu Yuan much, and such a match did not attract much attention. Instead, it was considered unfortunate that Haoshan had not encountered a direct disciple of a supreme saint this time. As the rounds progressed and one duel after another concluded, it was finally the turn of Li Hao and Holy Son Shu Yuan to face off. However, Holy Son Shu Yuan hadn't shown any remarkable performance previously, and this match seemed predictable to the point that many believed the Saint Son, if sensible, would concede defeat right from the start. Li Hao glanced at his opponent, actually worried about this very possibility. Although he couldn't take revenge here, he was determined to give his adversary a severe lesson, to plant a sword in his heart and sever his Tao heart, so that in his future cultivation, and even at the mere sight of a sword, he would be reminded of Li Hao, and never be able to form the embryonic shape of the saint path for the rest of his life. Following Li Hao's entrance into the area, it wasn't long before Holy Son Shu Yuan slowly walked onto the battlefield. He looked at Li Hao with an indifferent expression, a cold, almost imperceptible smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had already taken note of Li Hao, knowing that the other was that monstrous young man from the mortal world. Li Hao had foiled his grand plans, and though hatred simmered in his heart, he was helpless to act upon it. As the array took shape and sealed the battlefield, Holy Son Shu Yuan didn't concede defeat after all. On the contrary, the audience grew restless, with murmurs and jeers erupting. Who is this guy, really thinking of challenging Haoshin? Could it be he's trying to make a name for himself? Utterly ridiculous. Does he not realize his own limits? Even the direct disciples of the Supreme Saint aren't a match for Haoshin. How can he dare? He probably wants to experience the eternal Tao domain. I guess he'll last 3 seconds. Many mocking voices reached the ears of the disciples from the Void Holy Land, with many looking embarrassed and indignant, not understanding what Holy Son Shu Yuan was thinking. Why he wouldn't just concede defeat? Was he really trying to seek attention and engage in battle? If he could only withstand a few breaths, it would be better to concede outright for a better appearance. The voices outside the battlefield didn't reach the inside, but Holy Son Shu Yuan, seeing the murderous intent in Li Hao's eyes, revealed a sneer and said through telepathy, "It's a pity, had that divine dynasty not birthed a monster like you, I would have trampled it to dust by now. You thwarted my plans, you truly deserve death." This message was sent telepathically, without being exposed. Li Hao's eyes narrowed as he remembered the horrific scenes of purgatory he witnessed while hurrying to the imperial capital, and a surge of killing intent arose within his heart. At the same time, he sensed something wrong. Unless his opponent was out of his mind, having once known to flee for his life, why wouldn't he know to forfeit now, and even dare to provoke him instead? After this Pride of Heaven battle ends, not even your master will be able to protect you. Li Hao replied with a telepathic message of his own. Having said that, he couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with his opponent and promptly made his move, his eternal Tao domain pressing down. Holy Son Shu Yuan too realized the danger and blurted out loudly, "Since there was no chance for a duel in the mortal world, let me experience just how strong you really are." As he spoke, he suddenly erupted with extreme realm power, executed returning ruin instantaneous movement, and charged fiercely towards Li Hao. However, as Li Hao's eternal Tao domain expanded outward, it instantly sealed off and cut through the return ruin path. His opponent could only teleport to the edge of the Tao domain, unable to get close to Li Hao. The moment he was trapped in the Tao domain, he burst forth with extreme realm power and roared, attempting to strike with all his might. But as the eternal Tao domain circulated, his opponent's power was far too weak. Compared to direct disciples of the Supreme Saint, the disparity was immense. Just the eternal Tao domain alone was enough to suppress him with ease. Li Hao felt that his opponent's power was even weaker than that of Haoyue Saint's son. Such strength was only enough to be at the very bottom of the top 100 contenders. But Li Hao didn't plan to defeat his opponent outright. Instead, he wanted to plant a sword scar in his heart. Just as he was preparing to draw his sword, suddenly, Holy Son Shu Yuan's eyes revealed a sneer. Though his body was immobilized by the eternal Tao domain, his eyes could still move, and another telepathic message reached Li Hao. "Join me in death." The voice was vengeful and filled with madness. Li Hao's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized the reason for the unease. Bang! At that moment, Holy Son Shu Yuan, tortured with pain, screamed in agony and pleaded, Don't kill me, even if we are enemies, Before he could finish speaking, his body explosively burst apart. Not having reached the 7th extreme realm, his body disintegrated and his divine soul perished, dying on the spot. Only a wisp of soul thought soared out, being drawn toward a certain direction. But high above the battlefield, the Void Saint's eyes suddenly flew open with rage. He raised his hand and pulled the wisp of soul thought to himself, then glared furiously at Li Hao and roared, "You scoundrel, how dare you kill my disciple in front of everyone?" This roar of a saint shook Saint Mountain, and through the boundary stone, resonated throughout the entire heavenly origin realm. This sudden twist stunned everyone, as many waited to see how the opponent would be miserably defeated. The unforeseen event was that he was abruptly killed within Li Hao's Tao domain. At that moment, many faces turned pale. Outside the arena, Feng Boping and Lai Sky Saint were both taken aback, also not expecting such a turn of events. But as Holy Son Shu Yuan's body exploded, the two of them turned pale almost simultaneously. As Li Hao heard the thunderous roar of the Void Saint reverberating, his head seemed to shake as if someone had struck him unexpectedly with a bat on the back of his skull, causing a short-lived dizziness. But in an instant, his eternal Tao domain exuded true force, suppressing the saintly sound waves and recovering from the impact on his body. He looked up, gazing directly at the face of the Void Saint, and as his eyes swept to the Buddha venerate next to him, his previously calm eyes now also seemed to turn cold and full of killing intent. Li Hao immediately understood why Holy Sun Shu Yuan dared to step into the arena, with no intention to forfeit, still provoking him. The other party was prepared for suicide from the start, planning to use their own life to frame me. The supreme genius battle, where all the heavens compete and spar, but it is forbidden to take a life. His actions are a violation of the rules. Although the opponent committed self-explosion as a kind of tactic, not killed by my hand, dying within my Dao domain makes it hard to argue innocence. Li Hao looked towards that furiously enraged Void Saint, and suddenly felt an urge to laugh. If it weren't for his master's arrangement, how could Holy Sun Shu Yuan do such a thing? Indirectly burying his own disciple, yet framing me, all with the aim of killing me. That angry expression, mixed with a hint of sorrow and rage, plus disbelief, can only be described as extremely convincing acting. Li Hao clenched his fists and shrank his Dao domain, no longer looking at the Void Saint, but instead turned to look at the several Supreme Saints responsible for the Supreme Genius battle. This place, after all, is the domain of the Supreme Saints. They are the ones who make the rules and maintain order. The opponent's self-explosion tactic, Li Hao was not sure if the eyes of these Supreme Saints were sharp enough to perceive it, and even if they did, defending him would require them to stake their own reputation to clear him of the accusation. After all, to the world, the opponent died within his Dao domain. The Void Saint probably also calculated this point. This move is close to an overt scheme. Under the watchful eyes of the public, dying tragically in his Dao domain, will the Supreme Saints disregard their own reputations to clear him of the accusation? Li Hao had no answer in his heart. For this reason, he looked at the several Supreme Saints, waiting for their judgment. Void Saint, stop talking nonsense. It's clearly your disciple who self-exploded, framing Haoshan. At this moment, Feng Boping burst out first, speaking furiously. His voice was extremely loud, also echoing throughout the heavenly origin realm. After confronting the Void Saint, he quickly approached the Source Ancestor and urgently said, Yuan Saint, this incident is obviously self-harm by that Holy Sun Shu Yuan, trying to frame Haoshan, challenging when outmatched and harboring malicious intentions from the start. The Source Ancestor sitting in the center of the sky was silent, did not speak, his eyes drooping, seemingly containing endless light, but his thoughts and intentions were indecipherable. In the waiting area, many Saint Heirs and Saintesses were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. No one thought such a scene would suddenly erupt. Just as the battle for the top 100 was nearing its end, and the top 10 were about to be selected, an incident involving a loss of life occurred. If it were just physical annihilation, that would still be manageable, but the opponent's divine soul also dissipated, truly dead in every sense. Thief Saint, that's preposterous. My disciple died tragically. Would he use his own life to frame someone else? What benefit does it bring him? He's already dead. The Void Saint roared angrily. Buddha Venerate chanted a Buddha's name, saying, Amitabha, Thief Saint, your statement is grossly biased. Previously, when he came to the Buddhist community to discuss Buddhist law with me, he was arrogant and didn't take the saints seriously. I let it be, intending to teach him Buddhist law so he could realize his true nature, but instead, you took him away. Relying on your influence, he has become even more unbridled. Lai Sky Saint also stepped forward, but just stood by the side without intervening. She knew her own reputation. Speaking up for Li Hao would, in fact, harm him. Feng Boping turned and angrily said, using your own disciple's life to frame Haoshan, do you even deserve to be called a master? What a baseless accusation. You say my disciple framed someone. What evidence do you have? Everyone saw he died under Haoshan's Dao domain. The Void Saint furiously said. Moreover, before he made his move, there was a release of murderous intent, although very brief, but I believe all the saints present felt it. The murderous intent he mentioned was the Holy Sun Shu Yuan's voice transmission to Li Hao bringing up matters of the mortal world, which evoked a murderous intent within Li Hao. This intent was subtle, but perceivable to the saints. Li Hao, hearing the Void Saint's words, had a cold look in his eyes, knowing the other party came prepared. A case of being unwittingly caught in a scheme. With a saint intentionally setting a trap, every step was calculated. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the sharp eyes of the various Supreme Saints. Given his earlier performance, there was enough substance for them to speak out for him and thus clear his name. After all, dying in his Dao domain was just an appearance. The true cause of the opponent's death was unrelated to him. It was some kind of self-destruction, rather extreme, to the point that even the primordial spirit perished. This was no ordinary self-explosion. Primordial spirit extreme realm is achieved through cultivation. It's very difficult for the primordial spirit even to self-destroy. Nevertheless, it is this very point that adds persuasiveness to other assassination claims. You're talking nonsense. Feng Boping clenched his fists in anger upon hearing the other's words. He knew that to explain Li Hao's murderous intent, it would inevitably involve disclosing the grudge between the other party and Li Hao in the mortal world. Discussing these matters would certainly convince more people that Li Hao had a motive to kill. Li Hao fixed his gaze on Yuan Saint, who was also looking back at him, seemingly deep in thought. At this moment, a loud voice spoke. Indeed, there was murderous intent. We all felt it. Since there was malevolent intent to kill, then his qualification to compete should be revoked. As for the disposal, leave it to the void Holy Land. The speaker was a Dharma aspect majestic supreme saint from the mixed heaven sacred land, the mixed heaven saint. Like the other supreme saints, he was a reflection incarnate and now sat high above, looking down indifferently, speaking coldly. This statement was akin to sentencing Li Hao. I, on the other hand, feel that there's something fishy about this and it warrants further investigation. Another figure, a woman clad in 7-colored celestial robes, said. This was the medical saint, her eyes revealing compassion. If it's to be investigated, let's use the Buddhist community's karma skill to see if the outcome is indeed this young man's doing. Another supreme saint from the Yin-Yang family spoke indifferently. As several supreme saints began to speak, many people's gazes fell upon Buddha Venerate. Upon hearing these words, Feng Boping's face slightly darkened, and from the attitudes of the supreme saints, he faintly sensed their stance towards Li Hao. It was clear that the mixed heaven saint was displeased with Li Hao, while the medical saint harbored a hint of kindness, and the stance of the Yin-Yang family's supreme saint was ambiguous. However, handing this investigation over to Buddha Venerate, everyone knew that there was a feud between the Buddhist camp and Li Hao. Allowing an enemy to investigate is equal to confirming the outcome. Buddha Venerate previously had a grudge with Haoshan. Entrusting the investigation to Buddha Venerate might be inappropriate. Feng Boping muttered under his breath, an undertone of frustration in his eyes. If he was also a supreme saint right now, he could overrule the majority and save Li Hao, but he was still one step away. Upon hearing Feng Boping's words, Buddha Venerate indifferently said, Thief saint, your words are rather insulting. A mere Daola realm, how could he have any feud with me? It greatly belittles my Buddhist sect. Moreover, I am willing to swear with my Buddha heart that the investigation will be absolutely fair, without the slightest fraud. Feng Boping stared at him. The other party had sworn with his Buddha heart, and these words, once spoken, seemingly left no room for argument. But in his heart, he understood that all this seemed like a trap, like something the other party had long contemplated and designed. Now, uttering these words so easily instead made him feel uneasy deep down. You, Buddha Venerate, as a saint, is willing to swear an oath for this matter, which is sufficient. Thief saint, do not fail to understand the gravity of the situation. At this time, the holy master of law from the law family, who had been silent until now, reprimanded lightly. He was dressed in a snow-white robe of the law family, sitting next to the source ancestor. Though also a supreme saint, in the heavenly origin realm he held a status second only to the source ancestor. Seeing that the holy master of law had also spoken, Feng Boping struggled with his expression, but said no more, his face gloomy as he stared intently at Buddha Venerate. Buddha Venerate seemed to smile slightly, then quickly made a finger gesture and swore an oath before the crowd. Once the oath was completed, he raised his hand, and the Tao gathered around him, slowly converging, exuding an aura of karmic retribution, extending towards Li Hao, who was on the battle platform. At that moment, the saint from the Yuan family had already dissolved the array. Everyone in the auditorium held their breath, eager to discern the truth. Li Hao furrowed his brows. Although the other party had sworn with his Buddha heart, he still felt somewhat doubtful. This was not normal. Soon, Li Hao felt waves of strange Taoist charm envelop him, the aura of the saint path, encompassing the cycles of karma. He seemed to see countless cycles of life and death annihilation. When he returned to his senses, he saw a thread of soul thought held by the void saint, from which a red line arose and directly twined around his body. There was the effect, here was the cause. Seeing such a result caused an uproar amongst the crowd. It was indeed Li Hao who committed the murder. For a moment, countless people could not believe it and were incapable of comprehending it. Buddha Venerate sighed, saying, Karma cycles, young master, your desire to kill is too strong. Void Saint exclaimed angrily. Do you still dare to deny it? Feng Boping's complexion turned sour, and staring hard at Buddha Venerate, he said, "Aren't you afraid of damaging your own Buddha heart, or do you have other methods?" "Enough," the mixed heaven saint suddenly reprimanded, addressing Feng Boping. "As a saint, Buddha Venerate taking an oath for a junior is already demeaning. How much longer will you persist?" Feng Boping parted his lips to speak, but seeing the cold glint in the other's eyes, the words stuck in his throat, unsaid. But he knew, if he did nothing and simply accepted this, then handing Li Hao over to the Void Saint meant there would be no chance for reincarnation. It was definitely not Haoshan's doing. Feng Boping clenched his teeth, and with his head hung low, facing the supreme saints of the upper three realms, his aging body stood like a great mountain before Li Hao. Enduring the disdainful looks of many supreme saints, he declared word by word, "I am willing to stake my own life and the saint path to guarantee it." Upon these words, the entire auditorium was once again shockingly stirred. A three calamities saint was willing to stake his life and saint path as a guarantee, such deep loyalty. Upon hearing Feng's words, Li Hao's already cold heart couldn't help but shake violently. Looking at the old but erect back, his eyes suddenly became moist. Among the myriad saints, he alone was willing to stand before him, unconditionally trusting. Hearing Feng Boping's words, the faces of the supreme saints also subtly changed, acknowledging how difficult it is to reach the three calamities saint status, how challenging it is to overcome them, only one step away from eternal prosperity in the saint path, and reaching the realm of saints, yet willing to risk his life and to guarantee? The result is out, even with your life you cannot protect him. Void Saint was equally shocked, not expecting such a close relationship between the other party and the young man. But right after, he angrily shouted, "Thief Saint, that's not a guarantee, that's a threat. Do you doubt my karma skill?" Buddha Venerate also said with a stern look. Hearing his words, Mixed Heaven Saint's eyes took on a harsh tone and said, "Right, are you threatening us? The result has come out. What evidence do you have that can prove it wasn't him who killed? With tens of thousands of eyes watching, in plain sight, what makes you say it wasn't him?" Feng Boping clenched his teeth and hung his head. What he was proficient at could not prove Li Hao's innocence, otherwise, he would not risk his life to vouch for him. But he believed in Li Hao, believed that Li Hao would not act rashly and lose his senses to commit such an act in public. He also clearly knew that the boy was never arrogant, always carefree, very low-key. It's just that, some people would always insult and provoke him. "Give me time, I can prove it," Feng Boping gritted his teeth and spoke, attempting to buy time for Li Hao. Void Saint burst into laughter, yet it was a laughter filled with extreme anger. "Give you time? You want to stall for time, waiting for him to become a saint. Indeed, his talent is exceptional, but daring to overstep the boundaries publicly at the Daola realm, treating all heaven's saints as if they were nothing. If we wait until he becomes a saint, I fear even a word from us will anger him." Feng Boping lifted his head, staring at him intensely, and said, "You know better than anyone how your disciple died. Don't talk to me about that nonsense. What I see is evidence, the proof from the karma skill." Void Saint shouted angrily. Holy Master of Law spoke indifferently. "All things follow the laws, without laws nothing can exist. Even the heavenly Tao has its rules. Mountains have their paths, rivers have their paths. If the laws go backward, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Since you cannot produce evidence, you must accept this result and proceed according to the law. No need to say any more, Thief Saint. Understand your own position. It's not your turn to question here, and the outcome is already clear. Don't make further trouble." Mixed Heaven Saint spoke coldly, his whole being exuded authority. Although just an incarnation, at this moment, the supreme authority seemed to gather the entire sky above his head, pressing down on the entire Saint Mountain. Countless people felt his authority, all with drastically changed expressions. Is this the deterrent power of a supreme saint? Just the anger of an incarnation, yet it causes the heavens and earth to change colors. Feng Boping's body shuddered, suddenly raising his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the Holy Master of Law and Mixed Heaven Saint among others. He couldn't believe that the several supreme saints couldn't see through the deception. But now with such an outcome, he suddenly realized, it was because Li Hao was too dazzling, blocking their disciples' paths. If Li Hao falls, then it would be Chu Tinlu and Xiao Tianyu competing against each other next. This was, after all, a chance for becoming a saint. Unexpectedly, in the land of all saints so vast and boundless, throughout the 33 realms and hundreds of divine dynasties, there is no place for a true unparalleled genius. Feng Boping looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh, but his face seemed to have suddenly aged a lot. Mixed Heaven Saint said coldly, "The heavens do not lack monsters, although he has exceptional talent, with such a nature, scornful of all heavens, he too should go through reincarnation again." On the battlefield, Li Hao's gaze swept across the faces of the various supreme saints. The medical saint, after the karma skill was revealed, had a slight change of expression and did not speak up for him anymore. The source ancestor just silently watched him, eyes showing pity. Li Hao understood from that expression, the other party had no intention of intervening. Was it that he didn't see it, or saw it but didn't wish to speak up for justice? Li Hao started to laugh, Void Saint and Buddha Venerate playing a fine game together. "Elder Feng, let it go." Li Hao spoke, his voice very light. Hearing Li Hao's words, Feng Boping's body trembled slightly. He turned around, looking at the young man on the battlefield with a smile, yet solitary and unsupported. In that moment, he suddenly felt his heart as if it was being carved out. This scene was all too familiar. In that illustrious divine general mansion, capable of accommodating countless servants, but unable to accommodate one more young master. "How his voice trembling, feeling a sense of sorrow. "Saint Path, Saint." Li Hao chuckled lightly. If this was the face of all saints, then he had seen it. If this was becoming a saint, then it was far too different from the real saints in his mind. Is this what countless people chase after as their goal? They're just mortals after all. Li Hao thought to himself, smiling. He said to Elder Feng, "If those pretending to be asleep cannot be woken, then they must be awakened." Feng Boping was taken aback, but he quickly realized, Li Hao was never one to just be captured without a fight. Simply wait for Void Saint's disposition? But, under the eyes of the All Saints, even if Li Hao wanted to resist, a saint would personally intervene to suppress him. He's just at the Daola realm. How could he possibly defy the many supreme saints? After speaking to Elder Feng, Li Hao then looked around at the various supreme saints of the upper three realms. Then his gaze swept one by one, looking towards those with concealed aura among all heaven saints. He alone did not look towards Void Saint and Buddha Venerate. At last, his gaze swept over the entire audience below the stage. His body erect, resilient, standing in the midst of the battlefield, for the first time he spoke with a serious yet clear voice. "Although I indeed harbored thoughts of killing that despicable scum, I did not commit murder. Believe it or not, it is up to everyone's own heart. I, Heoshin, am accountable for my own actions, but if you wish for my life in return, your despicable disciple doesn't deserve it." Towards the end, Li Hao suddenly looked towards Void Saint, his eyes fierce. At this moment, his spine was straighter than ever before. Facing the All Saints, he didn't bow his head anymore, no fear in his heart. If fear couldn't exchange even a single truth, then what use was fear? Hearing Li Hao's words, Void Saint sneered. "You admitted it, you indeed wanted to kill someone, and you actually did it. Do you think people will believe you?" Li Hao said no more. His words were not for defending himself but to inform those who were willing to believe him, giving them an answer. Those who were unwilling to believe, who harbored doubts, or were biased from the start, even if he explained till his throat was smoking, they would not likely be trusted. Once a doubtful mind is set, the outcome speaks for itself. Arrogant, do you really think you can do as you wish just because you can contend for the first in the heavens? You are still not a saint. Mixed Heaven Saint said sharply, as if chastising Li Hao. Accompanied by his words, the clouds on Saint Mountain gathered tumultuously, like thunder flashing. Li Hao looked up at him, largely understanding why this saint was so aggressive, simply because he had defeated a disciple of the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land, tarnishing the reputation of the Mixed Heaven Sacred Land. Linglong from all sides, he didn't learn it, he only knew he was humiliated and retaliated in kind, yet there were those who couldn't bear it. If punishment is truly needed, I believe disqualifying him from this ultimate battle is already the severest. Leave it to me, I'll discipline him. At this moment, the Sword Master suddenly spoke. He knew the outcome was set and irreversible. His words were an indirect approach. "Ridiculous, he killed my disciple. How does it fall on you to discipline him?" The Void Saint rebuked immediately. The Sword Master watched him with cold eyes, sword chi swirling around his body as if about to erupt. But then, the Holy Master of Law said indifferently, "Are my words not clear enough? Abide by the laws. You too, do you intend to defy my law?" As he spoke, countless divine pathways surged from all directions between heaven and earth, converging around him, the law that mountains, trees, flowers, grass, and all beings abide by. as well as his own power. Such a display of might instantly turned the holy master of law into the central figure of heaven and earth, seemingly the only source of light. The sword master and Feng Boping's faces changed slightly. Even though they were merely incarnations, the holy master of law was an extremely fearsome existence among the supreme saints. If they were to really start fighting, even going all out might not result in a good outcome, not to mention, there were other legalist saints here. The Void Saint said, "The holy master of law acts impartially, the two of you should not forget your status. If you truly wish to compete, wait for the debate among saints, I will visit personally." Having said that, he looked towards the Buddha Venerate and said, "This child is full of murderous malice, let Buddha Venerate convert him." The Buddha Venerate nodded slightly and said, "Since that's the case, I shall take on the task." Gazing at Li Hao on the battle platform, he said, "You killed in public, annihilated the Saint Heir, and extinguished even the divine soul without mercy. I will first strip you of your power, then let you contemplate before Buddha for 3,000 years, cultivate a Buddha heart, eradicate your demonic nature, and thereafter, embark on the cultivation path again." As he spoke, he raised his palm, and a pure and brilliant golden light suddenly shone like divine yang, dazzling between heaven and earth, bearing down on Li Hao. Seeing him raise his hand, Feng Boping became immediately alarmed and angry, taking a step forward. HMPH. The holy master of law suddenly let out a cold HMPH, a chill flashing in his eyes. With high cheekbones that already made him look exceedingly dignified, the Tao that gathered around him suddenly pressed down with a crushing force. With a thud, Feng Boping's body was struck and suppressed by this Saint Tao power. He spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood and stumbled backward. The sword master's body tensed, his face changing slightly at the sight. He also sensed the mixed heaven saint watching him and immediately knew there was no chance for him to act. He turned towards the battle platform, a tinge of sorrow in his eyes. Such a monstrous talent in the sword Tao, yet about to fall. The wars between saints were often even more brutal and bloody. Talent. Your talent was ultimately just that, talent. Others might respect it, but if it becomes troublesome, they will only eliminate it completely. Master Feng. As Feng Boping was suppressed by the holy master of law, Li Hao on the battle platform, who had been ready to fight to the death, suddenly had his expression change drastically, with a reddening around the eyes. He raised his head, glaring furiously at the supreme saints sitting on the clouds, but what he saw were nothing but cold, dismissive eyes behind the mist. In this moment, Li Hao knew that only true power qualified one to have a seat at the table. Talent alone is worth nothing. Suppress. The dazzling golden Buddha palm had now descended upon the sky above the battle platform, obscuring the entire sky as well as the faces of the saints. Below the platform, some faces drained of color, some let out screams, some suddenly stood up, while others showed schadenfreude smiles. That youth on the battle platform, under the colossal, sky-obscuring hand, seemed nothing more than a mere ant or speck of dust. Chu Tinlu's expression turned cold. The opponent had violated the sacred laws, and although regrettable in death, he deserved his fate. Xiao Tianyu's brows were tightly knitted, his expression somewhat somber. With a torrent of blistering power, the Buddha palm pressed down, while on the battle platform, the youth burst forth with a sky-reaching golden radiance, his hair turning wildly on end and transforming into silver white, like rebellious flames billowing and burning intensely. "If you seek to annihilate me, even in death, I will punch a hole in your palm." A bellow that shook the entire heavenly origin realm resounded, as the youth on the platform erupted with a dazzling glow in that instant, unleashing all his techniques with the extreme realm fully activated. A stately Dharma aspect emerged behind him, while at the same time, it seemed that the all-heavens stars shined brightly, revealing the all-heavens star vein that he was cultivating, now made manifest in this moment. As if the radiance of all the stars in the sky were converging onto this one person. Indescribable, it was as if a wild, primordial energy was emanating from him. That was a power surpassing the heaven and earth vein, reflected by all heavens. Countless stars twinkled for him. Ah! The young man's body merged with the heaven and earth law manifestation, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens, skyrocketing upwards with a dazzling divine sword coalescing in his hand, revealing an unprecedented sword technique through the gathered sword light. That was Immortal Guide, at this moment, under the immortal transformation extreme realm, amplified by the eternal Tao domain, and blessed by the all-heaven star vein. This sword burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance, In the space that was continuously compressed under the suppression of the Buddha palm, it shone with a terrifying light that illuminated the entire world. That sword, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal realm, directed a brilliantly luminous path for the world. Immortal guide. Bang! At that moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth were splitting apart, as if the world itself was being cleaved in two by this sword. Seeing that figure standing within the Dharma aspect, with an invincible posture that was peerless, the entire heavenly origin realm, everyone was stunned. In that waiting area, all heaven's saint sons all widened their eyes, their gaze reflecting that extremely brilliant scene. The void saint also froze, then his pupils contracted, staring in horror at this spectacle. Apart from them, all saints, all changed color simultaneously, revealing shock even amidst their always indifferent or composed expressions. What kind of power is that? Is this the power that the Tao Law realm should possess? The Holy Master of Law, the mixed heaven saint, and others all showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, clearly not expecting that this youth could unleash such a terrifying presence. The booming sounds reverberated, that brilliant sword extinguished the golden light of the Buddha palm, the Saint Tao power within the Buddha palm constantly eroded. The Buddha Venerate was equally shocked, feeling the once ant-like presence in his palm suddenly seemed like a fiery spark capable of stabbing through. The power it burst forth left even him astonished and shaken. This was already a power comparable to a saint. If it were a one disaster saint, they would likely have been injured by this sword at this moment. But he reacted very quickly. After the shock, a Buddha light suddenly flickered in his eyes. The power poured into the Buddha palm drastically increased. What was originally just a casual strike that could suppress, after all, it was the very being himself, the saint's power, irresistible. But now, he was using his true power. Rumble. The Buddha palm, which was splitting, closed again swiftly with the support of the colossal Saint Tao power. Carrying an unrivaled, irresistible will, it fiercely pressed down. Under the outburst of true power from the three calamities saint, the sword light within the palm seemed to be submerged. The terrifying suppressive power seemed to crush the entire void. Li Hao felt his Dharma aspect trembling, disintegrating. His Dharma aspect was under unimaginable pressure. This squeezing force, acting on his body, caused all his flesh and blood to fissure, spurting out fresh blood. The bones inside his body were also cracking. These Tao bones, which had been previously fused with La power, were now fracturing and breaking apart. Yet this indescribable pain brought a sense of frenzied fury in Li Hao. The belief in his heart was stronger than ever before. He wanted to sever it all, to shatter the Tao bones, to defy this fate. Break for me. As the Tao bones shattered, the multitude of La power that had previously been condensed spilled out, with an intensity that shocked the onlookers. In conjunction with the numerous laws within the eternal Tao domain, they overlapped, and in an instant, these thread-like laws twisted together like a rope, powerful enough to shake the saint path. Accompanying a sword strike that ripped through the air, this sword moved beyond the extreme pinnacle pierced through heaven and earth, bursting forth an unparalleled brilliance that even repelled and overshadowed the vast Buddha light. That sword move. In the crowd, Bian Rushui, whose beauty could overshadow a city yet seemed so insignificant at this moment, gazed up at that supreme and brilliant sword move. That sword move appeared eternal, reflected in her bright eyes. She had glimpsed it, the very pinnacle of sword Tao, the true ultimate sword. Surpassing the saint path, surpassing skills, like a divine brushstroke, an immortal flying from beyond the heavens, an incomprehensible and indescribable summit of a sword move. That is, an immortal descending to the mortal realm. This sword momentum enveloped the entire Saint Mountain, actually splitting open the Buddha palm that was pressing down. When Li Hao and Feng Boping previously tested this sword move, Li Hao had only used his original body to perform it without exerting his full strength, but now he was channeling the all-heaven star vein, combined with the immortal transformation extreme realm, and also employing the heaven and earth law manifestation to execute it, which increased its might by more than 100-fold. With a loud bang, the Buddha light suddenly went into annihilation, and the entire sky of golden flames were swept away by that sword move. The saint path within the Buddha palm trembled, repelled and unable to descend. At this moment, the entire heavenly origin realm fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the youth standing amidst the continuously disintegrating and reforming Dharma aspect. The youth, bathed in blood, stood in heaven and earth, his spirit unyielding, like an undefeated sword god. In the waiting area, Xiao Tianyu, Chu Tinlu, and others, including the twin Buddha child, all contracted their pupils, showing shock on their faces. This power was beyond their comprehension. Previously, they had thought that the combination of Dharma aspect, swordsmanship, and extreme realm, along with Li Hao revealing the sixth extreme realm, was already his full strength. But unexpectedly, there was still something held back. They could vaguely feel that at this moment, the stars of all heavens shone brighter than in days past. Under the pressure of the saint, it seemed that only the stars accompanied him, twinkling for him. Buddha Venerate's eyes revealed shock, and the void saint beside him also changed his expression, with a trace of horror in his eyes. Compared to when he incarnated 10 years ago to chase and kill, had this youth grown to such a terrifying extent? This had transcended beings below the supreme saint. If it were a one disaster saint, even they might have had their saint path severed by that sword move just now. After all, a one disaster saint has only transcended the human tribulation, and their saint path was not refined enough to withstand the tests of heaven and earth. How dare you rebel, Buddha's path of 3000, suppress for me. Buddha Venerate's eyes swiftly changed from shock to solemn dignity. He knew he could no longer afford to give Li Hao the chance to perform, otherwise, if the supreme saint became concerned and decided to intervene for protection, all would be in vain. He suddenly raised his hand, his body radiating Buddha light that illuminated the sky, and the merit wheel behind his head glowed with a brilliant golden flame as he pressed his hand down towards Li Hao once again. This time, he employed his Buddha's holy domain. This was a tactic to be used only in combat against peers of the same realm. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, it was as if a grinding disc was milling the void of heaven and earth, and the Tao itself showed signs of ceasing to exist. In the face of Buddha Venerate's wrath, Li Hao stood in the void, looking on coldly, while the all-heaven star vein was rapidly pouring power into his body. That sword move not only consumed his own strength but also nearly drained the heaven and earth law manifestation. Even now, as the all-heaven star vein and the heaven and earth vein gathered their powers, there was still a sense of being a drop in the bucket. But no matter what, he had achieved his goal. As he had said, even if he was an ant, snuffing him out would still sting. Watching the descending palm print, Li Hao felt as if time had suddenly slowed down in this moment, moving extremely slowly. He seemed to feel the gentle breeze brushing past his side. The light of stars shining in the sky kept on bestowing their power to him incessantly. Even with such effort, was it still difficult to escape death? Is the heavenly Tao unjust? Li Hao did not lament, nor was he sad. Instead, it felt as if he had shed an outer layer. The embryonic form of the saint path, originally a manifestation for all beings, seemed to slowly unveil itself, revealing its true core. Li Hao suddenly had an epiphany. The indifferent gazes of all saints from earlier, which contained pity, astonishment, sympathy, regret, coldness, and more, showed their differing thoughts, but all chose to stand by idly. His reverence in his heart shattered and, at the same time, also broke the chains within his heart. He had glimpsed the true aspects of the highest beings between heaven and earth, as if seeing the most truthful aspect of the universe. The hidden aspect behind the path for all beings. Heavens and earth are not perfect. In the Buddhist Holy Land, when he and Buddha Venerate discussed the Tao, Buddha Venerate said all beings are equal, and he felt that beings were not equal, as mountains and rivers cannot be generalized. And the inequality of beings, in turn, means each has its strengths and weaknesses. This is what his heart has been subtly realizing. The embryonic form of the core of the saint path. Heavens and earth are flawed. If heavens and earth themselves are not perfect, why demand perfection from others? Why demand saints to be perfect? At this moment, Li Hao suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Aside from the core embryonic form of the saint path being revealed, the bottleneck of his artistic path that had been locking him down also seemed to be lifted at this moment. He reached the 9th stage in his artistic path. His experience had long been filled in front of the heavenly steel, but he was stuck at the state of mind bottleneck and couldn't break through. Even when using the Tao music bell for enlightenment, he was always one step short. The more he loved painting, the more he pursued perfection in his art. But where is true perfection in this world? Everything has flaws, heavens and earth have their flaws, and so do all beings, so that obsession with perfection itself is a misguided path. At this moment, Li Hao had a breakthrough. He had comprehended. You have comprehended the artistic path heart realm, transcendent entering saint. A notification from the panel emerged before his eyes. The slowing of time around him seemed to suddenly return to normal. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, in an instant collision of countless thoughts. Facing the palm print enveloping from above, imbued with Buddha's holy domain, Li Hao, almost without thinking, chose to integrate this state of mind into his physical body Tao. Compared to the sword Tao, the physical body Tao could unleash greater power at this moment. After all, even if his sword Tao improved, it might not possess the sufficient strength to swing a second sword in time. Boom, physical body Tao has been promoted to 10th stage. In an instant, Li Hao felt his mind buzzing, a surge of understanding and messages inundating him. At the same time, his body trembled, as if obtaining confirmation from heaven and earth, his divine blood, his bones, all undergoing transformation. A vast and boundless aura of the Tao suddenly extended and covered everything. Even the Buddha's holy domain could not block it. The Buddha's holy domain's radiance turned pale at this moment. Compared to the aura of the Tao emanating from Buddha Venerate, it seemed as if a more majestic and supreme Tao thought had appeared. Li Hao knew that it was a sliver of the celestial venerable aura he had touched upon at the apex of his transform to immortal insight. In the void, Source Ancestor, Holy Master of Law, and other supreme saints, their gazes all changed, betraying their shock. To move supreme saints was a rare occurrence once in thousands of years. But at this moment, many supreme saints were changing colors. He had become a saint. Underneath the Buddha's holy domain, that youth had indeed become a saint. Moreover, it wasn't incense sainthood, but through his own merit, he ascended through the ritual path to saint ascension. The Buddha's holy domain, seemingly erased by a profound force, dissipated in an instant. Buddha Venerate, as if recoiling from a backlash, groaned, his complexion changing abruptly. There emerged an aura of the heavenly Tao that uniquely honored heaven and earth, enveloping the bright and sparkling youth between heaven and earth. The youth's figure was as perfect as a divine being, his whole body glowing like red golden glaze. Under the power of the heavenly Tao, his body underwent rapid transformation. A fraction of the heavenly Tao power revealed itself, integrating into his physical body. This was the Tao power obtained by the sacrificial Tao. Soon, an aura akin to that of saints, supremely sublime, began emanating from Li Hao's body. At this moment, countless people were shocked, their eyes wide open. Haoshin had become a saint. He didn't rely on the incense fire of the first place in the Supreme Genius battle but became a saint on his own ahead of time. In the waiting area, Chu Tinlu, Xiao Tianyu, and others had somewhat dazed expressions, never expecting that even before the Supreme Genius battle had ended, their opponent had already become a saint, and had taken the most difficult path, the sacrificial Tao. An unforeseen event, instead of leading this youth to his demise and erasure from their world, made him shine even more brightly, like the divine yang high in the sky, reflecting in their pupils. The Buddha child stood dumbfounded, but quickly snapped back to reality, his eyes turning completely black as if he had utterly fallen into depravity, full of violence and unwillingness. Ji Mysterious God and Lin Qingyue, as well as others, were also astonished, but they quickly became excited and overjoyed, standing up animatedly. An imposing, surging aura emanated from all around his body as Li Hao slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, as if they had just fused with the heavenly Tao, conveyed a supreme indifference and the cold detachment of one who sees through the affairs of the world. Life and death, separation and union, right and wrong, honor and disgrace, all had been discerned. But soon, that indifferent gaze warmed. When his line of sight shifted to the Buddha Venerate and the Void Saint, it became piercingly sharp. Physical body ascension to sainthood. Li Hao could feel the tremendous power surging within his own body, transcending all previous methods combined. With a mere gesture, he seemed able to grasp the entire heaven and earth, the casual release of power exceeding that which he could invoke during his transform to immortal phase. This is what it means to be a saint, physical body transcending to become a saint. Apart from granting him this terrifying power, Li Hao also noticed that what he saw had clearly changed from before. He could see the misty, radiant aura resembling smoke dispersing from many saints. It seemed to be incense fire. His eyes could perceive these saints' incense fire aura unless they deliberately concealed it to the extreme. As Li Hao looked around, he immediately saw that the incense fire aura of the supreme saints from the upper three realms was incredibly intense. The misty radiance surrounding their bodies was like fiery clouds. What caught Li Hao's attention was that Source Ancestor's incense fire aura was significantly more intense than that of other supreme saints, close to half. All were supreme saints, yet the gaps were not small. Looking at other saints, their aura of incense fire paled in comparison, only about 1/10 as much. Some saints had an even fainter aura of incense fire. Whether it was deliberately subdued or inherently scant was unknown. As Li Hao surveyed the scene, many saints' complexions slightly changed. Li Hao himself didn't notice that his gaze at that moment possessed an extremely terrifying penetration power. These saints felt exposed under Li Hao's glance, and some even felt their incense fire waver within them. How could someone who had just become a saint possess such a terrifying gaze? However, Feng Boping was also stunned by this turnaround. Under the suppression of Buddha Venerate, and in that brief moment, Li Hao had managed to attain sudden insight to become a saint. He immediately understood that Li Hao must have already touched the threshold before, hence the leap across. The sacrificial Tao, he actually embarked on the most difficult path. Feng Boping felt tears well up in his eyes, but then he burst into loud laughter. This laughter reverberated through heaven and earth, snapping many people out of their trance. In an instant, the entirety of the heavenly origin realm, every divine dynasty and major city, was boiling with excitement. Countless people watched this spectacle, which is rare to see in 10,000 years. At the critical moment under the suppression of three calamities saint, he actually achieved saintly ascension through the ritual path, unprecedented throughout the ages. That Haoshan, is he too monstrously talented? He has become a saint, my heavens, isn't that a bit too exaggerated? He's only 28 years old this year? Becoming a saint before 30, they say, establish oneself at 30. I'm nearly 30 and haven't even established myself, but he's already become a saint. He must be the youngest saint in history. Countless people were shocked, with a frenzied excitement. The matter of Li Hao slaying the saint heir is no longer significant, whether true or false, as they have witnessed the birth of a history-breaking saint with their own eyes. As the entire heavenly origin realm trembled, Li Hao's eyes drooped, slowly reverting to his own body. He didn't rush to strike against Buddha Venerate. Instead, he was absorbed in feeling and assimilating his current physical state. His flesh and blood seemed to recombine and transform, to the point where his mind was filled with many things from his previous life, including many vague memories from his past life, which have now become clear, unfolding before him like a flickering series of paintings. All the things he has seen and heard in this life can be retrieved at any time, remembering everything with a single glance, which is also an expression of physical might to the utmost extent, yet is the most trivial aspect of it. Besides, he could also feel the obscure Taoist charm between heaven and earth, like clouds and mist scattered everywhere. In his ears, he could hear the sound of the great Tao in the wind. What kind of sound was that? Like a kind of low chant, like a pleasant ringing of bells, it made one feel comfortable. As a saint in the flesh, Li Hao felt an unprecedented bond with heaven and earth. He felt that at this moment, he was always in the prime state of transformed to immortal, and it seemed that if he could break through one more barrier, he could truly touch the most supreme and core origin of this world, the heavenly Tao. As he felt his own body, the pressure emanating from him made Buddha Venerate take notice. The recent attack, repulsed by the heavenly Tao invoked by Li Hao's sacrificial Tao, made Buddha Venerate aware that it was the protection of the heavenly Tao. But now, the ritual path to saint ascension has ended, and the presence of the heavenly Tao has faded away. Having just become a saint, even if he took the most difficult ritual path, he was ultimately just promoted, and it was the weakest moment for a saint. Li Hao at this moment couldn't even be considered a one-disaster saint yet. Eternal Buddha country, suppress. Buddha Venerate suddenly lifted his hand, striking with 90% of his strength. Compared to Li Hao, when he was still in the Daola realm, although extremely dazzling, now as a saint, he had to be even more serious. Li Hao, who was still sensing his condition, immediately felt a keen movement of wind and clouds in the world and the gathering of Taoist charm. When he looked up, he saw the solemn and serious gaze of the Buddha Venerate. A sudden urge to laugh arose in his heart. Despite the intense killing intent being concealed beneath the solemnity and dignity, it induced the world to praise his compassion. Are these three shackles the saint's three disasters? Li Hao could feel that on his saint path within him, there were faintly three terrifying forces binding him. Elder Ting Feng had told him about the affairs of saints. A saint must go through three calamities to be stable. Most saints would fall during the trials of the three calamities. These three calamities are human disaster, invoking human tribulation, earth disaster, invoking earth tribulation, and heavenly disaster, triggering the vast heavenly tribulation of thunder. These three shackles, even without touching them, would slowly loosen over time. The first shackle to detach would be the human tribulation. Many saints, after becoming saints, would practice some secret technique to delay the loosening of these shackles, to accumulate more strength to overcome the ordeals. Human tribulation. Li Hao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The so-called human tribulation is the calamity that attracts murder by others. It triggers all sorts of seemingly coincidental, yet prearranged murderous intents. Since that's the case, Li Hao simply decided to take this opportunity to overcome this tribulation. He is now undergoing the human tribulation, the danger of being killed. Unshackling now would simply intensify the murderous intent of Buddha Venerate and others, borrowing their hands to overcome the tribulation for him. Release. Li Hao stirred his saint path, one of the shackles suddenly shattered, and following that, a sound like a muffled thunder seemed to pass through heaven and earth, as something terrifying seemed about to descend. This shockwave was felt by all saints, and many were discolored. Unexpectedly, this youth was so rash, intending to overcome the ordeal right after becoming a saint. One must know, other saints would visit far and wide, seeking friends, and wait to set up a great array to safely tide through the tribulations. Yet, Li Hao, currently in conflict with Buddha sect and scorned by Void Saint, even chose to undergo the tribulation in public. You must not be spared, Void Saint, seeing Li Hao's madness, felt an increasing sense of threat. He decided today that this youth must not be allowed to live. Too monstrous, terrifyingly so. Even if the opponent were given a few more years, he felt that Li Hao would ascend their void holy land. Today, the opponent must die. He quietly accumulated power within himself, preparing to strike at any moment. But Feng Boping cast a cold glance at him, sensing his intention, and immediately locked onto him, ready to guard against any move. On the other side, just as Li Hao had cast off the shackles and saw the Buddha Venerate's descending attack, he did not retreat but instead stepped forward boldly. His flesh's ultimate sensation to the world and its elements felt no threat under the Saint Domain's mighty aura. Instead, he felt stimulated and exhilarated. That thing could not harm him. Boom! Li Hao suddenly soared into the sky, his powers surfacing in his hand, as he slashed a dazzling sword towards the heavens. That splendid Buddha country sacred realm seemed to have countless holy lotuses blooming, the turquoise pool bursting with flowers, but with that single, dazzling slash, a mighty force brutally tore through the sacred realm, stirring those visions into waves. What? The Buddha Venerate's face changed abruptly, somewhat shocked. His Buddha country sacred realm was actually split open by Li Hao's sword. Li Hao laughed uproariously at the sky, feeling the ultimate release of his power. The overwhelming strength surging within him was so fierce that without resorting to Tao domain or transform to a mortal, merely the Saint Tao power within his body seemed capable of piercing through the heavens and earth. Beyond the understanding of the world's incompleteness and the embryonic form of Saint Path he had perceived earlier, he had reached the 10th stage of physical body Tao, and had also condensed the physical body Saint Path within his body. This was the second kind of Saint Path. In terms of the physical body, amongst heaven and earth, he should be supreme. Henceforth, he need not pursue other body refinement arts. On the contrary, he could create his own body refinement realm techniques, teaching thousands, and showing humanity how to refine their bodies. All the body refinement techniques in the world could no longer surpass him, unless, perhaps, it was a transcendent act like a mortal guide. This is your Saint Domain? How weak! With a long laugh, Li Hao brandished his sword and attacked Buddha Venerate. You speak of the mercy of Buddha, yet your all-seeing eyes shed no tears. You talk of the sea of suffering in the world, yet you stand on shore, urging people not to linger in the water. Have you ever entered the water and reached out a helping hand to anyone? Accompanied by Li Hao's resounding shout, he approached Buddha Venerate with his sword. Buddha Venerate's expression turned ugly. His face was extremely grave. He once again pressed his palms together and activated the Buddha country's sacred realm, bearing down on Li Hao. Li Hao neither hid nor dodged, he simply took a step forward. Instantly, waves of Saint Tao power riddled his body like a myriad of piercing needles. Yet to Li Hao, it felt as soft as catkins brushing against him, a mere tickle. Is this a saint's domain? Li Hao laughed. His bodily durability at this moment perhaps rivaled that of a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. It seemed not even the Saint Domain could harm him. Break! Li Hao took a bold step forward, walking in Buddha Venerate's Saint Domain as if strolling between heaven and earth, without the slightest hindrance. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the all-heaven saints subtly changed, some shocked. He had just become a saint, how could he be so ferocious? Buddha Venerate was a three calamities saint, having traversed the heavenly tribulation and recognized by the heavens and the earth, yet he could do nothing to Li Hao. Buddha Venerate was rattled seeing Li Hao advance sword in hand. Previously the saint domain had been split open, but now, Li Hao stood within the saint domain, invulnerable, and Buddha Venerate wondered, what Tao was his adversary cultivating? 3 Epics Buddha Body, Sea of Suffering. Buddha Venerate's countenance solemn, suddenly lifted his hand. A glow emanated from him, unexpectedly casting the images of 2 avatars to his sides. They appeared to be avatars, yet they seemed to be actual incarnations. That is Buddha Venerate's trump card, the 3 Epics Buddha Body. All 3 Buddha bodies are real, equivalent to 3 calamities saints. Many saints focused intently, never imagining Buddha Venerate would be pushed to use such a method, and yet, it was just against a newbie who had only just become a saint, not even considered a 1 calamity saint. As the 3 Epics Buddha bodies emerged, the saint domain reappeared, and it was a 3rd-level saint domain, 3 layers superimposed, each embodying the forces of past, future, and present, adding the power of fate within, utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the 3 Buddha bodies raised their hands together, and the world seemed to rise with waves. A sea of suffering emerged. In the sea of suffering, countless corpses floated and sank, all those who had succumbed to the sea's greed, anger, ignorance, and desires. Now, as this vision of the sea of suffering unfolded, it swiftly enveloped Li Hao. But Li Hao, within the sea of suffering, was bathed in radiant golden light. The sea's strong corrosiveness could not harm his body in the slightest. With the body of a saint, indestructible and unbreakable, the shocks of the sea of suffering were barred 3 feet away from his body, simply by the natural aura emitted from his physique. Saintly body, impurity cannot approach, and those dead corpses floating in the sea of suffering suddenly seemed to come back to life, all crawling and swimming towards Li Hao. They appeared to regard Li Hao as a raft in this sea of suffering or the unseen distant shore they yearned to land upon. But there was a sudden shift in Li Hao's expression. Merely with the aura of his physical body strength, he blocked those dead corpses. He raised the sword in his hand and murmured, "If the world is indeed a sea of suffering, then I shall cleave it apart with a single sword." Raising his hand, he suddenly swung his sword forth. This casual swing seemed to carry the power that penetrated heaven and earth, cleaving open the sea of suffering, shining to the extreme. This sword was also reflected in Bian Rushui's eyes, not at all inferior to that previous ultimate sword, yet now casually executed by Li Hao. Bang! The sea of suffering split apart, and the world seemed to divide. Li Hao continued forward with his sword. All 3 incarnations of Buddha Venerate wore increasingly grave expressions but once again resorted to Buddhist law. Behind their backs, the merit wheels coalesced, actually morphing into a vast swirling black hole. This black hole seemed to possess a certain pulling force, zooming from the end of the sea of suffering and then halting in place, suppressing the entire sea of suffering and also attempting to suppress Li Hao. Reincarnation. Buddha Venerate murmured. Within that black hole-like vortex, destruction loomed. It was the ultimate power between life and death. Between life and death lies reincarnation, an endless cycle, yet also a ceaseless emergence and demise. And you dare speak of reincarnation? Li Hao glanced at the vortex, containing the power of destruction but only a faint vital force. Evidently, Buddha Venerate had not fully comprehended this Buddhist law. It was merely a rudimentary stage. Without further words, and without halting his stride, in the moment of convergence, he suddenly sheathed his sword and instead accelerated, colliding with the revolving vortex using his body. Immediately, many exclaimed in surprise. But in the next moment, Li Hao's body shattered the cycle of reincarnation, tearing the black spinning vortex apart. Shrouded in black flames like afterburners, he raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Buddha Venerate sitting on the far shore of the sea of suffering. On Buddha Venerate's face, the gravity turned into a somewhat dazed look. Although his Buddhist law was still immature, it was an exceedingly formidable method. If the cycle of reincarnation had been properly established, even a supreme saint would have to dodge its sharp edge. But Li Hao unexpectedly crossed the bitter sea with his physical body and tore through reincarnation, an act that completely exceeded his expectations. "You've sat up there for too long, now come down and walk around." Li Hao stood above the bitter sea apparition, suddenly lifted his sword, and executed a swift slash. With one sword cleaving through the air, infused with the intent of the only me swordsmanship and blending the ethereal and transcendent sword force from Immortal Guide, his strike did not land on Buddha Venerate, but swept across the lotus platform beneath the 3 lifetimes Buddha. With a bang, the lotus platform shattered, which was not a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon but a Saint Heart treasure of extremely high grade. Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons, even saints may not possess such rarities. They are extremely scarce, nurtured by heaven and earth, and forged through the tempering of Tao fire and heavenly tribulation. As the lotus platform exploded, the 3 lifetimes Buddha transformed from a seated position to being flung backward, forced to stand amidst the void. After his sword blew up the lotus platform, Li Hao utilized the returning ruin instantaneous movement to close in on him. At this moment, his physical body had become a saint, capable of greater distances with the returning ruin instantaneous movement. He nearly instantly approached the Buddha Venerate and cleaved with his sword. He arbitrarily chose one of the Buddha bodies, indifferent to its authenticity. Bang! Buddha Venerate raised his hand, and before the Buddha light in his palm could scatter, it was split by the sword, followed by a spray of golden blood from his arm and splashes of golden beads on his kasaya. With Buddha blood to journey across the bitter sea. Your Buddha's path is nothing but wanting people to respect you, fear you, dread you. The Buddha's path is not the true path. The Tao that can be trod is not the eternal Tao. As Li Hao wielded his sword, he roared towards the heavens. With those 6 words spoken, the heaven and earth seemed to tremble with a humming. That was the true sound of Tao, summoning apparitions between heaven and earth. Buddha Venerate, intending to defy, was shocked by the vibrating sound, causing a brief confusion and oblivion in his eyes, a sign of the fracturing Saint Tao. Simultaneously, his physical body was shredded by Li Hao's long sword, blood scattering over the bitter sea. The 3 Buddha bodies were swiftly swept away by Li Hao like fallen leaves in a fierce wind, all split asunder. In an instant, Buddha Venerate fell, covered in blood, collapsing into the bitter sea. And the apparitions of the bitter sea also gradually dissipated. This scene left everyone speechless. The eminent 3 calamities saint was suppressed by Li Hao, who had just become a saint. In the waiting area, the twin Buddha child's pupils constricted. Those pitch-black whites of his eyes briefly restored some clarity as he watched the scene of Buddha Venerate's downfall in the sky, somewhat dazed. On the other side, Feng Boping, upon witnessing this scene, felt shock followed by delight. Just at this moment, Void Saint suddenly vanished, instantaneously teleporting away from the void, appearing behind Li Hao in almost an instant. By the time Feng Boping realized it, it was already too late. He cried out, "Be careful." As he spoke, he rapidly deployed his Saint Tao, filching a portion of the power from the opponent's attack. Yet despite this, the attack still descended upon Li Hao's head. Li Hao, under that ultimate space power aiming to assassinate, only calmly turned his head to look back. Bang! Explosive thunderbolts burst above Li Hao's head, swaths of rending void power enshrouded him, but, after the force dissipated, Li Hao still stood there, undamaged, eyes sharp with frost, maintaining his previous glance back, unaffected. Void Saint froze, disbelief rising within his eyes. Impossible. His Void Tao, renowned as one of the most powerful attacks among the 3 calamities saints, failed to harm Li Hao. In fact, it did hurt him, only, Li Hao possessed the frightening self-healing of blood rebirth, complemented by the apex physicality of the power transmission ultimate realm. Following his ascension to saint, these effects were significantly enhanced, especially the self-healing. The wounds closed almost immediately. This recent attack had indeed slit Li Hao's skin, albeit just a scratch, but it was evidence enough of the fierceness of the opponent's attack. "So impatient, are you? You're going to die," Li Hao said softly. Hearing Li Hao's murmurs, Void Saint felt a sudden, hair-raising chill. What kind of Tao had this person cultivated, to reach such a terrifying level? The next moment, Li Hao burst forth. Void Saint, with a quick reaction, swiftly disappeared into the void. Bang! Li Hao suddenly swung his sword, his hair transforming into a brilliant silver as he entered transformed to a mortal. This sword reached its zenith, and space cracked like a fault line, split apart. Void Saint was forced out of the void by Li Hao. Seeing the terrifying sword light surge towards him, he quickly maneuvered his void power to strangle it. But as the layers of void power continuously assailed it, the sword light remained brilliant, arriving in an instant and slashing across his chest. Blood spurted out, and his body was hurled backward, grievously wounded. Li Hao raised his hand. The recently solidified artistic path heart realm gave him an extraordinary insight at that moment. Looking towards the turbulent heaven and earth, he suddenly converged the heaven and earth power in his hand to form a pen. With the pen forming, a vast aura of the saint path spread out. That was the essence of Li Hao's artistic path. He sketched quickly, with the heavens clouds churning. He took the sky as his canvas, used holy blood as ink, and drew portraits of to the Buddha venerate and void saint's downfall. And there was also another saint, young saint, whom Li Hao had not forgotten. As the portraits of the three were rendered and floated through heaven and earth, the pen and ink in Li Hao's hand also dissipated. "What are you doing?" Void Saint's expression changed slightly, crying out in astonishment and anger. He felt his Saint Dao power being tugged by something. Even if he fled into the void, it would be drawn by that thing, and this attraction would make it impossible for him to evade. Ordinary people have their portraits placed in the mourning hall before death. This is for your use. Li Hao spoke coldly. His words spread throughout heaven and earth. The entire heavenly origin realm heard it, and countless people gasped. This was too domineering. Had he just become a saint and was about to slay the three saints? You completely disregard the law. Void Saint said this out of extreme anger and astonishment. These words seemed to drag the school of law into the mix. Deep fury was revealed in his eyes. Thinking back, he should have used his true body to suppress this youth 10 years ago. However, at that time, the opponent was merely an ant, and using an incarnation was already extremely exaggerated. Li Hao, hearing Void Saint's words, simply sneered and said, "The law? Sending your own disciple to die. If we talk about the law, the one who should die is you." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. The power of Saint Dao flowed within him, showing the words previously transmitted to him by Holy Son Shu Yuan in the void. "It's a pity, such a monster was born in the divine dynasty, otherwise, it would have been flattened by me by now. You ruined my great plan. You truly deserve to die." This was broadcasted throughout the heavens and earth with Li Hao's Saint Dao amplification. One could recognize that it was Holy Son Shu Yuan's voice. Li Hao previously could not do this, but after becoming a saint in the flesh, he could glimpse the Dao in the wind. The traces of this transmission did not dissipate in the heavens and earth, thus, he was able to reproduce them. The opponent did not anticipate that Li Hao would become a saint in a blink of an eye. At this moment, as the voice was broadcasted, everyone froze and looked at each other in disbelief. Some saints who were originally indifferent, their eyes flickered with light. Previously, Buddha Venerate swore by his Buddha heart, which made people believe, and they were not willing to think deeply about other people's affairs. Moreover, they knew Li Hao was being hunted by Void Saint, and it must be due to a vendetta with the Void Holy Land, so Li Hao indeed had the motive to kill. But hearing this now, it became somewhat thought-provoking. After this statement, Li Hao also reproduced the last words of Holy Son Shu Yuan before his death from the heavens and the earth. "You accompany me in death too." This voice was fierce, with madness. Anyone could hear the twisted intent to kill in it. Many people suddenly realized, recalling what Li Hao said earlier, that the opponent had committed suicide. Along with Li Hao's previous performance, the opponent did not admit defeat on stage, but instead chose to fight, clearly showing there was another reason. There was enmity. So one would fear the opponent seriously injuring them in the match. They should have conceded earlier. Thinking this, many people's views of Void Saint changed. Many disciples of the Void Holy Land present could recognize that this was Holy Son Shu Yuan's voice, and for a moment, some were bewildered. However, many were furious, saying that Li Hao's actions were slanderous and unfounded. Li Hao naturally wouldn't argue with these people. His actions were just to let those who were willing to believe him know. For those harboring their answers deep within, he couldn't be bothered to open up their biases. After all, he had become a saint. A mountain does not succumb to dust. The reason a mountain is because it never avoids any dust landing on it. Apart from some disciples of the Void Holy Land, most others now held the idea of further investigating this matter. Holy Master of Law slightly frowned. As a supreme saint, he recognized that Li Hao's technique was by no mere fluke. This indeed raised other questions. Although he disliked Li Hao's disregard for the law, each issue should be considered separately. If the law isn't just, then it's not law, but power. He cultivated the law, not power. Thus, if they continued to target Li Hao over this, it would instead affect his own path in the Saint Dao. So it was indeed your plan. You didn't expect Haoshan to become a saint, huh? Didn't you detain a strand of your disciple's soul thought? Let him come out and confront it? Feng Boping suddenly roared, his eyes glowing with excitement. He knew that previously all saints remained silent because the credibility of Buddha Venerate's vow was too significant to doubt. But now, there was no such reason. However, Why the vow of Buddha venerate had no effect was beyond his comprehension. Void Saint's face turned ugly. He didn't expect the fool to die, but even at the brink of death, the fool had to throw out some harsh words. So it seems dying without saying those harsh words means death with opened eyes, right? He was annoyed in his heart, but at this juncture, hoping that all saints would remain bystanders became difficult. Moreover, even if all saints continued to be bystanders, he and Buddha venerate couldn't suppress Li Hao publicly. This plan, failing over and over, has been a series of failures since the assassination attempt began. His disciple is merely a sliver of soul thought, his consciousness chaotic, how can he verify? Void Saint exclaimed angrily. Feng Boping sneered. Then extract that sliver of soul thought, examine it carefully, discern the truth clearly. You, Void Saint nearly choked on blood. If the soul thought is indeed extracted for a close examination, that sliver of soul thought will disperse, which would mean true annihilations of body and soul, without even the qualifications to enter the Mo River. This concerns the integrity of the saint. Your disciple's intentions are malicious. If you cover for him, it means you are both in collusion. Feng Boping sneered coldly, the situation now reversed in their favor. Li Hao's eyes were indifferent, his intent to kill hidden deep, not hurrying to take action. Clarifying might be better, so when he makes his move later, all saints could not stop him. Thief Saint is right. In that case, bring out your disciple's soul thought and let everyone understand clearly, to avoid misunderstanding. At this moment, Source Ancestor slowly spoke. His voice gentle, he smiled slightly at Void Saint. Void Saint felt a chill in his heart. With Source Ancestor speaking, this action was set in stone. After all, many saints would stand on Source Ancestor's side, his network and authority speaking. His facial expression fluctuated momentarily. He knew that if truly handed over, it would be the worst scenario. If it were just his disciple, death was trivial, but he had promised the other party to ensure his reincarnation. Handing him over now would mean breaking his vow, damaging the saint path as well. My disciple has been diligent in his cultivation, now only a sliver of soul thought remains. I will not let him extinguish, I hope all saints understand. Void Saint gritted his teeth as he spoke, casting a harsh look at Li Hao, suddenly dashing towards the distance, escaping into the void to leave this place. Wait, don't be so hasty. Suddenly, a force in the void obstructed, forcing Void Saint out. The speaker was Yin Yang Supreme Saint. He spoke with a smile yet not smiling. Leaving like this only makes people feel you are in collusion. The impact now is profound. It's better to check clearly. Indeed, Void Saint, do not deceive yourself. Holy Master of Law also spoke coldly, his expression very serious. Void Saint's face looked terrible. The attitude they had towards Haoshan earlier, now shifted to him. Everything was only because the other party had become a saint, and he had failed to kill him in time. His heart was filled with rage and hatred. If you worry about your disciple's soul thought dissipating, if it proves he is innocent, I have a way to keep him safe. At this moment, the medical saint also slowly spoke up. Her gaze was gentle and calm, as if untainted by dust. Her robe fluttered, emerald green like jade, and seemed to contain a transparent and pure life force. Hearing the words of the medical saint, the face of the Void Saint darkened further. He knew that with these words, he had no way to shirk responsibility. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he knew that if he really handed over that soul thought, and if the memories it contained had any trace of this frame up, it would certainly bring disgrace and a tarnished reputation to the Void Holy Land. As thoughts raced through his mind, a chill ran through his heart. His expression softened as he said, "Since the medical saint has spoken, then let him." He drew out the soul thought, but a quietly infiltrating force of the void tried to destroy it. But just then, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble slightly. A vast power enveloped and intercepted the infiltrating void force, wrapped around the soul thought, and pulled it up into the sky. The Void Saint's face changed dramatically, looking towards the Source Ancestor in shock and rage. The Source Ancestor gave him a meaningful glance, then smiled and said, "Then please, Medical Saint, proceed with the investigation." The Void Saint felt stifled, his whole body trembling with rage, shocked that the Source Ancestor had decisively guessed his thoughts. If it was merely a blind eye turned, allowing him to quietly destroy it, then feigning regretful surprise saying, "My disciple's luck was thin and he could not withstand," this matter would have ended there. Although such an act was an acknowledgement, he did not care what other saints thought of him, as long as he could deceive some living beings. After all, the intelligence of the masses varied, and inevitably some would be deceived by his words, thus stabilizing the incense fire of the void holy land. But the action of the source ancestor had cut off his retreat. Moreover, he also knew that the other party's decision to act was to curry favor with that young man. Compared to that rising new star, the new sacrificial Tao saint, the source ancestor had already made his judgment about which was more important. With many thoughts flashing through his mind, the face of the void saint grew increasingly grim, looking at the soul thought suspended midair, now hoping only that a fragment of critical memory was missing. He even regretted why he had initially detained this soul thought and not directly erased it. Even bearing the backlash of a heart oath would be better than the loss he faced now. But such a regretful thought was merely fleeting. A saint would not easily turn back. At this moment, the medical saint raised her slender white finger and lightly tapped in the void. Suddenly, memory scrolls appeared on the suspended soul thought, pulled onto it and projected outward. Woo wuuuuuu, Mom, I'm hungry. Such a grand scale of the divine dynasty here, not bad. The highest here is only Tao comprehension realm. I'll take this incense fire. Gentlemen, if this succeeds, 7/10 of the incense fire of this divine dynasty will be mine, the remaining 3/10 divided amongst you 6. Master, if that person secures the first place in the supreme genius battle and becomes a saint immediately, he will surely be the first to trouble our void holy land. I understand, Master. Your disciple will obey your command, even if it means death. I will drag him down. Memory scrolls unfolded. Among them were childhood scenes of the holy son Shu Yuan, but no one was interested. Li Hao's eyes fell on some scenes, suddenly the plotting against the Deu divine dynasty's memories. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he then saw the scene of the holy son Shu Yuan talking with the void saint. As this memory was revealed, countless people gazed at it, and the scene suddenly erupted into uproar. But the heart of the void saint dropped to the pit of his stomach. Damn it! He felt a gnashing anger. Why keep these memories? It seems, the matter is clear, he was not killed by Haoshin, it's just a frame-up. Such despicable tactics, risking one's own life to frame others, truly disgraceful. Void Saint, you owe an explanation. At this moment, with the evidence revealed, all saints looked towards the Void Saint, among them some from holy lands with poor relations with the Void Holy Land, immediately speaking out critically. Previously, the Buddha Venerate had sworn by the Buddha heart that it was Li Hao who killed, but it couldn't compare to the persuasiveness of the evidence now. That holy son Shu Yuan, to actually commit suicide to frame Haoshin, how vile. Is this the character of the holy son of the Void Holy Land, such low morals? Didn't you see clearly, it wasn't that holy son's scheme, it was his master, that saint's plot. Truly worthy of a saint, such a ruthless plan, if not for Haoshin becoming a saint, this peerless genius would also have been framed and destroyed. And that Buddha Venerate, he also owes an explanation, his previous guarantee of cause and effect, there may also be trickery involved. Both saints scheming together, shameless, all across the heavenly origin realm, countless people spoke angrily. The saying goes, the law does not punish the many, although Buddha Venerate and Void Saint are saints and should not be carelessly discussed, but in the face of such overwhelming momentum, even saints had to avoid their edge. After all, they achieved sainthood through incense fire, not through sacrificial Tao, means they need not care about public opinion. Moreover, many among them had saints they revered. If other saints intended to take action against them, they had to weigh if those saints they worship would intervene. In the angry voices throughout the heavenly origin realm, the Void Saint couldn't hear, but just the plentiful angry discussions outside the arena let him know, after today, the reputation of the Void Holy Land would plummet, a great loss to the incense fire. It would take at least several hundred years to possibly recover. After all, life alternates, and in hundreds of years, many people will gradually forget these affairs, even if they aren't dead. Buddha Venerate, you owe me an explanation. At this moment, the Holy Master of Law looked towards Buddha Venerate, his gaze icy as he spoke. Buddha Venerate swore by his Buddha heart, such actions are akin to incontrovertible evidence, but now it seems that the other party's Buddha heart oath had other means to conceal. All things have karma, and the karma skill can only judge cause and effect. Although not killed by him, they died because of him, and thus it turned out this way. Buddha Venerate seemed to have premeditated his argument, speaking with a solemn expression. But his explanation doesn't hold upon scrutiny, somewhat far-fetched, yet barely plausible. Indeed, the holy son Shu Yuan was not killed by Li Hao, but the reason he took his own life was to frame Li Hao. Therefore, the cause in the karma skill would envelop Li Hao. Seeing Buddha venerate explain in such a way, everyone knew that if they pressed further, the other party's explanation could barely extricate themselves. Void Saint's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Buddha venerate's words, as the explanation seemed well prepared, as if the other party had considered how to respond if the matter was exposed. However, he had not thought of these details because, in his opinion, this plan would surely succeed, resembling a stratagem of the military school, especially with the Holy Master of Law present. He would not allow anyone to openly break the law. One could say his act was to calculate the Holy Master of Law into it, a crucial part of the scheme. The saint's previous silence was also out of concern that the Holy Master of Law would severely punish such an act and thus were unwilling to offend him. However, every meticulous plan has its oversight. He calculated everything but did not anticipate Li Hao becoming a saint. Using the lever principle, he reversed all schemes. What a principle of cause and effect! The Holy Master of Law's gaze turned cold, knowing that he could not suppress Buddha venerate with the law without appearing overly forceful, contrary to his saint path. He then looked towards Void Saint, but with a cold expression. Now that the situation was clear, how could he not see that Void Saint had included him in his calculations, using him to deal with his own enemies? Void Saint, as a respected saint, you framed a mere Tao Law realm. I and other supreme saints such as Source Ancestor organized this supreme genius battle together. What purpose does it serve if not for the land of all saints, seeking more heavenly pride, for more to become saints? For your selfish desires, you let your disciple die and framed a junior, an unforgivable sin. With an unsightly face, Void Saint said, my disciple did not have complete memories, it was his own suggestion, not instigated by me. I only blame my excessive indulgence of him. The fault lies in indulgence. Stop spouting nonsense, the Holy Master of Law bellowed. From this day forth, Void Holy Land is sealed off from Saint Mountain for 1,000 years, forbidden to teach and preach. With these words, he acted as the executor of heaven's punishment, sealing Void Holy Land for a millennium. For 1,000 years, all disciples within the Void Holy Land would not receive incense fire nor could they leave. Hearing such a severe sentence, Void Saint's complexion changed, looking rather unsightly, but he said nothing more, instead bowing his head. I willingly accept the punishment. Li Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. Before the seal is implemented, things that ought to be returned must still be returned. Void Saint's expression changed slightly, asking, what do you mean? Now that it has been proven that I did not kill the man, my injustice has been cleared, but my rage also demands a bloodbath. Murderous intent flickered in Li Hao's eyes. 1,000-year ban. What did it have to do with him when he had no intention of waiting 1,000 years to take his revenge? Hearing Li Hao's words, the Holy Master of Law frowned, saying, Heoshan, although you have become a saint, justice has already been served. You must not overstep. Justice served? Li Hao burst into laughter, his eyes showing a sharp and piercing light. This justice was sought by myself. It was earned with my own fists and feet, with each strike of my sword. If I had not become a saint, at this moment, I would probably have been suppressed under that Buddha palm, wouldn't I? Then, who would tell me about justice being served? They plotted against me, framed me, I was the one who got hurt. And so, I shall personally seek my own revenge. Li Hao's gaze was icy cold. His words echoed throughout the heavenly origin realm, illuminating under the boundary stones, and countless people sensed the chilling murderous intent in Li Hao's words. Yet, many nodded in agreement. If one cannot personally settle a grudge, how can they release that pent-up breath? A person lives for their breath, Buddha contends for 30 minutes. Ironically, the breath that Li Hao wants to take is precisely happening atop Buddhism's head. Void Saint, hearing Li Hao's undisguised killing intent, grew colder and tired of pretense, with a deadly glare, said, do you wish to kill me, or Buddha venerate, with your strength? Even if you've become a saint through the ritual path to saint ascension, we have already transcended the 3 calamities. If you want to make a move, come and try. While speaking, he looked around and said, he is willfully challenging the law, whoever cripples him cannot be blamed on me. Even though he had witnessed Li Hao's might before, he still had techniques unused and did not believe he would lose to Li Hao. Buddha venerate's face was also stern. Although he had barely managed to justify himself this time, Buddhism would still lose some face. If Li Hao and Void Saint fought first, he would not give Li Hao the opportunity to trouble him afterwards in a one-on-one battle. Heoshan, your killing intent is so heavy that even becoming a saint can't change it. I wanted to bring you into my Buddhism to purify your spirit, but now that you have become a saint and touched the saintly Tao sound, all I can do is advise you. I have 270 volumes of the Mahayana Sutra, which I offer to you at no cost, hoping to dissolve the murderous intent in your heart. His words were solemn and earnest, not revealing any intent to kill, yet his words seemed to place him above Li Hao. Li Hao narrowed his eyes. How could he not discern the mind of this Buddha venerate? These words, seemingly advisory, whether gifting Buddhist scriptures or discussing his murderous thoughts, all served to provoke him. He could see through other strategies, but he had his own character. He disdained beating around the bush and found no need for it. You are just trying to make me angry, what does it matter if you join forces? Li Hao stated directly. He knew that once he pushed the Void Saint to the limit, this Buddha venerate would find a reason to intervene even without a justified cause, and a phrase like, I show mercy in Buddhism, please show mercy, however smooth-spoken, would provide a sufficient pretext for Buddhists to interfere in any matter and to establish a lofty moral high ground for themselves. This seemingly simple Buddhist saying actually contained profound wisdom of the great Tao. The opponent would never just watch the Void Saint get killed, then face him alone. Knowing this, Li Hao didn't bother to waste words with him. Quite arrogant, daring to speak of Tao with a saint in the Daola realm, and now having become a saint, indeed he doesn't regard any of the all-heaven saints. Void Saint sneered, his words subtly inciting hatred against Li Hao. However, Li Hao didn't care. The other saints were not fools and could see through the cunning in Void Saint's words. If they could be so easily instigated, Li Hao didn't value fighting them either. You've said enough, now it's time to die. As Li Hao spoke, he stepped forward, waving away the myriad memory scrolls in the air, and that strand of soul thought also dispersed, utterly annihilated. As for the Void Saint, there was no change in his demeanor, just a fixed gaze on Li Hao. Although he did not believe he would be defeated, the display of power Li Hao had previously shown was indeed not something a common newly become saint could match. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Void Saint's body flickered intensely, and in an instant, 9 phantoms of the Void Saint appeared beside Li Hao. Returning Ruin's extreme realm instant teleportation, and moreover, instantaneously 9 times. You should know, after performing the Returning Ruin instantaneous movement, there would usually be a very brief pause, unable to consecutively open the Returning Ruin's passage, but as a saint of the Void Domain, Void Saint could perform seamless teleports. 9 Void Saints simultaneously attacked Li Hao with sharp long daggers. The long dagger emitted a dark purple glow, containing bursts of twisting void-breaking power. It was an extremely strong weapon. Having undergone the Thunder Fire heavenly tribulation, this was a Saint Tao Emperor weapon. The so-called Saint Tao Emperor weapon, superior to treasures of the Saint Heart yet inferior to Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons, is akin to a man-made Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Li Hao sneered, about to take action, but felt a burst of Buddha light shining over. He saw the Buddha venerate deploy the eternal Buddha domain while simultaneously waving 1,000 palm prints towards him, layer upon layer, like golden sacred mountains pressing down. 2 great saints now joined forces at this moment, aiming to suppress and eradicate Li Hao. Before, they still had some mutual considerations and retained a bit of dignity, but now with the evidence of soul thought exposed, they utterly lost face and reserved nothing. Die! The 9 Void Saints instantly reached Li Hao's side, sealing all his escape routes. Li Hao knew that even if he used the Returning Ruin's instant teleportation, the Void Saint could likely capture him, being a saint of the Void Domain. But he never thought of dodging. Watching the rapidly approaching Void Saint, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. Bang! Suddenly, Li Hao raised his palm, ignoring the stabbing long dagger, and smashed a fierce punch directly onto the face of the Void Saint in front of him. The long dagger emitted brilliant light, stabbing into Li Hao's arm and slashing up to his neck, sparking thunderous light. Yet astonishingly, on Li Hao's skin, only a scorching black blood trace was rubbed, which healed in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, that punch from Li Hao, like a sound of evening drum and morning bell, suddenly resounded above the Void Saint's head. That was the sound of bones in the fist colliding and bursting against the Void Saint's skull. Blood splattered, that was the blood of a saint, scattering in the void. The body of the Void Saint flew backward, the other 8 shadows all dissipated, and his main body's skull caved in, his eyeballs bulging out, appearing extremely gruesome and horrific. Countless people were shocked, including the saints, who also showed surprise in their eyes. They had previously felt that Li Hao's body was extraordinary, but at this moment, they truly felt how terrifying it was. Even the Saint Tao Emperor weapon could only cause scratches, unable to destroy him, not to mention that Li Hao also possessed blood rebirth. Now there wasn't even a chance to make him burst into blood. What exactly is the path he cultivated? The legendary body refinement becoming a saint. Such a barbaric act as body refinement, could it also become a path? His physical body seems to be that of a mixed heaven saint. At this moment, some saints' eyes turned towards the supreme saint of the mixed heaven sacred land. The other was not a human race, but a great demon, from the era of the source ancestor when the world was still the barbaric wilds. He roamed the earth, exploring the power great Tao for his cultivation. Among the all-heaven saints, the body and power of the mixed heaven saint were acknowledged as the foremost. But now, it seemed another similar freak had re-emerged. At this moment, the eyes of the mixed heaven saint were utterly cold, the light flickering in his eyes, his thoughts unknown. While Li Hao smashed the void saint's skull with one punch, he didn't pause but quickly used Returning Ruin's extreme realm instant teleportation to move in front of him, and swung another punch. The eternal Buddha country immediately engulfed the surroundings, the 1,000 Buddha palms blocking in front of him, vying for a chance for the void saint to catch his breath. But Li Hao didn't look at it, his palm condensing a sword, and suddenly swung it out. The brilliant immortal guide displayed again, its elegance and peerlessness, no matter how many times seen, would always leave one astounded. 1,000 Buddha palms shattered, sword light swept across heaven and earth, dispersing the clouds and fog, splitting the Buddha country. Following that, Li Hao stepped forward with his silver hair, his aura reaching its peak, and with one punch across the void, he struck at the avatar of Void Saint. The avatar of Void Saint had already reconstituted its head, but its face was extremely unsightly, shock evident in the depths of its eyes. Its Saint Tao Emperor weapon, tempered from countless treasures, had once sliced open a path through the heavenly tribulation. It was extremely sharp, yet now it couldn't even breach Li Hao. "You're not of the human race, you're a demon." Avatar of Void Saint gritted its teeth, looking at Li Hao with a mix of fear and anger, while hastily retreating. Thunder gathered within its body, the power of the void infiltrating constantly, as it amassed its strength, knowing it had to use its mightiest means to possibly injure Li Hao. Li Hao sneered coldly, undeterred, continuing his relentless pursuit. The figure of the avatar of Void Saint flickered, moving through Returning Ruin instantaneous movement within the Returning Ruin's extreme realm. For a time, Li Hao couldn't get close. Eternal Tao Domain. Li Hao, unable to catch up, became somewhat irritated and directly unleashed the Eternal Tao Domain, suppressing the nearby void. The current Eternal Tao Domain, now imbued with the power of the physical body Saint Path, was dozens of times more powerful than before, instantly freezing the void, halting even time and space. Li Hao could feel the flow of time within the Tao Domain slowing, much slower than outside. This could be said to be the strongest display of the Eternal Tao Domain he had shown thus far, achieving such an effect. This is no longer just a Tao Domain, but nearing the level of a small world, only its range is not quite large enough. A thought flashed through Li Hao's mind, and he quickly locked on to the direction of the avatar of Void Saint's teleportation. Its figure was revealed within the Tao Domain. Its once flawless Returning Ruin instantaneous movement now had a pause. With mastery over the power of the void, among all saints, except for the Supreme Saint, it could usually come and go as it pleased. But now, with time being drawn out, even flawless instant teleportation presented a pause. The avatar of Void Saint's pupils constricted, feeling the oppressive force within that Tao Domain. Its body, like it was in the deep sea, no longer as agile as before. Its movements were like slow motion. Die! Li Hao suddenly raised his hand, pinching through the air. As he exerted his force, the 360 layers of Tao Domain power, with the enhancement of his Saint Tao force, instantly converged to a point. With a boom, the avatar of Void Saint's body exploded from within the Tao Domain, blood blossoming and scattering everywhere. This scene brought a deathly silence to the entire Saint Mountain. The disciples of the Void Holy Land all stood with their mouths agape, staring in stunned shock at the scene. Their Void Sage of the Void Holy Land was actually crushed to death by Li Hao for all to see. The other saints from numerous holy lands all wore extremely solemn expressions, and a trace of horror flashed through the eyes of some saints. Some among them were merely first and second tribulation saints, who previously regarded Li Hao as a junior, looking down from a great height. Although Li Hao had performed astonishingly in the Pride of Heaven battle, they were merely a bit surprised by it. Yet in the blink of an eye, with Li Hao having ascended to saint through sacrificial Tao, his power skyrocketed, even surpassing them. Without even traversing the tribulations, he was capable of bursting a three calamities saint. One could only imagine the level of terror if he weathered the three calamities. Buddha venerate's complexion changed. He had previously watched as Li Hao pursued the avatar of Void Saint, yet Li Hao had not attacked him, which made Buddha venerate consider Li Hao to be reckless and foolish. With the avatar of Void Saint hard to kill, if it could contain Li Hao, he only needed to strike from behind. As a result, the avatar of Void Saint surprisingly couldn't break free from Li Hao's Tao domain's constraints, which was unexpected for a Void Sage. Li Hao, about to completely destroy the avatar of Void Saint's physical body, suddenly sensed an aura escaping from the Tao domain and seeping into the void. Li Hao quickly probed, only to find that the escaping aura was indeed the primordial spirit of the avatar of Void Saint. That primordial spirit, wrapped in Saint Tao, darted through the void swiftly and disappeared above Tianyuan Saint Mountain, even fleeing out of the heavenly origin realm. In just a breath's time, it vanished from Li Hao's perception, the speed astonishingly swift. Li Hao's eyes turned cold. The opponent had actually escaped. The avatar of Void Saint was indeed one of the saints with superior preservation of life. He did not immediately pursue, because there was still Buddha Venerate and that young saint. Compared to Buddha Venerate, that young saint had not taken action previously, but Li Hao's senses had been aware of him. Now, seeing the avatar of Void Saint defeated and fleeing, the young saint also secretly began to retreat. Having come, why seek to leave? Li Hao's figure flickered, suddenly appearing at the path of young saint's retreat. The young saint, seeing Li Hao suddenly arriving, changed his complexion. He was surrounded by the grand Tao, appearing noble and pure like a sun, but now he wore a somewhat gloomy expression, saying, "Don't go too far, I was just watching, I've never laid a finger on you." Li Hao burst out laughing. "That's because you thought the avatar of Void Saint was enough to kill me. You were too lazy to make a move." As he spoke, he swung his sword, cleaving through the air toward the young saint. The young saint's face changed drastically, his body suddenly erupting in a blaze of divine light. He roared, "Do you really want to offend my young Tao sacred land?" "Offend? I will personally go and extinguish it," Li Hao spoke, his sword momentum unceasing, splitting the gathered divine yang directly, like parting a sea of fire, the thread of immortal intent reaching straight to young saint's brow, leaving a fissure on his forehead. Compared to Buddha Venerate and the avatar of Void Saint, the young saint was not a three calamities saint, but rather a second tribulation one. He had yet to traverse the heavenly tribulation, so he was somewhat inferior to the other two. In an instant, under Li Hao's sword momentum, he was severely wounded. "Holy Master of Law, you must uphold justice, he's slaughtering the innocent." Fallen and retreating, the young saint hastily said to the Holy Master of Law. The Holy Master of Law's face darkened as he said to Li Hao, "I have already divined the grudge between you and the young saint. While he is guilty towards you, it does not warrant death. Since I harbor a killing intent, don't blame me for killing him." Li Hao simply stated. In the midst of speaking, he used instant teleportation within the returning ruins extreme realm, swiftly pursuing to slay the young saint. "Remember this, if you dare, come to the young Tao sacred land." Seeing Li Hao's madness, the young saint's expression changed again and again, but his body rapidly retreated. While in the returning ruins extreme realm, he also deployed several divine skills, and his figure suddenly transformed into a divine flame, attempting to dissipate at the summit of Saint Mountain. "Where do you think you're going?" Feng Boping, realizing that Li Hao's movement technique was inadequate to keep the person, promptly made a move and nearly instantaneously appeared in front of the divine flame. With a palm strike, he extinguished the flame and forced out the young saint's body. The young saint let out a muffled grunt, his expression turning ugly upon seeing Feng Boping, and said, "You attack the heavenly sacred land and seek enmity with me?" "Nonsense," Feng Boping sneered, "you think to leave without clarifying your words." The young saint almost vomited blood in anger. "Is this how you talk? That man wants to kill." In the moment Feng Boping constrained him, Li Hao had already closed in, his Tao domain instantly enveloping and covering the young saint. Time seemed to stand still, the young saint in shock and rage, his body bursting with brilliant and scorching light, like an exploding star. But under the slow progression of time, that instant explosion was like a painting of ultimate beauty, so dazzling that it left countless people dazed and spellbound. Under that ultimate spectacle, a flash of sword chi suddenly rose, splitting the fire open and striking at the center of the scorching light. The young saint felt that the sword intent contained a terrifying destructive force, not just the force of the sword Dao, but also Li Hao's Saint Dao power. Impossible! The young saint screamed in misery as his body was cleaved by that sword, shattering into countless pieces. As the Dao domain suppressed, numerous sword chi swept across, instantly leaving the young saint's body riddled with holes and reduced to fragments. Having the experience of the previous void saint's escape, Li Hao also annihilated and shattered his primordial spirit. However, after the physical body and primordial spirit were both pulverized, a wisp of Saint Dao aura lingered among the remains, swiftly fleeing toward the distance. Feng Boping saw it but just furrowed his brow without stopping it. That was Saint Dao power, unbreakable unless argued down by Dao debate, else it could only be restrained with brute force. A saint is hard to kill, and here lies the reason: ordinary means are simply unable to do so. Even if the physical body is shattered, by hiding the soul thought within the Saint Dao, it can be reborn again. Even if the reincarnated body is killed, that Saint Dao power will still wrap around the soul thought and continue to reincarnate until they rebuild themselves. Li Hao, seeing that Saint Dao power wanting to pursue, was held back by Feng Boping, who then explained the matter of the Saint Dao to Li Hao through a transmission. Li Hao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Just letting the other party reincarnate? He had heard that only a supreme saint could forcefully slay a saint, which is also why saints revered the supreme saint. Apart from the supreme saint, when saints contend, it requires not only a clash of power but also a debate of Dao. Meanwhile, seeing the young saint's saintly body shattered and forced to rebuild through reincarnation, the Buddha venerate's expression also changed slightly. He murmured Amitabha, and then swiftly his kasaya and golden sleeves swept up, covering many of the surrounding Buddhist disciples. He then threw out a strand of golden silk, enveloping Li Hao, who was charging towards him. Li Hao burst through the golden silk with his sword chi, but when he looked again, the figure of the Buddha venerate had disappeared. Li Hao's expression turned grim, feeling the significance of lacking a powerful movement technique for the first time. Being able to defeat the opponent yet unable to kill them gave him an uncomfortable feeling. However, compared to Li Hao's dissatisfaction, the entire heavenly origin realm fell silent with the departure of the Buddha venerate. All heaven saints' eyes flickered, looking at the young body standing tall in the sky, revealing deep dread. Having just become a saint, he forced 3 saints into retreat, especially Buddha venerate and the void saint, who were long-established 3 calamities saints, extremely terrifying. Yet in front of this new saint, they could only avoid his sharp edge. Even though Li Hao did not succeed in killing his opponent, it made no difference. At least now, the opponent would have to give way to Li Hao. Unable to kill, but able to cripple and destroy the physical body, such feats were enough to instill fear in others. It feels like I've been dreaming. This trip to the heavenly origin realm was truly worthwhile. Even if I, the prince, only stayed in that rundown inn, witnessing such a battle is worth several lifetimes. Defeated the Buddha venerate, the void saint also fled after being attacked. Among the saints, he seems to be a formidable force. He has just become a saint, too frightening. Countless people gazed at the young figure standing in the sky over the battlefield, with this scene etched into their memory forever, utterly shocking and unforgettable. The silence outside the arena turned into a boiling roar, with countless people cheering, singing praises of Li Hao's name. All heaven's saints remained silent, knowing that from this day forward, Saint Haoshan would become renowned in all heavens and would have a continuous stream of incense fire power. However, after the sacrificial Dao, whether one can still control the incense fire power, not many people know. After all, saints capable of ritual path to saint ascension are already rare. Now, are you satisfied? The Holy Master of Law spoke up, addressing Li Hao coldly. Clearly, he was extremely displeased with Li Hao's unilateral actions against the Buddha venerate and the void saint. Li Hao saw the coldness in his eyes, frowned slightly, but with his current state, he also did not wish to oppose these supreme saints and simply said, "It's tolerable." Hearing Li Hao's words, the Holy Master of Law almost laughed out of anger, and said coldly, "Considering you've just become a saint and the Source Ancestor has pleaded for you, I'll spare you this time for overstepping the boundaries and breaking the law. Otherwise, don't assume that you can do whatever you please just because you have some capability. We haven't stained our hands with blood for a long time, otherwise, it would be as easy as flipping our hands to erase you." His words serve as a warning to Li Hao, unwilling to see Li Hao's arrogance and continuous transgression of the celestial laws. He who establishes laws for all heavens must see them obeyed. Even saints are no exception unless one is a supreme saint, standing at the pinnacle of the saint path. Upon hearing his words, Li Hao looked at Source Ancestor, only to see the latter smiling at him. Li Hao fell silent for a moment, pondering the previous events, but he soon resolved his inner turmoil. If might makes right, and there are flaws in heaven and earth, then his strategic thoughts and planning should be allowed, as this too is a part of his own Tao. He shook his head slightly and gave a gentle nod to Source Ancestor as a signal. He was about to retract his transform to immortal power. But at that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. You've unlocked your shackles and faced the human tribulation, thus, I shall lend you a hand. Upon hearing this voice, Li Hao looked up and saw the speaker was the mixed heaven saint. Previously, the same figure had targeted him intensely, in collusion with the void saint and Buddha venerate, taking the initiative to speak in complicated matters, intending to dispose of him. At this moment, as their gazes met, Li Hao could clearly see the condescension and coldness in the eyes of the mixed heaven saint. Mixed heaven saint, what is this? Feng Boping's expression changed, and he couldn't help but utter with a changed complexion. Mixed heaven saint said indifferently, if I don't take action, his tribulation lacks a certain significance. With the inspiration of the heavenly Tao, I shall proceed accordingly. Given his arrogance, using our holy land's saint heir as a mount, I will only act once. If he withstands it, consider it settled. If not, it is his ordeal. Hearing these words, many saint heirs in the waiting area turned their gazes toward the Green Deer King. However, the Green Deer King's face flushed with heat, but he did not believe that his master targeted Li Hao purely because of him. Source Ancestor heard the words of the mixed heaven saint and glanced at him but said no more. He knew the other party's words were not for Li Hao, but for him. As such, he had no reason to intervene. Upon hearing the mixed heaven saint's words, Li Hao frowned. The human tribulation could provoke a fatal disaster. He regarded the Buddha venerate and void saint as the instigators, utilizing their hands to transcend the tribulation, never expecting them to be insufficient as his ordeal. 2-3 calamities saints, including one second tribulation saint, still weren't enough. It had actually disturbed this supreme saint. However, it was unclear whether the other's statement was just posturing or if he truly sensed heaven's will. If the latter, the fearsomeness of the supreme saint was deeper than Li Hao had imagined. But at the same time, whether or not the other has sensed the will of the heavenly Tao, if he truly acts, it is part of this tribulation. Just as if you comprehend heaven's will, but you are still influenced by it, you remain subject to the dictates of the heavenly Tao. In that case, please impart your teaching. Li Hao couldn't be bothered to talk further. Since the other party chose to intervene, there was no point in saying anything else. The Green Deer King had been the one to provoke the situation. It was not he who had offended first. But since the other party chose not to discuss this and instead to protect his own, there wasn't much to be said. Some people know you're right, but still go against you. This is a matter of stance. And stance is not something that can be shaken or changed in a few words. Seeing Li Hao's neither servile nor overbearing demeanor, a trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of mixed heaven saint. If Li Hao had begged for mercy and been willing to bow his head with some sweet words, he might have been merciful. He indeed felt the influence of the heavenly Tao invisibly, prompting him to become a link in the tribulations facing Li Hao. But he could choose to refuse, and he could choose to show mercy, yet Li Hao's attitude displeased him. Having lived for countless years, with an exceedingly long life, he had already climbed to the pinnacle and reached a cultivation level where he had seen all kinds of monsters. No matter how stunning or top-notch they were, they meant little to him. Even if they went through many hardships, they could only barely manage to be equal to him. Even for a being like Source Ancestor, he would only show a slight deference, and it was not about fear. He could act freely according to his mood. Moreover, now that the immortal path has broken, Li Hao's talent, although monstrous to the extreme, is not likely to exceed the Supreme Saint, let alone become the second Source Ancestor. You follow the route of body refinement, your physical body becoming a saint. Since ancient times, you are the second person to choose this path. Mixed Heaven Saint looked at Li Hao indifferently and said, the first one was me. So be it, I shall assist you. This weapon is the ancient desolate heavenly feather, a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Let's see if you can withstand it. As he spoke, a slender, silver-white feather appeared in his palm. It turned out to be a feather emitting a silver radiance, becoming the most ultimate light between heaven and earth, surrounded by great Tao, and contained intense Taoist charm. Seeing this, Source Ancestor's brows slightly furrowed. Other saints showed surprise in their eyes. This was a genuine Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, extremely terrifying. Even saints, upon contact, would be seriously injured. Li Hao looked up, yet did not dodge. He knew how strong his life-preserving power was at this moment. Even if his physical body perished here, he could be reborn from the saint path. The Mixed Heavens Saint employed the ancient desolate heavenly feather, shooting it straight at Li Hao's head. In the world, 10,000 luminous rays converged, like an ultimate beam of light, instantly nearing Li Hao's face and then striking his chest. In an instant, Li Hao felt as if his chest was bearing the force of 10 million tons, an agony of sharp spikes ravaging his entire body. At the same time, gusts of wind and thunder encircled him, his body subject to the erosion of the wind and thunder Saint Tao, showing signs of fissures and fractures. Thunder scorched, fierce winds tore, his flesh dried and cracked, shedding skin, destroying and regenerating simultaneously. Under this ultimate confrontation, Li Hao faintly glimpsed scenes flitting by. It was a divine bird soaring over the ancient barbaric wilds, gliding through heaven and earth, its wings trembling as it shed a feather. As the feather fluttered down, gazing at the divine bird flying into the distance, vanishing from sight. And as time circled, the great Tao's power concentrated, this feather gradually became a source in the universe, absorbing the essence of all, enduring thunderfire heavenly tribulation, and became a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Boom! The divine feather pierced through Li Hao's chest. His physical body shattered. From his chest a huge, scorched scar opened up like molten lava splitting apart. But the Tao of Li Hao's saint path circulated. His flesh reborn in self-healing. All the cracks quickly vanished, a more ancient and majestic aura emanating from his body. Li Hao vaguely sensed that his human tribulation was over, and his physical body had been tempered and improved. Before, his physical body was only comparable to a Saint Tao Emperor weapon, but now, it seemed to truly rival a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Li Hao carefully sensed and discovered that what was undergoing transformation was not his physical body, but the physical body saint path within his flesh. His physical body had long since reached the peak of the final realm, having come to an end during the previous Tao Law realm, so the significant change in his physical body becoming a saint was due to the power of the saint path, born from the flesh and contained within the myriad pores of his body. At this moment, it was the transformation of the saint path that caused the physical body to seem to be transformed. If he were to experience the earth disaster and heavenly disaster again, the saint path would further condense and elevate, also making the physical body even more fearsome. Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, nurtured by heaven and earth, even Saint Tao Emperor weapons can no longer harm me. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with light. At this moment, even a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon could only scratch his flesh, and it would also be damaged itself. Like two swords of equal strength clashing against each other, both would end up damaged. To kill him would risk damaging one's own emperor weapons. At this time, the ancient desolate heavenly feather turned into a streak of light and flew back into the hands of the Mixed Heaven Saint, its radiant glow retracting as if much was dissipated, and after it landed in his palm, the Mixed Heaven Saint merely glanced down at it before putting it away, then indifferently overlooked Li Hao. Since you have survived this calamity, you are granted a seat among the saints. Having said that, he was enveloped by the great Tao, with mist swirling around, obscuring his figure, as if he no longer cared. Li Hao looked up and frowned slightly. Although the other party had made a move, he did not feel any intent to kill, as if he really just wanted to teach him a lesson. However, something felt off to him. This act of Mixed Heaven Saint did not harm him but instead really helped him successfully transcend the tribulation, which was incredibly severe. A Supreme Saint intervened, with Tao Tribulation Emperor weapons as the tribulation, and after passing it, his physical body saint path underwent extreme transformation and ascended to a higher level. If the other party truly harbored intent to kill, this attack would have been far from over. Despite Li Hao defeating the Buddha Venerate and Void Saint, and his power surging, he still did not have the confidence to truly contend with a Supreme Saint. Taking another deep look at the clouds, Li Hao suppressed his myriad thoughts. Regardless of the Mixed Heaven Saint's reasons, he would find out sooner or later, and he needed to be careful. At this time, seeing the Mixed Heaven Saint no longer intervened and appearing to have some other intention with his gaze towards the clouds, the Source Ancestor smiled at Li Hao and said, "Congratulations, Saint Haoshan, on your ascension to sainthood. The land of all saints will welcome a new saint, and from today onwards, I will announce it to all heavens." Li Hao nodded. This was standard procedure. When a saint rises, all heavens shall know. However, knowing and remembering are two different things. But this time, he had made a name for himself in the supreme genius battle, and all heavens would remember. For other saints, when announcing to all heavens, a saint's symposium must be held to make all heavens remember them and to attract their incense fire. The practice of saint path for saints is no longer about secluded cultivation but rather mutual discourse. Discoursing is akin to martial artists sparring, seemingly calm but actually filled with sudden and dangerous changes, where carelessness could cause the saint path to fall. The holy master of law cast a cold glance at Li Hao, displeasure evident in his eyes, but he did not say much. "Do you still wish to participate in the supreme genius battle?" the source ancestor asked Li Hao. This question also attracted the attention of the saint heirs and saintesses in the waiting area. To spar on the same stage as a saint? Even if one loses, it would be an honor to proclaim. Naturally, Li Hao said, "While I can let others have the title of first place, the incense fire and heaven and earth treasures are mine." He spoke plainly, but the source ancestor just smiled, having anticipated Li Hao's response. "Reasonable. Now that you have ascended to sainthood, you no longer need to wait in the waiting area, lest you make those youngsters uncomfortable. You are awarded a seat in the saint domain." Saying this, he pointed his hand towards the position previously occupied by the Buddha Venerate. The Buddha Venerate had led the disciples of his sect in retreat, vacating that invited void. Seeing this, Li Hao did not stand on ceremony. With a nod to the source ancestor, he moved to that elevated spot in the sky. Sitting there calmly, he did not bother to contain his aura. With the boundary stone shining and all heavens watching, there was no need to hide anymore. His aura naturally emanated, with the Tao circling around him, revealing various phenomena. The phenomena previously displayed by the Buddhist sect were the reddish-gold Buddha's light and the void giving birth to a lotus, but with Li Hao's physical body achieving sainthood, the phenomena around him were those of various body refinement realms such as the immovable Ming King, Flood Dragon Body, Supreme Body, and so on. These phenomena encircling him made the young man sitting at the center look particularly noble, like the Lord of Gods and Demons, an illustrious true God. Seeing this, countless people's eyes gleamed with light, and many had secretly decided to erect statues and golden temples to worship the incense fire of Saint Haoshan once they returned to their own small worlds and divine dynasties. Offering incense fire would also mean receiving the blessings of the saint. Witnessing the natural display of Li Hao's might, many saints gave a contemplative look. They knew this young man not only leapt into sainthood but also held a status comparable to 3 calamities saints, second only to a supreme saint, securing his place among all heavens. In the waiting area, Chu Tinlu, Xiao Tianyu, and others had complex expressions. This young man leapt beyond their previous lives. Even if they returned to their reincarnated body strength, they could not compete with him. This was the first time in the many sessions of the Supreme Genius Battle that someone leapfrogged from the competitor's area to the Saint's observatory in the middle of the competition, overlooking everything from a high position. Mysterious God, Lin Qingyue, and others were excited, not expecting Li Hao to resolve such a terrible tribulation, break free from the traps set by the 2-3 calamities saints, and even withstand the challenges from a supreme saint. The youth sitting there with ease seemed to have weathered through thunderous and fiery trials, exuding a sanctity that made him almost unapproachable. When Bian Rushui saw this scene, her gaze became distant. Everything had changed so swiftly, her emotions fluctuating greatly. She had been anxious when she saw Li Hao kill Holy Son Shu Yuan and couldn't help but blame him for being too barbaric. But now, Li Hao had resolved all the tribulations, ascending to sainthood, stepping beyond the mortal realm into the highest order, surpassing even her master. She needs to cultivate to such an extent, and according to her master's words, she still has to go through several lifetimes. Becoming a saint is difficult, it's not something you can achieve in one step, but right now, Li Hao has truly ascended to heaven in one step. Other saints, to avoid the 3 calamities, may even reincarnate to accumulate power. To reach the height of a 3 calamities saint is extremely difficult, even for these monsters from the Supreme Genius Battle. It would take an exceedingly long time, and possibly several reincarnations. If they are not careful, they might even fall into obscurity for tens or hundreds of lifetimes. He has become a saint. Bian Rushui was lost in thought, unable to imagine that the child from the courtyard more than 20 years ago has now suddenly become a saint between heaven and earth. "Uncle, do you know, Brother Hao has become a saint. Bian Rushui muttered to herself. Having arrived at the land of all saints, she only then realized how dazzling and brilliant a saint can be, but now, that endless glory has all fallen onto that youth. The ultimate sword that she has been pursuing seems to be in the other's grasp as well. The pinnacle sword shadow she saw earlier, surpassing the mortal realm, not revealing itself in this world, yet he could strike out casually. The mountain she has been climbing, the scenery at the peak, turned out to be him. It turns out that the scenery has always been accompanying her. She stepped into Sword Cottage, pursued Sword Tao, became a disciple of Sword Saint, experienced everything, and when she finally raised her head, it was his figure that had left her behind, not even glancing back, now sits peacefully at the apex. Bian Rushui bit her lip, blood trickling down its edges, the taste of blood sweet yet bitter, but it couldn't compare with the emptiness, confusion, and indescribable pain in her heart. She suddenly remembered, when practicing swordsmanship in her childhood, being bitten by mosquitoes, it was he who fended off the mosquitoes for her. He never practiced swordsmanship, but while she practiced, that child's bright eyes always carried a gentle smile, as if in admiration and praise. Thus, she practiced with extra motivation, wishing to repay his kindness with her sword, and to confront the adult's stares, to protect him with her sword from all storms. But unknown when, these original intentions were forgotten. Bian Rushui's eyes suddenly moistened. She realized that the gratitude she wanted to repay had never been fulfilled. The hardships he endured, she never once helped to shield him from any. Even, she became one of those hardships. My sword Tao is too heartless. Bian Rushui looked down at the sword in her hand, teardrops falling down her pure and beautiful face. Meanwhile, as Li Hao was listed among the saints, Source Ancestor signaled the saint responsible for the competition to continue the Pride of Heaven battle. The platform was repaired, the array condensed again, and other contenders regained their senses from the Battle of Saints, stepping onto the stage one after another. But after the Battle of Saints, although the clashes between these heavenly prides were intense, they could hardly evoke exclamations from the audience anymore, like a feast that had ended, only leaving behind some after meal desserts. Li Hao was also in the ranking, but his opponent wisely conceded the match. As the top 10 list was drawn up, Li Hao naturally became one of them, but compared to his own ranking, Li Hao was more concerned about the rankings of Ji and the others. Regrettably, Ji and the other heavenly prides of the Ji family all failed to make it into the top 10, while Kai Guang entered the top 10, and Lin Shuhai seemed to have worse luck, falling outside the top 10. Lin Qingyue also placed outside the top 10, but with more victories, she ranked in the top 20. Pleased with her ranking, Lin Qingyue smiled at Li Hao when he looked her way. After the top 10 was settled, there was another 3-day rest before the battle for the first place commenced. However, this time the first place was already predetermined with no suspense, but the second and third places were much more controversial. All saints dispersed, and some saints, before leaving, transmitted messages to Li Hao, inviting him over to their holy lands for tea. Li Hao responded with a few courteous words, knowing these saints wanted to invite him to join their holy lands, to bolster their prestige, but if he were to join any, it would only be Feng's stealing heaven holy land. Heoshin, come with me. At the dispersal, Source Ancestor transmitted a message to Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him and subtly sensed that other supreme saints were also watching him. His eyes flickered as he guessed the reason. He nodded slightly, saw Feng's serious gaze, gave him a reassuring expression, and then stood up to follow the supreme saints away. They arrived at the Source Saint Cave Heaven within Source Ancestor's sacred land. Apart from Li Hao, those present were all supreme saints, including Medical Saint, Mixed Heaven Saint, Holy Master of Law, Mo family's Supreme Saint, and others. Mo family's Supreme Saint spoke to Li Hao. The matter of you being ambushed on the way, Yuan Zhou told me about it. That Buddha Venerate and Void Saint went too far. He appeared middle-aged, with a square face and distinctive features, including a small mustache. At the moment, all Supreme Saints had their auras withdrawn, with no extraordinary phenomena manifesting around them. Upon hearing Mo family's Supreme Saint's words, Li Hao just smiled lightly, already aware of such things. He had not seen the other party speak out before, unsure whether it was the convincing power of the Buddha Heart Oath or a reluctance to take extra action in the affairs of others. Now they were being friendly to him mainly because he had become important, and also because of the reason Source Ancestor had called him over. Hearing Mo family's Supreme Saint's words, Holy Master of Law furrowed his brow and said, "Attack, what attack? Buddha Venerate and Void Saint attacked Haoshin on his way, not wanting him to participate in the competition, Mo family's supreme saint explained. The Holy Master of Law's expression changed slightly, a flash of anger in his eyes. That's outrageous. He didn't look at Li Hao and said with a stern face, I've been contemplating the heavenly Tao these days, not attending to these matters, they've become too unruly. Li Hao, upon hearing the Holy Master of Law's words, did not express any stance. He knew that this was the defense of the Holy Master of Law's own saint path, and if someone were to break his laws, it would be tantamount to challenging the Holy Master of Law's saint path, and he would take action. It was purely a defense of his saint path, unrelated to Li Hao. However, by speaking out, the Mo family's supreme saint had effectively informed the Holy Master of Law that if he was unaware of the situation, it would be of no concern. But now that he knew, he had to deal with it. But even the Holy Master of Law's handling of the matter would be by the book and wouldn't achieve the effect Li Hao desired. He would personally avenge his own grievances. The other saints all turned their gazes toward Li Hao, surprised that this young man had braved such perils on his way here. In contrast to other saint heirs who were shielded by their sect, solely concerned with competing in peace, he had to guard against assassination by saints. However, they were not surprised by the actions of Buddha Venerates and the Void Saint. If placed in the same position, with such a monster as an enemy, they too would eliminate them as soon as possible. It's just that having reached the status of Supreme Saint, there was hardly anything that could shake their positions, hence they remained untainted by such dust. The so-called nurturing of a rich conscience, it's with wealth that one becomes tolerant. The impoverished, struggling with cold and hunger, and living a life of hardship, lack the means to give to others even if they wished. The Source Ancestor, looking towards Li Hao, said with a smile, the matters with the Buddha sect and the Void Saint will be resolved in due course. Today, I wanted to talk to you about the matter of the sixth extreme realm. Li Hao thought to himself that it was as expected, and nodded. Please speak, Source Ancestor. Seeing Li Hao's expression, the Source Ancestor knew it was unnecessary to beat around the bush with many preliminaries, and with a smile, he said, it seems you are also aware of that secret. Indeed, it's not exactly a strictly confidential matter. The foundation of the Supreme Genius battle is for this matter. Upon hearing the Source Ancestor speak of the main issue, the eyes of the various Supreme Saints slightly flickered, all fixed on Li Hao. If there were something that could make them show emotional change or interest, it would be only one thing: transcending the saint path and reaching the legendary realm of eternal life in the immortal divine realm. Even as a saint, one cannot escape exhaustion nor truly share longevity with the universe. In the land of all saints, there were once traces of immortal divines, but later they disappeared. When I became a saint, I searched for the immortal path, but it was severed. Despite the abundance of power in this realm, it feels as sealed as encapsulated ovum. Beings here will slowly perish until it becomes a dead realm, explained the Source Ancestor. When the cosmos declines, it signals the end of this realm. The day is not too far off. We have always been seeking a way out, and at last, we found one. Cosmic decline? Li Hao froze slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, the sun, the moon, and the stars will all decline, and this universe is no exception. Once you've passed the heavenly tribulation, you'll feel it. The world is slowly waning, the Source Ancestor stated. Li Hao understood, comparing it to the death of stars. Even the energy of a cosmic star will eventually dissipate. It was the same principle. We have discovered an ancient hall, where pathways of immortal divines lie. However, it can only be accessed when the extreme realm is fully unlocked. Therefore, we need your help, the Source Ancestor said to Li Hao. Li Hao knew that for the monsters of all heavens, the Supreme Genius battle was a chance to leap through the Dragon Gate for promotion, but for these highest beings, it was merely like seeking a key from the vast ocean. Now, the key had been found. All right, but I hope to bring some friends along when the time comes, Li Hao said. He knew that even as a saint, he had no power to resist such matters. He could only comply. Fortunately, compared to previously when he was at the Daola realm and manipulated at will, he now had the status to negotiate. Seeing Li Hao's agreement, the Source Ancestor was not surprised and nodded. Naturally, such a grand event would not be missed by the All Heavens Saints. However, the ancient hall is treacherous, shrouded in the clouds of tribulation. According to calculations, it will be another 3 years before the clouds disperse, which will be the most suitable time for us to enter. All right. Li Hao's eyes twinkled decisively as he agreed in one breath. 3 years was what he lacked the most, and these 3 years were just right. Moreover, he didn't know much about the mysterious ancient hall, ample time to gather more intelligence to avoid being merely a pawn. Since you agree, let's meet in 3 years in the heavenly origin realm, smiled the source ancestor. Then we will explore the ancient hall and step onto the immortal divine road together. The other supreme saints also showed slight smiles, and even the always solemn holy master of law's eyes revealed a glint of light. Hey Ocean, how did you cultivate the 6th extreme realm? Can you tell us about the process? Suddenly inquired the yin-yang supreme saint. Hearing his words, the eyes of the other supreme saints were also fixed on Li Hao. Li Hao instantly felt like he was being eyed by a pack of wolves, his saint path involuntarily circulating within him, yet his expression remained calm as he said. It was purely coincidental. I call this realm transformed to immortal. One must comprehend the heaven and earth, seeking the commonality in all things. He knew if he said nothing, it would not ease their probing. Therefore, he threw the problem back at them, letting them seek their own enlightenment. Whether they could comprehend it depended on their own abilities. But Li Hao was aware that the more anxious one was, the harder it would be to cultivate. The exploration of the immortal divine road in 3 years would need the power of the immortal transformation extreme realm. Most of the supreme saints wanted to master it themselves to avoid depending on Li Hao and being at his mercy. Li Hao could understand this as well. However, sharing without compensation was decidedly impossible. Then what is this commonality of all things? Persistently asked the yin-yang supreme saint. Li Hao frowned, a cold sneer in his heart, but his expression was plain as he responded. All of you are supreme saints with your own understanding of all things. In the eyes of the Buddha sect, a flower is not a flower, a leaf is not a leaf. In the eyes of the thief sect, all things are as fleeting as clouds, take them or leave them. This commonality of all things in the world varies from one person to another, it's up to your own personal insights. Yin-yang supreme saint fell into deep thought, furrowing his brows as he gave Li Hao a glance. He knew Li Hao would not easily speak the truth, but there was nothing wrong with those words. The other supreme saints had shifting expressions and remained silent. Having studied the 6th extreme realm for many years, they also realized that it required the exploration of the truths of heaven and earth to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly human realm. And at the pinnacle of the heavenly human realm, one must comprehend all things under heaven. Hence, they all knew the issue raised by Li Hao, just not the answer. They explored and comprehended along their own paths, summarizing answers, but they had yet to hit the mark. There is reincarnation in heaven and earth, all beings undergo change, you all, go seek the answer yourselves. Source Ancestor spoke, with profound meaning in his words, cutting off many unwarranted thoughts of the Supreme Saints. Li Hao heard the advice Source Ancestor gave to the Supreme Saints, his eyes flickered for a moment. Indeed, when dealing with these Supreme Saints, one must be careful and cautious. After all, they all practiced to the utmost realm, belonging to those who feared neither heaven nor earth. If they had ill intentions, it would be difficult to control unless another Supreme Saint took action. Thinking of this, Li Hao felt that within these 3 years, he must quickly transcend the 3 calamities. Then look at the path of the Supreme Saint, and how it leads to the way. As the 3-year pact was set, all Supreme Saints parted ways with Li Hao, bidding farewell from the Source Ancestor cave mansion. Li Hao returned to his courtyard. News from Source Ancestor's sacred land came, offering him the place of a saint, but Li Hao declined. He would leave after a few days once the Supreme Genius battle concluded. There was no need to relocate. Outside the small courtyard, when Li Hao saw Feng, his mood immediately lifted, and he greeted with a smile. "Feng, why are you waiting for me here? Come in and have a sit." "Waiting for you indeed. Those Supreme Saints didn't give you a hard time, did they?" Feng Boping said smilingly, his eyes filled with affection and sighs. The boy from the mortal world had completely grown up and could now sit on an equal footing with him. Although Li Hao was only a 1 disaster saint, his combat power was extraordinary. Even the 3 calamities might not be his opponent, second only to the Supreme Saints, a step up to the heavens. "No, they just mentioned the ancient hall. I will go in search of the immortal path after 3 years." Li Hao invited Feng into the courtyard, casually released the barrier of Saint Dao, and shared the matter with Feng. Feng Boping nodded slightly. "I also anticipated they came to you for this. Among all heaven's saints, only you have mastered the 6th extreme realm, and when the time comes, you will need to break the barrier of that ancient hall. However, on that immortal divine road, who knows how many will fall and be buried as bones." As he spoke, his eyes grew heavy. That path related to a mortal divine. It was uncertain whether it would be a peaceful journey together or a struggle against each other. It was all very unpredictable. Feng, will you go then? Li Hao inquired. Feng Boping cast a glance at Li Hao. Originally, he planned to wait until he had protected and nurtured Li Hao's growth before seeking revenge. Now that Li Hao had become a saint, he no longer had concerns and smiled. I won't go. 3 years. It's short if you say it's short, and it's long if you say it's long. We'll see when the time comes. Hearing this, he changed the subject and asked, now that you've become a saint, do you plan to establish your own sacred land or join another? Li Hao, seeing him ask this, knew he had intentions of inviting him and said with a smile, I have no family or friends, and starting a sacred land would be empty and lonely. If Feng's stealing heaven's sacred land is still in need of people, I'll follow Feng. Feng Boping's expression changed subtly. Li Hao's remark of, no family or friends, sunk him into silence. Then he quickly said, stealing heaven's sacred land. If you don't mind it, in the future, if those youngsters of stealing heaven have nowhere to go, I hope you can take them under your wing and provide them with some protection. Li Hao was surprised. What did he mean by this? Seeing Li Hao's puzzled look, Feng Boping stopped explaining further and laughed. I think you should establish your own sacred land. Pick a small world with a good environment. Although establishing your sacred land will inevitably face exclusion from others, this is all part of the process. Everything competes, so does heaven and earth. Flowers vie for pollen, leaves vie for the wind. When cultivating between heaven and earth, going against the stream, one can only struggle, and even saints are not exempt. Li Hao fell silent. Struggle? This struggle meant competition and conflict. Saints compete with each other, and saints also fight each other. Perhaps so, Li Hao said softly. If heaven and earth are incomplete, they compete for perfection. But is there true perfection? There is no true perfection. Without perfection, what then is the purpose of competition? Time flies, and 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Genius battle entered its most intense moment, the top 10 competing for the first place. But this session was unlike the previous ones. The first place held no suspense. When people saw Li Hao appear, seated high in the sky, many felt a sense of admiration, a truly unprecedented situation. The youth broke tradition one after another, creating legend after legend, becoming the brightest star of his generation. Chu Tinlu, Xiao Tianyu, and the other top 10 arrived one after another, involuntarily glancing at Li Hao seated high above, their expressions subtly changing. With the first place decided, the incense fire and heaven and earth treasures naturally went to him. Lacking such rewards, vying for the second or third place seemed somewhat dull and lackluster to them. Despite the muted atmosphere, the heavenly pride battle proceeded as usual. As time went on, the fiercest clash was between Chu Tinlu and Xiao Tianyu. They both revealed the power of their extreme realms, with Saint Dao power erupting, each reflecting the strength of their past lives, going all out. In the end, it was Xiao Tianyu who just edged out to claim the second place. When the final battle arrived, Li Hao descended onto the stage, and Xiao Tianyu slightly smiled with resignation and bowed in defeat. As Li Hao took the stage, the atmosphere at the venue was ignited once again, and despite knowing that Li Hao would not make a move, the cheering continued to soar higher and higher. Feeling the heat of Li Hao's popularity, many saints fixed their gaze upon him, thinking that if Li Hao had not embarked on the path of the sacrificial Tao, with such fervent popularity his incense fire would certainly not be lacking and would rapidly ascended. The source ancestor came forward to personally present Li Hao with the reward for the Supreme Genius battle. 3 heaven and earth treasures, as well as a share of incense fire for becoming a saint. This incense fire was sealed within a golden body, and simply by inscribing one's own divine thought onto the golden body, one could receive the incense fire sealed within it. Li Hao accepted everything without absorbing it on the spot, for if he were still at the Daola realm, he would choose to become a saint on the spot, quickly enhancing his power to ensure his own protection, but now there was no need. Even as he held the golden body high in his hand, no one dared to covet it. Those capable of snatching it, the supreme saints, did not lack this bit of incense fire. Many heavenly prides eyed the golden body in Li Hao's hand with envy, for it represented what they had been tirelessly pursuing, an opportunity to become a saint instantly. The Supreme Genius battle thus came to a close. All saints, together with their respective heavenly prides, began their return journey. Countless people who had come to the heavenly origin realm also set off on their way back, but the journey home was inevitably filled with discussions of the various astonishments of this occasion. The Source Ancestor had not announced on the spot that this heavenly pride battle would be the last. Li Hao knew that the Source Ancestor and the others were focused on the exploration of the immortal divine road 3 years later. If the exploration was successful, they would no longer care about the affairs of the land of all saints, and if not, they would continue to host the battles. Li Hao, taking his supreme rewards, followed Feng and the Lai Sky Saint back to the Saint Domain of Little Thousand World. He wasn't in a hurry to pursue and kill in the Buddhist and Void Holy Lands. There, on their home ground fortified with the support of incense fire, they would be even more formidable, and even if he could defeat them, killing them would be impossible. There were 2 methods to kill them. The first was to elevate his movement technique and sword Dao, suppress them with brute force, and then imprison and refine them through the saint path. The second method was to confront them directly and engage in a discourse on the Dao with saints. For Li Hao, enhancing his movement technique and swordsmanship would require at least a year or 2, whereas the discourse with saints is something he already has an inkling about. Since his physical body became a saint, many sealed memories had also resurfaced, and he now had a direction in mind for his discourse on the Tao, sure to vanquish both the Buddha Venerate and the Void Saint. But first, he needed to return and sort out his thoughts. As the many spectators from the heavenly origin realm returned to their respective places, the reputation of Li Hao also spread throughout the All Heavens world. Time passed. 3 months since the end of the Supreme Genius battle, several pieces of news spread one after another. The direct disciple of the Source Ancestor, Xiao Tianyu, had a sudden insight and became a saint. The disciple of the Holy Master of Law, Chu Tinlu, aligned with his past life saint path and also broke through the threshold of saint. Besides them, Bai Yuan of the prestigious lineage also shattered his shackles and returned to his previous saint rank. In just a few months, 3 saints were born in succession, sending shockwaves through all heavens. Apart from them, the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride battle also made significant progress. A legend began to spread from Lark Tower, which held vast pieces of information. 1 Venerate, 3 Saints, 7 Absolutes, all were born in this edition of the Supreme Genius battle. That 1 Venerate is Haoshan Venerate. The 3 Saints are the Heaven and Earth Record Saint, Saint Source Xiao Saint, and the eternally renowned Saint Bai of the Saint Path. 3 Saints take their place, 1 Venerate ascends to the top. 7 Absolutes are the pinnacle beneath the 7 Saints, all reaching the peak of semi-saint, just 1 step of incense fire away from becoming a saint. After each Heavenly Pride battle, the ensuing decades are dominated by the tales of the famous participants, performing myriad world-shocking feats. This edition is no exception, with many keenly following the intelligence on the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride battle. In the Buddhist Holy Land of the Kanglan realm, within a dimly lit room of a Buddhist hall, 3 figures sat quietly. Sitting in the center was the Buddha Venerate, on the right side was the green lamp Buddha, and on the left, a figure clad in a dark kasaya, the two-faced Buddha child. Now, the aura he emitted was unmistakably that of a saint, although he had yet to transcend the tribulation. Ever since Li Hao thoroughly defeated the Buddha Venerate, his heart demon took root to the extreme, eventually leading to a sudden insight. He had earnestly sought to unify Buddha and demon, hence his want to sever the demonic, but now, unable to sever it, he took a different path. Rid of his Buddha nature, from that moment, he fully descended into the demonic path and became a demon lord. Yet at this moment, emanating demonic chi while still draped in kasaya, he sat in the same room with the Buddha Venerate and the green lamp Buddha. In half a year's time, it will be the Saints' Tao Discourse Assembly, where all heaven's saints will arrive, our last chance to slay this child. The Buddha Venerate opened his eyes and spoke slowly. The Saints' Tao Discourse Assembly is an extremely grand event, a meeting for the all heaven's saints to exchange and spar. Following every Supreme Genius battle, it takes place as scheduled, where all heaven's saints can validate each other's saint path and exchange knowledge. If they have personal grievances or debts of gratitude, they can also resolve them at the assembly, avoiding saintly conflicts that may harm innocent bystanders. At this assembly, the Supreme Saints also arrive to teach the Tao. Its grandeur exceeds that of the Supreme Genius battle. The Supreme Genius battle only attracts the attention of countless heavenly prides, while the Saints' Tao Discourse Assembly is an event that all half-saints from all heavens would vie to attend. At the Saints' Discourse, they listen. If they can stir up insights, they can also use this opportunity to refine their nascent saint path, and with the addition of incense fire, they can leap to saintliness. His chosen path is the physical ascension to saint of a mixed heaven saint. It's extremely difficult to eliminate him through power. Even the all saints must use their true force. His only flaw is his saint path. First, destroy his saint path, then his physical body will collapse on its own. The essence of a saint lies in the saint path. If the saint path is destroyed, the foundation is destroyed, and all other powers will diminish. Green Lamp Buddha, upon hearing the words of Buddha Venerate, fell into slight silence. He had heard about the matters of the Supreme Genius battle, and never expected such startling changes would occur. In recent days, the incense fire of the Buddhist sect had been extinguished, and the repercussions from the Supreme Genius battle began to reveal themselves. However, if during this saintly debate conference, Heoshin is slain and the debate destroys his saint heart, then all can be reversed once again. What is a debate? It is mutual verification. The winner convinces others, while the loser is not mentioned. He just became a saint, having only undergone one disaster, possessing only flaws in his saint path. That mixed heaven saint intervened to help him transcend the disaster, which seemed targeted but actually aided him secretly. Green Lamp Buddha's eyes flickered as he spoke softly. A look of cold harshness occasionally flashed in the eyes of twin Buddha child, who said, that mixed heaven saint previously targeted him everywhere, clearly intending to have him killed, yet now, he has instead helped him transcend, his physical body as formidable as a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. Besides the Supreme Saints, he is nearly indestructible. It's truly a bad turn of events. Previously, Buddha Venerate went to Heavenly Origin Realm without bringing the Buddhist sacred treasure, that Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon, thus lacking the means to execute Li Hao. But now that Li Hao has transcended this disaster, even deploying the Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon may hardly kill him. You think the mixed heaven saint helped him, but in reality, he was helping himself. Green Lamp Buddha slowly said, that mixed heaven saint, a fierce great demon contemporaneous with Source Ancestor, cultivated by absorbing endless essences. He became a saint through physical transformation following the path of nourishment. Evidently, he views Heoshin as a potent tonic. This covert aid aims to prevent his downfall at our hands. Once Heoshin survives the three calamities, he will definitely take action to swallow him whole, possibly surpassing the Source Ancestor and reaching the pinnacle of Supreme Saints. Upon hearing Green Lamp Buddha's words, Buddha Venerate and twin Buddha child were both startled, never anticipating mixed heaven saint harboring such intentions. In the Buddhist sect, Green Lamp Buddha is the oldest. Although Buddha Venerate leads the sect, Green Lamp Buddha is the strongest saint there, and his words carry significant persuasive power. After all, in terms of generations, Green Lamp Buddha is only 10,000 years younger than Source Ancestor. And Source Ancestor, being the oldest among saints, with numerous methods and profound heritage, no one dares to lightly touch or explore. Had it not been for considerations about mixed heaven saint, when Heoshin returned to Thief Sacred Land, I would have personally gone to challenge him in a debate. Even if he avoids it, spreading such news at this time would also hurt his reputation, aiding the prestige of our Buddhist sect. But if he agrees, mixed heaven saint will not sit idly by. Green Lamp Buddha spoke softly. During the debate conference, with all the all-heaven saints present, despite mixed heaven saints' desire to shield and protect his precious tonic in secret, Holy Master of Law will block them for us. This is our last chance. Buddha Venerate nodded slightly, having also considered this point. But if he does not come, twin Buddha child frowned, expressing his concerns. He knew that the young man was not reckless. He might appear arrogant, but he was extremely composed. If he does not come, we ourselves will personally go to the Little Thousand World to invite him. Buddha Venerate's eyes gleamed coldly, intending that even if the other party does not come, this will tarnish his reputation in the all heavens, and the incense fire of the Buddhist sect can thus continue. Meanwhile, in the Void Sacred Land, since the end of the Pride of Heaven battle, the Void Sacred Land had been sealed by Holy Master of Law, and the incense fire had been extinguished. The entire Void Sacred Land had suffered heavy damages, and many disciples chose to leave the sect. After all, 1,000 years of lockdown has hit the Holy Land too hard. Many disciples who have just joined can't bear to waste a millennium here. Now, the Void Holy Land looks somewhat desolate and bleak. In contrast, the primordial Holy Land is bustling and thriving. Inside its gates, heavenly prides like Ji and Bright Moon Sword have made a name for themselves in the Supreme Genius battle, bringing great fame to the Holy Land. If my saint path could go further, shatter the void, and touch the river of time, I would reverse time, and utterly crush and incinerate that damned little beast. Deep in the Void Holy Land, in a place resembling an altar, Void Saint has a grim expression, grinding his teeth as he speaks. By his side, there are two saints of the Void Holy Land. One has just crossed the Earth disaster, while the other is the master of Void Saint. Achieving the Tao Law realm by embodiment is already the limit, don't blame yourself. At this moment, that elderly man, over 70, slowly spoke, the Void Ancestor. His eyes were narrow, with large whites, giving him a deep and sharp look. Previously, when Void Saint killed Li Hao, and the Thief Saint came to seek revenge in the Holy Land, it was he who personally intervened and severely injured him, forcing him to retreat. His physical body is already invincible. Apart from the Supreme Saint, no one can harm him, the intentions of that mixed heaven saint. The eyes of Void Ancestor narrowed slightly, a hint of a cold smile emerging, but he could not intervene in the actions of the Supreme Saint. He only said, but although his body is strong, his saint path is still that of a one disaster saint, newly becoming a saint. At the Grand Tao Conference, I will call upon my old friends to debate with him in rotation, to shatter his saint path. Even if the mixed heaven saint can stop us, he cannot stop the all heaven saints. Upon saying this, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The cultivation of their void Tao does not need the false compassion of the Buddhist path. They do not need to cover up their intent to kill with other pretenses, nor hide their murderous hearts. Saints regard all beings as mere straws, their life or death decided in a mere thought. Upon hearing these words, a gleam of light appeared in the eyes of Void Saint. His primordial spirit had barely escaped in the previous incident, nearly being left to only reincarnate in the saint path. Fortunately, the youngster had just become a saint and lacked experience in slaying enemies. In the Little Thousand World, inside the Thief Saint's sacred land, Feng Boping looks shocked as he watches Li Hao, who sits in the courtyard surrounded by enveloping Tao, his eyes showing astonishment. If not for his use of the saint path to seal off the entire courtyard, the revealed Tao would likely be enough to illuminate the entire Little Thousand World. He knows that this is Li Hao perfecting his own saint path, yet the disturbance it causes is somewhat terrifying. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. Li Hao slowly opens his eyes, reciting an ancient Taoist scripture from the depths of his memories, each word clear. This was what he had read in his leisure in previous lifetimes, assuming it had been forgotten, but after his body became a saint, it re-emerged clearly. Now, with Li Hao's current wisdom, he realizes this Taoist scripture holds the ultimate truth of the universe. If he could comprehend it, he could reach the heavenly Tao directly. As he chants softly, a vast amount of poetry and book experience suddenly leaps before his eyes. Poetry and book experience plus 18928. With the increase of poetry and book experience, Li Hao's poetry and books Tao progressed from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. Void, the beginning of all things. Poetry and book experience plus 16823. Li Hao murmured to himself, pondering over Lin Qingyu's sword Tao, the no-sword Tao. His initial understanding of this sword Tao was superficial, but now he felt an integration and thorough understanding. With a raise of his hand, sword qi gathered in Li Hao's palm, spiraling like a vortex, wrapping around in great numbers, forming a miniature sword qi hurricane. But as Tao thoughts gradually flowed in, the hurricane-like sword qi began to dissipate, expanding from a tiny storm to cover the entire sky. With a flick of sword qi, one can cut through a gentle breeze. Wielding heaven and earth, one can sever the sun, moon, and all things. With no sword in hand, no sword in the heart, the world itself is the sword, yet is also not the sword. Li Hao had an epiphany, grasping the true essence of the no-sword at this moment, and with this sword alone, he seemed to transcend, capable of touching the bottleneck of the sacrificial Tao. This was the sword Tao that Li Hao transmitted to Lin Qingyue, not his own, yet the true essence of this sword Tao was also integrated into his only Mi swordsmanship, enhancing its power even beyond its former state. As Li Hao's thoughts converged, the grand Tao's presence that surrounded him began to compress, draping over him like clouds or falling leaves, making him seem as if seated in the midst of a starry universe, at the center of heaven and earth, radiating majesty and grandeur. Feng Boping saw the clarity return to Li Hao's eyes and stepped forward with a smile. "I see you've had an epiphany. Has your saint path had a breakthrough?" Li Hao nodded, that Taoist scripture expressing all the insights in his heart, combined with his own realization of the saint path. At this moment, his saint path was refined to a terrifying degree, even touching the traces of the heavenly Tao. Though he had not faced the tribulations, his saint path had become self-sufficient, and in terms of the saint path alone, it was even more formidable than his current physical body. It's also time to settle accounts with that Buddha sect and the Void Saint, Li Hao declared. Upon hearing this, Feng Boping pondered and said, "Let's not rush. Your saint path has just stabilized. You should continue to cultivate further. Besides, in the Buddha sect and the Void Holy Land, apart from them, there are other saints. The Buddha sect's green lamp Buddha is immeasurable and certainly will not stand idly by as you slay a Buddha venerate. The Void Saint's master, that old fellow, is not dead either. I almost fell into his hands before. Retreating to their holy lands, they can mobilize all the forces within to strengthen themselves, and within their realm, they are invincible. Even if we hope to defeat them, it would be very difficult to kill them." Li Hao's eyes shimmered. Although Feng knew his saint path had improved, he did not know to what extent it had advanced. Now, Li Hao was confident that except for the Supreme Saint, if he encountered the Buddha Venerate and the Void Saint again, he could assuredly slay them and destroy their saint paths along with them. However, Li Hao recalled their previous escapes using movement techniques with special divine skills that surpassed the returning ruins extreme realm. If the opponent truly wished to flee, it might indeed be impossible to kill them. His movement technique was a weakness, and during previous confrontations, he had covered up this shortcoming by utilizing the extreme realm. In the mortal world extreme realm, he could reach the peak, so even if his movement technique was weaker than those at the same level, he could easily kill them, unable to escape his grasp. But as all saints possess extreme realms, the flaw in his movement technique was now completely exposed. Seeing Li Hao silently pondering, Feng Boping continued, "In half a year, it will be the grand assembly for saints to discuss Tao, where all heaven's saints will attend. The Pride of Heaven battle is merely a festivity for the younger generation, but the assembly for discussing Tao among saints is the truly impactful event that affects the all heavens." "The assembly for discussing Tao among saints?" Li Hao expressed his puzzled inquiry. Feng Boping nodded. "Yes, in addition to discussions among the saints, this grand event also pertains to the division of all heaven's sacred land, the struggle for incense fire, and so on, which are related to shifts in the all heavens power structure. Therefore, all heaven's saints will attend, overseen by the Supreme Saint. If there is any dispute among Supreme Saints, it will also be settled at the assembly. Moreover, the Source Ancestor will give the keynote and conduct divine teachings for the saints." Divine teachings for the saints. This is why saints are revered by countless beings, passing on the Tao to all people, making it accessible to all creatures for enlightenment. Yet the Source Ancestor's teachings can bring enlightenment to all saints. The Source Ancestor maintains such high prestige and connections because many saints have received his grace and guidance. As the most ancient of saints, no one can truly see through the depth of the Source Ancestor's foundation. Once, a Supreme Saint engaged in a Tao discussion with the Source Ancestor and was easily suppressed, almost causing the destruction of his saint path, falling out of the Supreme Saint level. That battle cemented the Source Ancestor's supreme status. So, Feng's idea is to deal with them at the Tao discussing assembly? Li Hao pondered. Feng Boping nodded and said, "They were driven off by you and must be laying traps and preparing for your arrival back at their home turf. Attacking there is unfavorable for us. During the assembly, they will surely also participate. If they really don't dare to come, it's not too late for us to go to their sacred lands then." Li Hao pondered for a moment. Feng's course of action was indeed more prudent. While he was fully confident in his own abilities, the weakness in his movement technique meant that an immediate attack might not guarantee their demise. Moreover, if the opposition had additional support, perhaps employing treasures to call a Supreme Saint for help, it could also pose a danger. The more desperate the backlash at death's door, the more brutal it becomes. He too had to be cautious and not underestimate his opponents. "That's fine. I still have many issues to resolve in my cultivation, and this occasion is good to sort them all out in one go," Li Hao said. Feng Boping, seeing that Li Hao was persuaded, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Good, you've become a saint, and there's no need to rush this moment. If we don't go after them, it's they who should be uneasy in their sleep. After all, they don't know when we might strike." Li Hao smiled and then inquired, "Feng, after passing the three calamities, how does one cultivate to become a Supreme Saint? What exactly is the difference between a Supreme Saint and a saint?" He had not yet transcended the heavenly tribulation, nor had he touched that bottleneck, hence he knew nothing about it. Feng Boping smiled. knowing that Li Hao would ask. Now that Li Hao had become a saint, Feng was naturally prepared to explain these matters to him in detail. Upon overcoming the human disaster within the saint's 3 disasters, one gains the ability to propagate the Tao, accelerating the absorption of incense fire. Overcoming the earth disaster makes one impervious to all laws, possessing a body unbreakable by any beings, comparable to the Saint Tao Emperor weapon. After transcending the heavenly disaster, the saint path will reach perfection. At this moment, it is the 3-saint realm. Beyond perfection lies the Supreme Saint, who is comparable to half the extreme Tao realm. This Tao realm was initially created by the Source Ancestor. After the saint path reaches perfection, further enlightenment leads to the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Sensing the heavenly Tao is only the first step. If one can borrow strength from the heavenly Tao, they become a supreme saint. At this time, within the perfected saint path, there will be a scent of heaven's will. Therefore, with this scent of heaven's will, a supreme saint can easily destroy other saints' Tao path, since no matter how strong the Tao path is, it cannot contend with heaven's will. In addition, supreme saints can sense the heavenly heart, which is what the Buddhist doctrine refers to as fate, although it is only a vague perception. Despite this, it is already tremendously fearsome, akin to predicting the future and having the abilities of a half-prophet. Therefore, supreme saints seldom fall, as they can anticipate danger well in advance. Feng Boping said. Li Hao was stupefied, sensing the heavenly Tao. Heaven's will? He suddenly felt that this explanation seemed familiar. At the ultimate edge of transforming to a mortal, Li Hao had also faintly glimpsed at the celestial venerable's will. Do these two share something in common? Li Hao's eyes flickered as he pondered. He soon realized what Feng was saying. The Supreme Saint comprehends and conforms to heaven's will, borrowing it, whereas in the ultimate state of transforming to a mortal, at the 6th final realm, one commands heaven's will. Thus, Li Hao referred to this realm as celestial venerable. One borrows, the other commands. By this reasoning, the power of the 6th final realm must be even more terrifying than that of the Supreme Saint. Li Hao's eyes flickered. He had only touched a trace of the 6th final realm, and when previously killing those 6 Tao Law realm experts in the mortal world, he had merely commanded a wisp of the celestial venerable's will. Only when one fully masters it can it be considered the final realm. Although cultivation in the extreme realm and final realm is tough, it seems to correspond to even higher levels of power within the cultivation realms. Cultivating to the utmost or reaching the final realm allows one to grasp those powers in advance, or even more terrifyingly. Li Hao's eyes shimmered with such understanding, as he had long sensed this, such as the 15 Li extreme realm, returning ruin instantaneous movement. If one cultivates to the limit within the 15 Li realm, utilizing this extreme realm instant teleportation, the effect is far more terrifying than the first level state of mind instant teleportation in the 4 stands realm, impossible to trace. And Taoist charm instant teleportation, within the perception of the Tao comprehension realm, can be seen through at a glance, but the returning ruins extreme realm leaves no trace. You have transcended the human tribulation. Your physical body can rival a Tao tribulation emperor weapon. Among all the saints in all heavens, except for the Supreme Saint, no one should have a stronger body than you, not even the other saints from the mixed heaven sacred land, including those dragon demons from the ancestor dragon saint land. Feng Boping said with a smile, although physical prowess doesn't necessarily mean having the strongest attack, like Li Hao trying to chase and kill a fleeing 3 calamities saint. It does mean having the top-class ability for self-preservation. Coupled with Li Hao's cultivation to the power transmission ultimate realm, it becomes even harder for him to die. Even a supreme saint would probably have to struggle before possibly killing Li Hao. Li Hao nodded slightly, but internally he couldn't help sighing. If only his cooking Tao had also reached the 10th stage, then he would be able to quickly elevate his sword Tao to the 10th stage as well. Even if he couldn't catch up, a single strike could cleave the Buddha venerate. That way, the other party would not even have a chance to flee, much less a question of whether he could be caught. You can try this rewarded incense fire. There have been people who have become saints through ritual path before, but later when absorbing more incense fire, there seems to be some obstacles. They couldn't achieve dual cultivation. I'm not very clear about this since I haven't succeeded in sacrificial Tao. Perhaps the Supreme Saint knows how to balance it. If you can't find a thread to follow, you may ask the Source Ancestor. Feng Boping said to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned slightly and said, has nobody tried triple cultivation to become a saint? Feng Boping laughed and said, Everyone has this idea, but nobody has been able to do it. You also know how difficult it is. Just the ritual path to saint ascension is already extremely hard, let alone triple cultivation. Moreover, the extreme Tao relates to the divine clan and is forbidden. Even if someone manages to overcome the most difficult ritual path and secretly cultivates the extreme Tao, they seem to only cultivate the ritual path in the end, unable to practice simultaneously. Li Hao's eyes flashed. Those capable of cultivating to the saint realm are the heavenly pride, and the arrogant are no few in number. Thoughts of triple cultivation are certainly not rare. It's just that no one has ever succeeded. I'll try on my own first. Li Hao said. He didn't plan to inquire first. If the source ancestor was aware, perhaps he was already a triple cultivation saint. Thinking this, Li Hao grew even more wary of the source ancestor. Indeed, reaching the saint realm makes us pioneers, setting the commandments for all living beings, opening a new chapter for heaven and earth. There is no longer anyone walking ahead of us to lead the way. We should guide those who follow. Feng Boping expressed his approval, his eyes revealing nostalgia, as well as a heroic spirit facing the unknown of heaven and earth. Hearing his words, Li Hao's heart also shone with a brilliant light. Yes, upon reaching the saint realm, there's no need to follow in others' footsteps anymore. The path he walks becomes the one that others follow. He will become a pathfinder, not a learner anymore. As for who can be a mentor to a saint, there are only two kinds. The first is heaven and earth, the second is the Tao. Enlightenment from the Tao, learning from heaven and earth, crafting a new chapter for one's own saint path, paving a new saint path, a new cultivation system for all beings. After Feng left, Li Hao took out that supreme reward from the first heavenly pride, the incense fire golden body. He did not hesitate, imprinting a thread of soul thought onto the golden body. In an instant, the incense fire sealed within the golden body, as though finding a host and a resting place, transformed into a thick haze of rosy light. It flew out from the golden body and was absorbed by Li Hao's body. The incense within him solidified rapidly, and within the blink of an eye, the second stick and the third stick of incense were all condensed. With the 3 sticks of incense solidified, he was already capable of achieving incense sainthood. But Li Hao felt that these 3 sticks of incense were indeed solidified, even longer and thicker than others, but seemed to be enveloped by something, unexpectedly unable to ignite. Previously, when there was no sacrificial Tao, Li Hao felt that the 3 sticks of incense were like being held in his hands at all times, extremely close to him, but now they felt very distant. Moreover, previously he could activate the incense firepower and ignite at any time, but now he found himself incapable of doing so. Cannot ignite, can only absorb the incense fire, but cannot use it? Li Hao was stunned, not expecting that incense fire and sacrificial Tao really had a barrier, unable to be cultivated together. And that extreme Tao power, receding into his limbs, was even further away from the 3 sticks of incense at the bottom of his heart. Li Hao furrowed his brows, sensing carefully, but realized that it was the Saint Tao power in his body suppressing the 3 sticks of incense, preventing them from igniting. This Saint Tao power was like a membrane, isolating the air, and without air, it could not ignite. Unless he let the Saint Tao fissure break open, exposing a gap, then the 3 sticks of incense would not be so heavily suppressed and could barely be ignited. But in this way, both powers would be mediocre, and it would even be worse than cultivating one path alone. Is this the difficulty of not being able to cultivate together? Li Hao's eyes flickered, suddenly feeling the challenge. This seemed like an impossible problem. If he wanted to ignite the 3 sticks of incense, he would have to break the Saint Tao. If he split the Saint Tao, his own strength would be severely damaged, a loss greater than the gain. If the flesh was bigger, had 2 chests, or was an incarnation. Li Hao's thoughts raced, imagining spontaneously, condensing 2 more physical bodies, placing the 3 powers separately in the other 2 bodies, and then uniting the 3 bodies. Would that allow them to be cultivated together? At this thought, he moved his will, bit his finger, although his finger's skin was comparable to a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. His teeth were even sharper, even capable of biting through a Tao Tribulation Emperor weapon. As the divine blood fell, Li Hao immediately split apart a portion of his will, allowing the divine blood to condense into an incarnation. Afterwards, he tried to transfer the incense firepower in his body into the incarnation. This process was somewhat difficult, but on the whole, it was still smooth. After the transfer was done, Li Hao began to ignite the 3 sticks of incense within the incarnation. This time, it ignited successfully, though still faced with some obstacles. Inside the soul thoughts of the incarnation, there was also his own Saint Tao power, only it was very weak, thus it did not suppress the incense fire power. And as the incense fire power ignited, that Saint Tao power seemed to be scorched away, quickly disappearing. As a result, this incarnation only possessed incense fire power, but lacked sacrificial power. Li Hao frowned, absorbing the incarnation back into his main body. The process went smoothly, with the incense fire power also transferred back to the main body. But once the 3 sticks of incense returned to his own physical body, the incense fire power was extinguished again, suppressed once more by the Saint Tao power. Li Hao was somewhat speechless. After all the effort, as soon as they merged, the incense fire power would be suppressed. If only the incarnation inherited the incense fire power, it would be meaningless. After all, the incense fire power in the incarnation would drive away the sacrificial power, one growing at the expense of the other, with no significant enhancement in strength. Can only cultivate one type of Saint Tao, they repel each other. Li Hao's eyes flickered. It seemed he really needed to consult the Supreme Saint on how to proceed on this path. Thinking, Li Hao looked at the 3 heaven and earth treasures, not yet moving to let them be absorbed for his fame. Since he intended to seek guidance, it was necessary to bring gifts, using these as token gifts. Li Hao sensed Elder Feng's presence within the cave mansion in the Holy Land, transmitted a message to him, planning to make a trip to the heavenly origin realm. Need accompaniment? No need, it's a quick trip. After greeting Elder Feng, Li Hao quickly set out, crossing the barriers of the Little Thousand World, speeding along the way. Now that his physical body had become a saint, Li Hao could peer into the great Tao of heaven and earth with his naked eye, also perceiving many spatial rifts, freely traveling through them, in an instant traveling tens of thousands of miles, far surpassing the object control range of the 15 Li realm. But that was by purely controlling with power, thus object control over 100 miles could touch the extreme realm, while this instant tens of thousands of miles was a clever way, controlling through the rifts and paths of heaven and earth, totally different matters. If solely by brute force, wanting to move tens of thousands of miles, even a saint would be unable to do it. With full speed, half a day later, Li Hao once again arrived at the heavenly origin realm. Arriving at the familiar Tianyuan Saint Mountain, Li Hao directly went to the mountain summit to visit. You must be Haoshan Venerate. My teacher has ordered me to wait here for a long time, please follow me. As soon as Li Hao reached the summit, he saw a semi-saint from the Source Ancestor's sacred land, seemingly waiting for a long time, dressed in white, appearing over 60 years old, yet smiling warmly, slightly bowing and speaking to Li Hao with respect. At these words, Li Hao was somewhat astonished. Source Ancestor anticipated his arrival? His thoughts flashed, and he soon understood. Being a saint through the ritual path, obtaining the incense fire power, it was inevitable he would seek to cultivate it. Source Ancestor predicting his visit was not strange. Especially since Elder Feng had said, Supreme Saints could discern heaven's will, vaguely foreseeing the future. Following the other person, they went to the Tianyuan Saint Mountain, arriving at the cave mansion where previously, Source Ancestor had invited other Supreme Saints and where Li Hao had been. The decor here was rather simple, but Li Hao could feel that the tables, chairs, benches, teacups, and plates all contained the power of Taoist charm. The entire cave mansion was surrounded by the great Tao, resembling an abode of immortals. Young friend, you've come to seek a cultivation method, haven't you? The Source Ancestor was seated in the cave mansion, drinking tea. Beside him was a familiar figure. Li Hao looked, and to his surprise, it was Xiao Tianyu. However, compared to before, his demeanor had undergone an earth-shattering change, becoming more detached and composed, with an air of transcendence. Li Hao noticed at a glance that the other had become a saint, with a rich power of incense fire within his body. Clearly, as a disciple of the Source Ancestor, the power of incense fire would not be scant. One of the reasons why the Source Ancestor was feared by all other saints was that his power of incense fire was undisputedly the first among all heavens. For those who achieved incense sainthood, the quantity of incense fire was a reflection of strength. The amount accumulated by the Source Ancestor was unparalleled in all heavens, so no one could match him in terms of incense fire power. Indeed, the Source Ancestor is truly prescient, Li Hao said with a smile. The Source Ancestor gave a faint smile and spoke, knowing that you have chosen the ritual path to Saint Ascension. I guessed you would come to ask. It's just that I didn't expect you to come after several months. Young friend, you're quite patient. In the past few months, Li Hao had been immersed in merging and comprehending the Taoist scripture with his own saint path. He had just begun to absorb the incense fire, but the other party probably thought he had already done so long ago and was only visiting now after months of fruitless exploration. The difference between the two was not significant, and Li Hao did not explain. He indeed did not have a good strategy at the moment and wanted to learn from this place. If there was a method, that would be ideal. If not, he might find some inspiration. While the two were speaking, Xiao Tianyu was sitting quietly on the side, sipping tea and gazing at Li Hao. Several months had passed, and he now sat on an equal footing with Li Hao, both being saints. But he knew that with just Li Hao's previous feat of defeating the Buddha Venerate and scaring off the Void Saint, even though they were both saints, there was still a significant gap between them. Here is a modest gift, which I hope the Source Ancestor will accept in exchange for imparting the method of cultivation to me. Li Hao took out 2 heaven and earth treasures, handing them to the Source Ancestor and keeping only one for himself. The Source Ancestor glanced at it and immediately broke into laughter, for what Li Hao presented was precisely the reward he had previously given. I accept your sentiment, but there's no need for such a gift. To tell you the truth, many all-heaven saints have asked me about this after becoming saints, including those who have now become supreme saints. Even I, after years of meticulous research, have not found a particularly suitable method. There is only one relatively compromised approach, the Source Ancestor said with a smile. The 3 saints cultivation method may be closely related to the saint extreme realm. If one truly succeeds, it will bestow incredible power, enough to suppress all heaven's saints with one's own strength. But this method is difficult, and my compromise might be the wrong path. He said this and looked at Li Hao. Knowing this, do you still wish to pursue it? Li Hao's eyes flickered as he asked, how can the Source Ancestor know it's the wrong path? Because this path can allow the coexistence of the 3 powers but fails to touch the extreme realm I envision. And for the saint extreme realm, there's only this possibility, the Source Ancestor replied. Xiao Tianyu listened quietly to their conversation, taking a sip of his tea. Indeed, as a heavenly pride-turned saint, who wouldn't wish to cultivate all 3 saint paths in one breath? Just like mortals who dream of ascending to heaven, saints then long to become immortals, but though many aspire, achieving it is another matter. Li Hao came to understand and nodded. I would like to hear the details and try this path for myself. Seeing Li Hao's response, the Source Ancestor seemed to have anticipated it, without surprise, and said with a smile, I've tried various methods, including utilizing incarnations, reincarnated bodies, and even dividing one's soul thought into reincarnations, but they were all in vain. In the end, I resorted to using the simplest and most straightforward method, which is to establish 2 prohibitions within the body, like walls, to separate these 3 powers. When it's time to use them, one only needs to slightly lift the prohibitions to employ them. Li Hao was stunned. Building walls within the body to isolate the 3 powers? Indeed, it was a crude and simple idea. A twitch formed at the corner of Li Hao's eye, but he quickly realized that the prohibitions mentioned by the Source Ancestor might not be so simple. To isolate Saint Tao power without interfering with each other, those prohibitions must be terrifying. The Source Ancestor said with a smile, this isolating prohibition is the result of my many years of research, and I can pass it on to you if you wish. Li Hao looked at him, vaguely perceiving kindness in the other's eyes. Previously when he was wronged, the Source Ancestor did not speak out. Although justice was upheld for him when the truth was revealed, there was still some resentment in Li Hao's heart. However, as he began to comprehend the deficiencies in his Saint Tao and the world, this resentment dissipated. Because he could embrace this imperfection, after all, it is not the obligation of others to speak out for justice. Moreover, the concepts of good and evil are merely an extension of Buddhist teachings, and other saints may not necessarily possess such notions. For instance, the Mo family only subscribes to the principle of equality, without distinctions of high or low, good or evil, as the Saint Tao is about universal love. How should I return this favor? Li Hao asked. Saints may not discuss morality, but they certainly espouse reciprocity, which is fundamental to humanity. There's no need for repayment. This is not a favor. The Source Ancestor gently shook his head and said, you don't have to dwell on it. I would impart this method to anyone from the all-heaven saints who asked. Li Hao's gaze flickered, and after a moment's thought, he decided to leave one of the 2 heaven and earth treasures, saying, although the Source Ancestor may not need it, I would feel guilty obtaining it for nothing. I hope you will accept this item. Source Ancestor glanced and said, if it can make your state of mind smooth, it may well be. Upon finishing his words, he put away the heaven and earth treasures. Immediately after, he transmitted the 2 prohibitions to Li Hao. Li Hao carefully noted them down, and without immediately cultivating there, he reflected for a moment, stood up and said, "I have intruded today. I shall take my leave now." Source Ancestor chuckled lightly and said, "Feel free to visit whenever you are free. My humble home is quiet, yet I also yearn for some liveliness." Li Hao smiled, exchanged a few cordial words, and then prepared to say goodbye with a bow. Seeing that Li Hao was about to leave, Xiao Tianyu suddenly asked, "Will you attend the Tao debating conference in half a year?" Li Hao looked at him and nodded, saying, "I will." Now, he wasn't afraid to reveal his tracks and be ambushed. Aside from the Supreme Saint, there were few who could threaten him. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Tianyu's face as he said, "Then I will wait for you. If there's a chance, you and I can have a debate on Tao, and I want to see if my cultivation in this life has improved." Sure. Since the other was Source Ancestor's disciple, considering Source Ancestor's face, Li Hao had no reason to refuse. Having said that, Li Hao then left the cave mansion. After Li Hao left, Xiao Tianyu turned to Source Ancestor and asked, "Master, this prohibition can interfere with the Saint Tao. It's a top method even among all heavens. Are you really passing it to him so easily?" Source Ancestor chuckled lightly and said, "This child is incomparable to other saints. Even if I don't teach him, in 100 or 1,000 years, he would eventually figure it out on his own, only delaying some time. Rather than that, it's better to give him a favor. However, it seems he doesn't like owing others." Looking at the heaven and earth treasure in his hand, with a helpless smile, he casually tossed it to Xiao Tianyu. "Take this and feed it to your longbow." Xiao Tianyu took it, and without being polite, thanked his master. "Master, the prohibition you research over tens of thousands of years, he can comprehend in just hundreds of years. Isn't his perception even higher than yours?" Xiao Tianyu asked. Source Ancestor shook his head and smiled, saying, "In all heavens, there are more than just one who has higher perception than me. I am simply born earlier. If talking about perception, mine is quite dull, otherwise, I wouldn't have been trapped here all these years." As he spoke, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded away. "Master, you are being modest," Xiao Tianyu said softly, knowing his master's nature. Although his perception wasn't top among all heavens, it was still extremely formidable. Otherwise, how could he become the first saint in the era of the barbaric wilds? Having left Source Ancestor's place, Li Hao returned to the Little Thousand World. He returned to the small courtyard and once again secluded himself for cultivation. The 2 prohibitions, Li Hao pondered them carefully. Source Ancestor had taught them in great detail, rendering them quite easy for him to comprehend, and he soon mastered them. These 2 prohibitions, they can actually influence the Saint Tao. Li Hao's eyes flickered, becoming more aware of the terror of these 2 prohibitions. They were not simple, yet, the Source Ancestor casually imparted them to him. This Source Ancestor indeed has admirable methods that make all saints hold him in high esteem. Li Hao constructed one of the prohibitions within his body, and then discovered that the power of the Saint Tao in his body made the impact on incense fire less. He immediately tried to light the incense fire, and found that 3 sticks of incense were all lit. A force of incense fire power blazed fiercely within his body. The Tao, as if attracted, gathered around. The smoke from the burning incense turned into a surging force, circulating within his body. But as the smoke circulated, and the power flowed through, his own Saint Tao power seemed to weaken, suppressed by the incense fire power. Li Hao tried to gather Saint Tao power, and found that he could gather it, but it was greatly limited by the prohibition and covered by the incense fire power. Li Hao then tried to press the prohibition's power towards the incense fire power, and found the effect to be reversed. The Saint Tao power then suppressed the incense fire. Although it could also use the incense fire power, it was very weak. So that's how it is. Li Hao realized that this method, although it allowed 3 powers to appear simultaneously, had a clear primary and secondary. Simply put, even if 3 powers are cultivated together, they aren't as freely circulating as Li Hao imagined. Instead, they are clearly hierarchical. Although it's stronger than cultivating one alone, the increase is very limited, suppressing the other 2 to establish a primary and secondary, rather than letting all 3 powers be fully deployed. No wonder they say this is a wrong path. If there truly is a realm of Saint Extreme, it definitely isn't like this. But apart from this path, is there really another method for 3 saints to cultivate together? Li Hao's eyes revealed contemplation. Setting aside this method, it seemed even less compatible. Perhaps, a saint could only cultivate alone. Li Hao dispersed the prohibition, and the 3 sticks of incense immediately went out, with Saint Dao power becoming dominant. Li Hao couldn't help but sigh. This was not the path he wanted to take. Clearly all are Saint Dao. Why can't they be compatible? The heaven and earth can accommodate everything, yet cannot accommodate 3 kinds of Saint Dao. Li Hao muttered to himself. But in his mind, there seemed to be a voice saying, heaven and earth are heaven and earth. He is just him. He cannot compare himself with heaven and earth. But what if his own body refinement reaches the grandeur of heaven and earth? Li Hao's eyes revealed contemplation. The body refinement is unlikely to truly be like heaven and earth, but he was born in this heaven and earth, making him a part of it, and could also be a part of the heaven and earth. He is a particle extended from heaven and earth. At the same time, heaven and earth are also his extensions. Understanding this, Li Hao suddenly had a feeling of sudden insight. Taoist charm circulated around him. Li Hao sat cross-legged, his Saint Dao aura becoming increasingly bright and intense. What is heaven and earth? Heaven and earth started from nothing. From nothingness came existence. Li Hao's body refinement was changing, being tempered. A kind of body refining skill born of Dao spontaneously operated in his body. His body absorbed many Taoist charms, his size increased explosively, and his body transformed. What is that? When Li Hao's body suddenly swelled and burst out of the courtyard, many disciples on stealing heaven's sacred mountain saw his form and were all shocked. Feng Boping, who had just been lying on the clouds, suddenly sat up and stared at Li Hao, whose body had reached 100 zhong in height, somewhat stunned. He could feel a terrifying power contained within Li Hao's flesh, as if divine lightning was crashing and bursting between the bones and the pores of the flesh, divine blood emitting a scorching aura like a furnace. What is he cultivating? Feng Boping was a bit stunned. The disturbance was too great, as if it could pierce through the heavens. He quickly came to his senses, raised his hand, and the clouds unfurled and immediately enveloped Li Hao's body to avoid prying eyes. But this commotion had already alarmed everyone on Saint Mountain. Is that the heaven and earth law manifestation? No, the heaven and earth law manifestation carries a hint of either reality, that one is real. Is it the heaven and earth law manifestation condensed to the extreme? How could a real body be so huge? Many disciples looked up only to see clouds and fog surrounding and concealing that towering body. In the crowd, saint heirs from stealing heaven's sacred land like Lin Baichuan and Chu Hanwei were all staring at this scene in a daze, then looked at each other. He seems increasingly terrifying. Lin Baichuan saw the clouds concealing the view and recognized it as Master Feng's method. He withdrew his gaze and said complexly and bitterly. Once they were all heavenly prides, but now after the end of the Supreme Genius battle, the other party had already become a saint and sealed as a revered one, while they were still saint heirs, only on par with semi-saints, far too distant from a true saint. Chu Hanwei stared intently, silent, her lips tightly pursed. Meanwhile, Li Hao, surrounded by clouds, continued to grow in size. The surging power and the aura of the Tao permeated from his flesh and pores, his body becoming unimaginably massive. When this power reached its bottleneck, Li Hao opened his eyes, and in an instant, saw himself sitting atop Saint Mountain like a giant, overlooking the sea of clouds, with the surrounding buildings becoming extremely small, like grains of sand, and his own courtyard had long been destroyed by the explosive growth of his body. That originally spacious courtyard was now even smaller than his toe. Li Hao looked down and was not surprised. His current state was a fusion of the heaven and earth's grand Tao and laws, akin to body refinement and divine skills. He called this power Feishan Shangdi. This was different from the heaven and earth law manifestation. The latter is the revealing of the will Tao thoughts of the soul continuation, a construct of energy's phantom, while Feishan Shangdi is about containing the power within the flesh. Only with his flesh becoming a saint, could he comprehend and cultivate such a Saint Dao divine skill. Feeling the surging power exploding within his body, Li Hao dared not imagine what level his power would reach if he called forth the heaven and earth law manifestation and became one with it. Now, my body is one with heaven and earth, Li Hao murmured. The reason why it's called Feishan Shangdi also stems from this. Imitating heaven and emulating the earth, he formed his own universe within his flesh. All things under heaven and earth can merge because they are all born from the same breath. This breath, condensing all things, evolving all things, the power of the 3 saints, can all be hidden within this breath. Li Hao's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, clear and lucid, as he realized the path to merging the three saints. This enlightenment was also related to his mastery of the immortal transformation extreme realm, where one peers into heaven and earth to condense a breath of the universe's original immortal chi. This breath of immortal chi can gather to create all things or disperse without a trace. Only after understanding the immortal transformation extreme realm did his thoughts flow naturally, leading to the insight of merging the three saints' bottleneck. Li Hao dispersed the Tao power within his body, retracting his strength, his physique gradually shrinking until he returned to the size of the courtyard, glowing with a kai guang, his robe having been previously torn apart. But at this moment, Li Hao had no time to care for these trivial matters, his mind completely focused on the incense firepower within his body. As the breath of immortal chi circulated, his entire being condensed as one. The Tao gives birth to one, one produces two, two produces three, and three produces all things. At this moment, with the circulation of the breath of immortal chi, those three sticks of incense ignited. Moreover, the Saint Tao power within him was not affected or interfered with, both existing in harmony. Li Hao opened his eyes, embers reflecting in his gaze, but quickly dissipating. However, his aura became even more profound and robust. As the three sticks of incense burned, incense firepower filled his body, the smoky fumes of the burning incense pervading his insides, circling around his Saint Tao. He could feel his strength dramatically enhanced, almost doubling from before. At the same time, he could see countless incense fires converging, those three sticks of incense growing thicker, the smoky fumes becoming denser. So that's how it is, in order to cultivate the flesh to the utmost, one must condense Fei Shen Shangdi, to achieve the coexistence of the three saints within one body. Li Hao's eyes flickered with surprise, not anticipating the conditions for cultivating the three saints together to be so stringent. Besides cultivating the flesh to the utmost, to condense Fei Shen Shangdi, one must also master the immortal transformation extreme realm. Just this point alone deters countless saints, no wonder no one has been able to master it. At this time, Li Hao felt a sense of relief in his heart, signaling that the source ancestor likely did not possess such power, and the prohibition passed down might be a technique the source ancestor was using himself. When I have the strength to defend it, I can then pass on this method to Feng. Li Hao thought to himself. If the Supreme Saint knew that he could freely display 2 or even 3 types of Saint Tao, and not just through suppression of prohibition, they would surely seek to investigate. Fortunately, even though he is currently exercising 2 types of Saint Tao power, others will only assume he is under the condition of prohibition, with the teachings of the source ancestor to vouch for him, enough to dispel some malicious intentions. Once he has the power to suppress all heavens like the source ancestor, he will not hesitate to share the teachings. Whether others can comprehend it depends on their own abilities, but for now, it's not possible. Now, I just need to continue absorbing incense firepower and extreme Tao power. My extreme Tao power seems insufficient for becoming a saint. Li Hao realized that the extreme Tao power within him, refined within the divine blood, was just short of condensing the Saint Tao. But now that he has become a saint, he can no longer go to the all-heavens battlefield, a place forbidden to saints. He can only absorb extreme Tao power from battlefields of divine dynasties in other lesser worlds. Besides, his all-heavens star vein, while seeking extreme Tao power, can continue to condense and cultivate, striving to reach final realm perfection. Half a year after the conclusion of the Supreme Genius battle, the many rumors surrounding the battle have gradually subsided. In all heavens, all great powers have also turned their attention back to many trivial matters that are closely related to themselves. Time flows on. In the heavenly origin realm, within the mixed heavens sacred land. In a vast cave mansion with an open sky above, where divine radiance flows along the dome, a majestic figure exuding an aura of ancient and barbaric wilds sits in meditation. Its body is covered with a black shell akin to armor, crowned with a sharp horn on its head as if forged from divine iron, proudly piercing the sky. The divine light shimmers in the gaps of its back armor, like divine sand buried within the fissures, containing terrifying majesty. At this moment, it sits like an old monk, appearing to be in cultivation. It is indeed the true form of the mixed heaven saint, a massive ancient unicorn. Recently, what actions has that person taken? Has he been behaving himself? Suddenly, the eyes of the mixed heaven saint slowly open, resembling huge, ruby-red gems, undisturbed and calm. In the cave mansion, a giant tree gently sways its branches and leaves which emit splendid divine light, surrounded by an aura of the Tao, and reveals itself to be a saint. A few months ago, that person emerged from the thief saint's territory and made a trip to the source ancestor sacred land. Presumably, he was seeking the triple cultivation method. Many heavenly prides who become saints harbor such delusions. Afterwards, he returned to the thief saint's land where significant commotion ensued, but the thief saint sealed the news, the specifics unknown. An ancient voice emanates from the giant tree. Now, he is wandering in the flame sun small world, gallivanting around, indulging in culinary delights. However, Lark Tower detected that he passed through several divine dynasty battlefields rife with strife. I speculate he's incidentally absorbing extreme Tao power on his way. Oh, the mixed heaven saint's eyes narrow slightly. The triple cultivation method of the source ancestor is but an erroneous path. Although it can indeed enhance some power, the increase is very limited, simply a waste of effort. However, upon reaching the saint realm, it's unlikely for one's strength to advance as before. Any improvement is commendable. The branches of the giant tree sway gently, as if nodding in agreement. He hasn't sought revenge upon the Buddha's followers, which is at least a sign of composure, otherwise it would cause us more trouble. No matter. His path is that of the physical body becoming a saint, originating from the same lineage as me. I have assisted him through tribulations, strengthened his saint path. As long as he does not engage in debates with others, in all heavens, only supreme saints have the power to kill him. The mixed heaven saint spoke indifferently. However, in just a few months, the Great Discourse Conference will take place. At such a grand event, the source ancestor will impart the Tao, and this child will most likely attend to listen. The Buddha followers and the Void Holy Land will certainly not miss this sole chance to deal with him. The giant tree speaks, its words tinged with concern. Under my watchful eyes, no one shall harm him. Until he matures through the three calamities, I will not allow anyone to ruin my affairs. Speaking thus, the mixed heaven saint's eyes appeared to squint. This time he went to visit the source ancestor, whose triple cultivation method is hidden behind prohibitions. Haha, those prohibitions are probably not so simple. It seems I have to make additional preparations. The revelation takes the giant tree by surprise for a moment as its leaves tremble, but it quickly understands, sighing. You are always more thoughtful. The source ancestor may very well perceive your intentions and will not sit idly by. If you were to take that step with his help, then in all heavens, his reach would no longer be able to cover the skies, especially with the ancient hall soon to open. Mention of the ancient hall lights up a glint in the eyes of the mixed heaven saint, and a cold smile graces his lips. He must reach the peak before exploring the ancient hall, mature through the three calamities soon. If necessary, we must support him subtly. Within the flame sun small world, in a divine dynasty city tavern, in the most prestigious private room. A table laden with sumptuous dishes stretches before them, beside which sit 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. The young man seated in the place of honor is dressed in brocade, his facial features slightly altered, his presence concealed, looking very much the elegant young lord but with an ethereal air, as if his toes have never touched the soil from birth. At his sides, a vivacious girl in a red dress and a graceful woman in a flowing gown accompany him, Xian and Hongyue respectively. The other 2, appearing as attendants, sit at the table with restraint. There's no need to be reserved while we enjoy our meal. One must not neglect the pleasures of good food. Li Hao at the head of the table smiles and gestures to the 2, speaking lightly. One of them is an acquaintance of his, Kai Guang. Hearing that the Flame Sun small world has been the scene of numerous disputes between divine dynasties recently, he decided to visit to absorb the essence of incense fire. Drawing along Xian to appreciate the scenery of various realms in all heavens and enjoy gourmet foods and drinks. In addition to Xian, Hongyue also joined to accompany him in chess and alleviate boredom. Shortly after his arrival, Kai Guang's former mentor learned of his whereabouts and came to Li Hao to apologize and offer reparations. Only then did Li Hao discover that the Flame Sun small world was originally Kai Guang's homeland. And his first mentor was a semi-saint. Not at all. Haoshan venerate gracing us with his presence and giving us the opportunity to apologize is already more than we could ask for. The middle-aged semi-saint styled flame ancestor swiftly responds. Though seated, he appears bowed, utterly deferential and polite towards Li Hao. He knows Li Hao is not just a saint but a sacrificial Tao saint who defeated Buddha venerate and void saint immediately after becoming a saint. His combat prowess is capable of suppressing even the 3 calamities, with immense potential for the future, not to be underestimated. Observing his mentor behaving with such politeness, Kai Guang feels uncomfortable inside, yet says nothing. He sits there throughout, head lowered, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. As of today, he already knew the gap between himself and Li Hao was like a heavenly rift, impossible to cross. Being one of the 7 absolute of the 3 saints, he was one among them. After the Pride of Heaven battle, stimulated, his Flame Dao divine skills and spear skill both improved, reaching the absolute peak of the Daola realm, but compared to a saint, he was like a firefly to the bright moon, incomparable, let alone compared to Li Hao whose status is above ordinary saints. It's all in the past, the grudges I had at the time, I retaliated immediately, I never dwelled on it. Li Hao said with a smile. The other party had brought Kai Guang to him for an apology, which was somewhat unexpected to him, but he also knew that such is the influence of reputation. If it had been earlier, the other party would not have bothered. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Kai Guang's mouth twitched slightly. Back then, Li Hao said he could defeat him with just one sword, and indeed, Li Hao had retaliated on the spot during that conflict. Haoshan venerates magnanimity is vast. On behalf of Red Flame Sacred Land, I'm deeply grateful. Flame Venerate said as he stood up, gratefully speaking. He brought up the Red Flame Sacred Land to add some weight in Li Hao's heart. Kai Guang was an exchange student, cultivating Flame Dao divine skills in the Red Flame Sacred Land and wandering in the Kanglan realm, perceiving spear skill. Li Hao slightly shook his head and said, "Sit down, the food here is indeed good, enjoy it well, don't waste it." Speaking, he no longer paid attention to him, calling Xian and Hongyue over, picking up various signature dishes from the table and started eating. This restaurant is the most famous within the Divine Dynasty, said to have a culinary god presiding over it. When Flame Ancestor found Li Hao to offer an apology and learned that Li Hao wanted to try the delicacies, he brought him here, indeed giving Li Hao a pleasant surprise. The standard of these dishes, at least required the 7th stage of cooking Dao to make, such a culinary skill is indeed rare. Seeing Li Hao nodding frequently while eating, Flame Ancestor felt much relieved, noticing that Li Hao was in a good mood, which also improved his mood. Really good. Xian's eyes narrowed as she ate, her lips oily. Hongyue couldn't be as unrestrained as Xian, although Li Hao had been extremely easygoing with her along the way, without any airs, but she always felt a sense of being overwhelmed by favor. Today's Li Hao was no longer a saint heir but a saint, standing at the apex of the pyramid of all heavens. An existence like his, with her movement technique, it was difficult to even meet him, let alone dine together at the same table. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Hao patted his belly and said, "Let's go, take a stroll somewhere else." Kai Guang suddenly felt his arm being pulled by his master, and coming to his senses, he hurriedly stood up. "Where would Haoshan Venerate like to go? I will lead the way." Flame Ancestor hastily said, "No need, that matter has passed, let's not speak of it anymore." Li Hao said. Seeing Li Hao about to leave, Kai Guang suddenly seemed to muster courage, raising his head and saying to Li Hao, "Wait till I become a saint, I want to challenge you with another sword." Upon hearing this, Flame Ancestor's face immediately changed, hastily saying to Li Hao, "Haoshan Venerate, he is talking nonsense, please don't take it to heart." Li Hao chuckled, sensing the determination in Kai Guang's eyes, which was not resentment or provocation, but a pure desire for the Tao. "Then you better hurry up." Li Hao smiled, then waved his hand bidding them farewell, taking Hongyue and Xian, stepped out of the void, appearing tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. Seeing Li Hao disappearing from the tavern, and even within his own domain not able to sense Li Hao's aura anymore, Flame Ancestor felt both shocked and scared, also secretly relieved that the other party really did not intend to dwell on it. "You almost caused a big disaster," he could not help but scold Kai Guang. Kai Guang looked at his master, seeing not only anger but also heartache. His lips moved slightly, ultimately he said nothing, only turning to look at the table full of empty plates, then remembered that he had not even touched the chopsticks. In his mind emerged the various events before the battle, that youngster was painting, and at this moment, enjoying the delicacies so heartily. He seemed to always be earnestly enjoying the pleasures of living. Kai Guang's gaze slightly changed, somewhat distracted. Thousands of miles away, Li Hao, accompanied by Hongyue and Xian, casually walked, arriving at the border between 2 divine dynasties. In this border area, scattered were armors, wreckage, rotting corpses, and bones picked clean by vultures. From just now in the fragrant food booth to suddenly arriving at this purgatory-like battlefield, Li Hao couldn't help feeling a particular sentiment. Perhaps this is life. He could see that recently, this place had undergone a great battle, people died, while tens of thousands of miles away, in an extremely luxurious tavern, people indulged in drinking and enjoyment. Under the same sky, some people are humble as ants, struggling for life, while some born into high families, grand to the extreme, celebrate every night. The world is imperfect, striving for perfection. What truly do all beings seek? Is it merely living? Li Hao's eyes flickered slightly, murmuring to himself, soon withdrawing his thoughts. He raised his hand, the divine blood in his palm pulsated with an absorbing force. In an instant, the battlefield's slaughter resentment invisible to the naked eyes of ordinary people, gathered towards his palm, absorbed into the divine blood within him. After absorbing it, Li Hao once again instantaneously teleported with Hong Yue and Xian to the top of a lonely peak thousands of miles away. He sat cross-legged, refining the kill resentment with divine blood. When his eyes opened again, it was already night, the sky full of dazzling stars. The primordial spirit of Li Hao flew from his head towards the endless starry river. He couldn't help thinking, this all-heavens star vein, could it possibly connect all stars of the heavens into a single vein? How many would that be? There must be a limit, right? But now, after several months of condensing, his speed has increased even more, with his chi meridians jumping from over 300 to 837. Keep in mind, his own main meridians, including the 108 plus the yin and yang dual meridians, amount to only 110. And now, he has over 800 chi meridians alone. With the full power of the all-heaven stars veins unleashed, the chi force he could control would be 7 to 8 times that of other cultivators at the extreme realm of heaven and earth vein. And this is still not the limit. Soon, Li Hao's primordial spirit flew to the pinnacle of the firmament, passing through the barriers of small worlds. Although he could not enter the all-heavens battlefield, under the limit of soaring, he was still able to touch the barrier of that world. Before long, Li Hao found an unclaimed star and, sensing its laws, cultivated his chi meridians. Nighttime, silent and tranquil. Among the mountains, a divine-like youth sat cross-legged, cultivating quietly under the reflection of the sun, moon, and stars. Meanwhile, Xian and Hong Yue were beside him. Xian swept a clearing and took out a chessboard, asking Hong Yue to teach her the game. Seeing that Li Hao enjoyed it so much, she also developed an interest. The two women played chess, the youth cultivated, time flowed on. After exploring the Flame Sun small world, Li Hao absorbed all the resentment and killing intent from the many battlefields of the Divine Dynasty, and then arrived at another small world called Ancient Fog. Having absorbed nearly enough extreme Tao, Li Hao estimated that after exploring this small world, he would be able to achieve extreme path to Saint Ascension. At that time, with the 3 saints in one, a certain mutation is bound to occur, potentially reaching the extreme realm. Thinking of this, Li Hao's eyes blazed with eagerness. This Ancient Fog small world was something Li Hao learned about from Feng, who pointed out several small worlds to him that had been rife with wars recently. In the Ancient Fog small world, demons were plentiful and the predominant force, while the human race struggled to survive in the interstices. But in the land of all saints, there were demons who ascended to sainthood, such as the Mixed Heaven Saint, who was a great demon from ancient times. Thus, demons and the human race are no longer locked in a dichotomy of good and evil, but rather coexist with each other here. However, demons devour humans, and in worlds dominated by the human race, most demons are slain, whereas in worlds dominated by demons, the human race faces much adversity. Within the Ancient Fog small world, as the name suggests, the fog was dense, and even during the day, the air was hazy, as if gray sand filled the atmosphere. Here, Li Hao had no intention of sightseeing. Sensing extreme Tao through his divine blood, he quickly used instant teleportation to go and absorb it. In a valley, there were corpses strewn everywhere, the stench of blood thick in the air, as if blood was being poured into one's mouth, prompting an involuntary grimace. Upon arrival, Li Hao saw that among the dead, the majority were from the human race, as well as the enormous remains of demons. It was evident that a conflict had recently erupted here between demons and humans. However, the extreme Tao power drifting in this place was not as abundant as Li Hao had imagined, but rather diluted. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. There were rivers of blood, yet very little resentment from the slaughter. He looked closely, his expression changed subtly. There were traces of someone absorbing the power here, and someone else had been to this place. Besides himself, was there another absorbing extreme Tao power here? The Buddhists? Thinking of the demon domain controlled by Buddha Venerate, Li Hao's eyes narrowed. The Buddha Venerate surely cultivated to the power transmission ultimate realm but was exceedingly concealed. Encountering the Buddha Venerate here would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity to slay him. Li Hao immediately concealed his aura, taking Xian and Hongyue into the heaven and earth space within himself. Now that his body has attained sainthood, the heaven and earth space he created has grown larger, and could potentially hold an entire divine dynasty if maximally expanded. However, the power required to maintain such a vast heaven and earth space would also dramatically increase, becoming a burden. Neither Hongyue nor Xian objected, knowing that Li Hao sensed danger and obediently entered. After settling them, Li Hao concealed his aura and swiftly followed the traces he had found. Stepping through the cracks of the world, he moved thousands of miles in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, arrived at another battlefield heavy with the scent of blood. Upon reaching this place, Li Hao saw the black clouds formed from the extreme Tao power condensing in the sky, and then absorbed by a golden bell. Li Hao focused his gaze, watching the golden bell after absorbing the dark qi, swiftly float towards a slender and fair wrist, and upon looking at the owner of that wrist, clad in azure blue attire, standing tall and graceful like the bright moon amidst the mist, pure and transcendent, and as untouchably beautiful, he was slightly startled. As soon as he saw her face clearly, Li Hao hesitated slightly, finding her very familiar. Since his body became a saint, all fragments of memories emerged, and he immediately recognized that the woman was Ying Xiaoxiao, whom he had met a few times before. But wasn't she in the mortal world? And, at this moment, the aura on Ying Xiaoxiao was unmistakably that of a saint. When Ying Xiaoxiao turned and saw Li Hao, she appeared surprised but quickly showed a smile. Seeing a familiar face, Li Hao no longer concealed himself, gliding forward to approach her, asking, "Why is it you? Weren't you in the mortal world? I have become a saint, naturally, I couldn't stay in the mortal world any longer." Ascending to saint through the extreme Tao would be affected, although not as much as incense sainthood. Ying Xiaoxiao let out a melodious laugh and said, "You've made a name for yourself in the all heavens and took first place in the Supreme Genius battle, causing quite a stir." Understanding that she was aware of his deeds, Li Hao asked, "When did you come here?" "Perhaps a bit earlier than you." Ying Xiaoxiao winked playfully. Though she had ascended to a saint with the Tao aura surrounding her, she still exuded a hint of a young girl's mischief. But Li Hao knew that it would only take a thought for her to manipulate the Tao and reveal the imposing might of a saint, transcendent and untainted. "I didn't expect you to be absorbing the extreme Tao power here." Li Hao gave a wry smile, thinking it was Buddha Venerate instead. "What, you don't want to see me?" Seeing the disappointment and regret in the depths of Li Hao's eyes, Ying Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and feigned a light snort. They were not very close before, but meeting in a foreign place now, they both felt a sense of encountering an old acquaintance. Li Hao chuckled and said, "Not at all, I'm actually quite happy to see you again." Ying Xiaoxiao seemed to be stunned by Li Hao's candid words, a faint blush crossing her cheeks, but it soon faded as she gave Li Hao a glance and said, "I didn't expect you to catch up to me so quickly. I cultivated the extreme path to Saint Ascension, the fastest path, and yet you pursued the sacrificial Tao and managed to keep up with me, truly remarkable." "It's also luck," Li Hao said. "I suddenly had an impulse and then had a sudden insight, something I didn't expect myself." Ying Xiaoxiao was amused by his words and looked him over, saying, "Are you here to absorb the extreme Tao power as well? You seem to be planning on triple cultivation. Your ambition isn't small?" For those becoming a saint, who doesn't harbor such thoughts? Li Hao didn't hide it. "You already know the method for triple cultivation?" Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes shimmered as if the glimmer of stars and the moon reflected in her pupils, incredibly radiant and clear. She pondered and said, "So the source ancestor was so generous to tell you about the affairs of the God realm. However, knowing about it doesn't seem to be of much use, just like how mortals know the sky is high, but climbing it is yet an out-of-reach feat." God realm? Li Hao was stunned, looking at her with confusion. Ying Xiaoxiao, seeing Li Hao's expression, was also puzzled and said, "Isn't it? Or could I have misunderstood? What is your triple cultivation method then?" "Using prohibition to isolate the saint path." Li Hao didn't conceal it either, knowing that the core of the method lay in the prohibition, not the theory. "Prohibition." Ying Xiaoxiao revealed a look of sudden realization and said, "I see, that's the path you've chosen. That path is mistaken, It can't truly allow the three saintly forces to coexist simultaneously. I know. Li Hao's eyes flickered as he asked, the God realm you were talking about just now, is it perhaps the correct path? He had already sensed his own path, but hearing the implication in her words, he couldn't help but be curious about this other correct path. It can't quite be called the correct path, but it is a correct line of thought. Ying Xiaoxiao shook her head, seemingly hesitant for a moment. She glanced at Li Hao, but in the end, she decided not to hide it and said, because this path is extremely difficult, no one has been able to reach it. Seeing Li Hao silent, she guessed that he might feel it presumptuous to ask, so she continued. After surviving the three calamities, one perfects the saint path, but continuing to cultivate the saint path, one can reach its ultimate state, similar to the extreme realm. But this is merely a pseudo-extreme realm, hence it is called the God realm. She slowly explained, for example, through incense sainthood, cultivating to the ultimate state and accumulating enough incense fire, one can reach the incense fire divine realm. And in the way of sacrificial Tao, cultivating to the ultimate state will also lead to the sacrificial Tao divine realm. Similarly, the same goes for the extreme Tao. Once all three paths are cultivated to the divine realm, if they are fused, one can then reach the true saint extreme realm. She looked at Li Hao and said, before the triple cultivation of the three saints, one must first dedicate to cultivating one of them to the divine realm. Then using the special characteristics of the divine realm to gradually accommodate the other saint paths, but this process is very difficult, the specifics, only our ancestor may know. Li Hao was stunned. This was the first time he had heard about the existence of the God realm. All three powers at their peak form the God realm. The fusion of the three God realms becomes the saint extreme realm. Yet now, by using methods like transform to immortal and Feishan Shangdi, he could cultivate the three powers simultaneously. Li Hao's eyes sparkled. His path was clearly not mistaken, indicating that others had not yet discovered this path and could only follow the way of the God realm, which, according to her, seemed difficult and insurmountable. Aren't you from the divine clan? Does the God realm have any association with the divine clan? Li Hao inquired. For some reason, he felt an innate trust in Ying Xiaoxiao's words, believing she would not deceive him. Ying Xiaoxiao said, the origin of the name of the divine clan comes from the God realm. Our ancestor was an extreme path to saint ascension, the first to pioneer that path. Thus, the worldly desire for slaughter was almost entirely converted by our ancestor, reaching the supreme state of the extreme Tao's God realm. Upon reaching such a realm, our ancestor's power was exceedingly formidable, one of the very best in the land of all saints, and it invoked fear in other saints, for the power of our ancestor originated from slaughter. Even though the world's slaughter did not begin with our ancestor, can all beings in the world be spared from slaughter? They cannot. And when one can gain power from slaughter, others become fearful, thus they united and sealed our clan. At this point in her words, a trace of coldness and hatred flashed through Ying Xiaoxiao's clear eyes. After our clan was sealed, the world's slaughter only increased. In the all heavens every being is engulfed in the survival of the fittest. Back then, they accused our clan of inciting slaughter, deliberately creating an excuse of slaughter for cultivation, but after our clan disappeared, nothing changed, yet our clan had to bear the stigma of being a scourge upon the world. Li Hao's eyes flickered, yet in his heart, he remained silent. If someone could gain power from water and air, it would surely invoke fear in others. Some saints advocate that human nature is inherently good, while others claim that it is inherently evil. But from Li Hao's perspective, human nature embodies both good and evil, both virtuous and vile, with evil often more easily provoked than good. Good and evil are both influenced by the environment. The situation of the divine clan is enough to instill fear, and fear breeds evil thoughts. Li Hao thought of the stories from his past life. If water could burn like diesel and run cars, then if such technology appears, either the car model disappears or the water disappears. And when water cannot disappear, the one that disappears can only be. In this case, other saint path cultivators who reach the God realm could also pass on through bloodline. Li Hao mused. Ying Xiaoxiao gave Li Hao a glance and nodded. Exactly, the bloodlines of the God realm saints will continue, granting them the Saint Tao power, like that source ancestor, who is said to have left only one descendant, and later perished without further offspring. Thus, he could completely seal off his own legacy without any leaks. Li Hao was slightly stunned, his gaze intensifying. You mean, the source ancestor accumulated his legacy up to the God realm? Exactly, otherwise how could he suppress all heavens and be called the foremost person openly? As Ying Xiaoxiao spoke, a trace of coldness appeared in her eyes, seemingly harboring hatred towards that source ancestor. In that case, the source ancestor and your tribe's ancestor were of equal standing. Li Hao's eyes flickered with realization, unable to believe that Ying Xiaoxiao's ancestor was so formidable. At the same time, seeing the coldness in Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes, he seemed to understand something else as well. That the divine ancestor could be suppressed and sealed, seems to have something to do with that source ancestor as well. Beneath the facade of the All Saints, who can discern their true nature? Li Hao slightly shook his head. The incident of the divine ancestor being suppressed was surely a shocking event that shook the all heavens in the land of all saints, now buried by the sands of time. If you want to practice 3 saints in one, it's best to focus on one path first, cultivating it to the God realm, then consider the rest. Ying Xiaoxiao looked at Li Hao, the coldness in her eyes dissipated, speaking serenely. Li Hao nodded slightly but did not reveal that he was already capable of practicing the 3 saints in one. Listening to her, he felt more and more that if this was exposed, it would shock all heavens and he might face the same desperate situation as the divine ancestor once did. Without absolute power, he must carefully conceal himself. Although such a thing, if exposed, the all heaven saints might come to him to learn and curry favor, this is just temporary, and that too, only if he is willing to reveal the method publicly. If after the revelation, others realize they cannot practice it and cannot follow his path, it would only transform into another possibility, to destroy those who embark on this path. Your tribe is sealed, then you. Li Hao looked at Ying Xiaoxiao, but she was absorbing the extreme Dao power elsewhere. Ying Xiaoxiao, as if noticing Li Hao's confusion, spoke plainly. Although my tribe has vanished from sight, in the skies above, there are still those who try to follow the footsteps of our ancestor, cultivating the power transmission ultimate realm, absorbing extreme Dao power. Like the Buddhist sect you defeated, their methods to consolidate extreme Dao, though subtle, cannot necessarily deceive everyone. As long as I keep a low profile, others will see me as one of such people, and will not associate me with the divine clan. Li Hao frowned slightly, feeling doubtful about her statement as they knew the tricks of the Buddhist sect had been uncovered. Thus, her wandering around the world must also attract attention. The eyes and ears of the All Saints, Li Hao couldn't be sure if his prior Feishan Shangdi was exposed. But at that time, he was immersed in cultivation, without the intention to hide, and could only wait and see, hoping that Elder Feng had sealed his news sufficiently thoroughly. Regardless, you should still be careful, Li Hao said. Ying Xiaoxiao glanced at Li Hao and said, let's not talk about these discouraging matters. Speaking of which, knowing you're becoming a saint, I wanted to seek you, but too many eyes were watching you, I couldn't approach. Seek me? Li Hao puzzled. Exactly, if you can help, it could be an opportunity for you, potentially allowing you to reach the extreme divine realm. Ying Xiaoxiao blinked, smiled, but her smile was somewhat suspicious. Li Hao knew she did it deliberately, after a moment's thought, since she had shared the secrets of the extreme Dao in the mortal world and now the secrets of the God realm, and had also helped her, he said. If it's within my capability, you can tell me first, I'll consider it. He had already begun to speculate in his heart. Ying Xiaoxiao, seeing Li Hao's straightforwardness, her eyes shifted. Falling into contemplation, after a moment, she said, this matter is of great importance, related to my tribe. If you can swear with your Dao heart that what I tell you next will not be disclosed, then I can tell you, and you can decide whether to agree or not. Li Hao mentally affirmed, the other party had become a saint, helping her must be related to that God clan. After some thought, he said, all right, I'm willing to swear with my Dao heart. Speaking, he then made an oath to her, never to divulge the matter. Ying Xiaoxiao confirmed it and finally breathed a sigh of relief, then revealed a huge secret. My tribe's ancestor is about to revive and return. Li Hao was startled, his eyes slightly changed, your tribe's ancestor. Exactly, my tribe's ancestor isn't dead, just sealed, the extreme divine realm is not so easily destroyed. Ying Xiaoxiao coldly smiled, yet her eyes also showed a trace of complexity. With all our tribe's effort to revive the ancestor, when he returns, he will certainly seek revenge for the past affairs and stir up chaos in all heavens. Li Hao was somewhat silent. He had already heard about Ying Xiaoxiao's situation, and knew about the decline of the divine clan. If that ancestor returns, being a peer of the source ancestor, then this realm of all heavens would certainly not be peaceful. But rest assured, our ancestor won't recklessly massacre the innocent. only making those responsible for past blood debts pay with their blood.